one of the largest disability firms in Wisconsin. A Social Security attorney will meet with you by phone or at an office location near you. No fees unless we win.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Welcome to day 4 of Judge on Trial. Carl Duffmall alongside Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson. We have been here each and every afternoon of the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan, a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge on trial for federal crimes at the U.S. Courthouse in downtown Milwaukee. And we'll see, Brian, which we will get to over the next 4 hours. Today could be the day. It feels pivotal.
It's certainly the day the jury is going to get this case because the defense already heard all 4 of its witnesses this morning within a 45-minute span. 45 minutes of testimony, and the defense rested. And most importantly, as we suggested might be the case yesterday, Judge Hannah Dugan, the defendant, did not testify in her own defense. It was her choice not to testify. So the defense rested. They actually had the jury take lunch early because originally the plan was going to be the prosecution would give its closing argument, they'd take a lunch break, then come back for the defense closing argument, and one side or the other didn't like that. They said, we want to do these back-to-back, all in one sequence. So they said, let's get the jury their food early. They've done that, and now the closing arguments are underway.
Yeah, to get you up to speed on what is happening right now at that gorgeous courthouse in downtown Milwaukee. Closing statements started around 11:46. Let's bring in our Ted Perry right now, Fox 6 anchor, who listened to some of the defense testimony earlier this morning. More importantly, Ted, we are paying close attention to what is happening right now, the final chance for the prosecution and Judge Dugan's defense team to make their case to those 13 members of the jury, 12 of whom will decide the fate of Judge Hannah Dugan. So, Ted, you and I and Brian are all looking through these documents. You get to hear some of it. We get to read some of the statements that are happening inside the federal courthouse. What do you make of what we've heard so far from the prosecuting attorneys? It is Kelly Brown-Watzka, the assistant U.S. attorney, giving the closing statement for the federal government.
And she started, guys, just about 17 minutes ago, started to make her case. I want to just bring in some of the flavor of that, but I can tell you the courtroom is packed. The overflow room, packed. The overflow room needs an overflow room. That's how much interest. Sometimes during this week, I've been in and out of the courtroom. I've been in the overflow room. At times when the testimony is a little dry, a little technical, a little what hallway does this go to? It hasn't really been filled. People come in and out. It's standing room only in the overflow room. I was sitting with one gentleman who's a U.S. attorney who really can't say too much to me because he's been told not to talk to the media. But he said, yeah, cases don't go to trial very often, and this is a big case in federal court. And a lot of us just want to see it. So they were just sort of soaking it in. So staff members are up there. U.S. attorneys are up there. Interim U.S. Attorney Brad Schimmel has been in and out of the overflow room, staying out of the courtroom. So, yeah, the drama, the real drama that we've been waiting for, it's happening 2 floors above me right now. U.S. Attorney Watzka starting out saying, listen, when a judge uses her courtroom and her robe to ignore the law, what will other judges do? Will an environmental judge ignore environmental laws? There is no line if the judges do what they want to do. There will only be chaos. And the oath requires her to follow the law. No judge may believe that their personal beliefs are above the law. And she made it very clear. She said, I want to stop for a second and talk that this trial is not about politics. Whatever you think of ICE and the deportation efforts underway under the current administration have nothing to do with this case. That she was, and she quoted Judge Cervera from the other day from her testimony. That's the judge who Hannah Dugan brought out of her courtroom, out into the hallway in a robe, told her to stay in a robe. Judge Cervera the other day said judges shouldn't be helping defendants evade arrest. That quote was put up on a monitor for jurors to see. So this opening argument for the prosecution is going to last about an hour. then the defense, and then prosecutors will get a final say, guys.
I want to actually just step back for a minute because this has happened so fast. The defense case was so brief that we haven't yet talked in our streaming service at all about what the defense case was. We're going to hear it in their closing argument coming up. But real quickly, there were 4 witnesses today, Ted. 2 of them are sitting Milwaukee County Circuit judges. One was a public defender, and another, I believe, was, of all things, former Mayor Tom Barrett. Sounds like he was
currently employed.
Not currently employed, former ambassador to Luxembourg, but he was essentially a character witness, right? He was just I've known her 50 years, she's honest as the day is long kind of thing.
Absolutely. The prosecution had one question for Tom Barrett, and that is, were you in the courthouse on April 18th? I was not. That's all we have, Your Honor. Just to kind of say to the jurors, he wasn't even there, okay? We don't really care about her character right now. We can tell you, we've given you the facts. He wasn't there that day.
What about those other 3 witnesses, though? Was there anything? Oh, go ahead. Talk about Tom Barrett, but I want to know about those others, too, if there was anything we learned that was new.
And we can get to that, for sure. I'm happy to get to that. But I think Barrett was the most interesting one for a number of reasons, guys. We talk about small walkie all the time. He was the 4th and final witness for the defense. And he's called, when you walk in, let me try to give a courtroom. Yeah, here we go. We got the bench right here. So you walk in, and the judge is up here, and you have to walk through, and you have to walk in front of the judge, Judge Edelman. Well, Judge Edelman's face lit up when he saw Tom Barrett. You got to remember, they served in the state Senate from 1989 to 1993 together. They were both Democratic state senators. They know each other well. They served together. And the smile that came across Edelman's face, and he nodded, and Tom Barrett sort of nodded and didn't wave back, but nodded and smiled back.
Well, how about this, Ted, as well? Barrett said his legal career, before his political career, his legal career began in that courtroom.
But you know what? It makes me wonder.
Working for Judge Warren.
Yeah. So if he was the last witness, and there's that little bit of a recognition among former Democratic colleagues, is that why he's there? Is this a not so subtle nod to the jury to go, it is about politics?
I don't think so. I think that's a great question, but I don't think so. I think he was really brought in to say, I've known Hannah Dugan since she was 10 years old. He explained the relation. Her older sister, Jody, and Tom Barrett were, I don't want to say high school friends, because Tom Barrett went to an all-male high school, Marquette High School, but they knew
still be
each other.
friends
They
in
were
high school.
Contemporaries. Oh, I understand that, but they weren't friends from high school.
Yeah.
I'm saying they met at around that age. And they would often go out to the Dugan family home, which was an old farmhouse in New Berlin. And Hannah Dugan has a twin brother. Tom Barrett's mother is a twin. His uncle is her twin. So they sort of bonded over that a little bit. And she said, you know how you have little brothers and sisters that are always hanging around, wanting to be with the older kids? Hannah Dugan was one of those. She was always hanging around. I've known her since she was 10 years old. And when the defense team asked, is she honest? And he said, she is extremely honest, and she will tell you what's on her mind, which I thought would have been a great time to say, well, let's bring her up and tell you what's on her mind. But they made the decision long ago not to have Hannah Dugan testify in her own defense here. But the closing statement from Tom Barrett was, I've known her, she's extremely honest, and she will tell you what is on her mind. So it was no bones about it. He was brought in as a character witness. I like the thinking that you're doing, Brian, but I think that might be too many chess moves for the jurors to grasp.
Just to keep people up to speed here, if you're watching along with us on the Wisconsin Live Desk, our goal is to bring you into that courtroom, which otherwise you would not get details from because there are no video or audio recordings allowed inside. So we're getting moment-by-moment updates from our Bill Miston as well as our Anthony Mandela in the courtroom telling us what's happening right now as the closing arguments continue. Again, it's the Assistant U.S. Attorney Kelly Brown-Watzka giving that argument for the prosecution, for the federal government. Brian and I both noted this before we came on our stream here in her opening salvo, so to speak, saying the defendant is not on trial for her views on immigration policy, that she, Judge Dugan in this case, stepped outside of the law to help an individual evade arrest, and trying to bring it back to those actual actions and what it plays into both of those two counts that Judge Dugan faces, and kind of running the jurors right now through what specifically the government has to prove here, right? They have the burden of proof, and why Kelly Brown-Watzka and her prosecuting team believes they have done that over the course of this trial. So I just want to keep our viewers on
I do think it's interesting because of that particular line. That is the government's argument. The government's closing argument is you're here to hold her accountable for conduct, not political beliefs. But the defense makes their last witness someone who wasn't even there, but has a political connection. I do think it's interesting. Maybe it's not as much of a chess move as you think. Maybe I'm thinking 3 steps ahead, but there's certainly an argument to be made that there was a little tip of the cap and a reminder that politics is involved here.
But the jury didn't know this. The jurors don't know that Edelman and Barrett are colleagues from long ago.
But they do know that Barrett and Dugan have a long-standing relationship.
No, that's a good point, Ted.
I understand that. But the connection between Edelman is what you asked me before. Edelman and Barrett, they don't know that at all unless they're real political junkies and have followed the careers of both of them like we have. Now, I mean, Barrett says, well, what is, and you guys mentioned this before, it got kind of a laugh. I'm unemployed, currently unemployed. He's been a state assemblyman, a state senator, a congressman, a mayor, and an ambassador, and a 2-time candidate for governor. And now he said, I'm basically unemployed, which did get a little bit of a chuckle. But yeah, I get brought in as a character witness. I'm a guy that served this community for 40 years, 4 decades at least, elected in office back in the late 1980s. I've been around. I know good people. Tom Barrett is generally well regarded. I think people know that, even if they didn't vote for him for governor. I think most people think he's a decent enough chap. So there could be something on that level, Brian, in what you're saying.
Yeah,
but
no,
the jurors had no idea of the connection between Edelman and Barrett.
We could talk about it, and we could probably have Mordecai offer his thoughts too. I think the thing that's so interesting here is that was the last witness. So you have to ask, why him, someone who didn't observe any of this?
Yeah. Let me ask you as well about the previous 3 witnesses.
And the prosecution. Okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah, finish that statement, and then we're dealing with that delay a little bit on our stream here.
Yeah, sorry. Just to underscore your point about that, the only thing that the U.S. attorney said is, were you there that day? No. Okay, thanks.
That's a good question.
Good to go. You know,
the previous 3, though, speak a little bit more.
Politics has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, the previous 3 witnesses the defense called today speak a little bit more to the atmosphere, the mood of the county courthouse in the days leading up to the events of April 18th, which are the ones in question here. So those 2 different judges and one of the public defenders who's featured prominently in a lot of the video that the jury has already seen today. What did you make overall of the case that the defense made in Hannah Dugan's defense today, given that the government has to prove everything here? They have to lay out, and as we saw over 3 full days here, more than 15 hours of testimony from 19 witnesses, what they believe happened, what they think Judge Dugan's actions were and imply when it comes to the counts against her. What'd you make of 4 witnesses, 45 minutes from the defense to kind of counter that?
Well, let's start with the 2 judges, the current circuit court judges who were brought in and basically brought in to talk about the policy, of which, as we've established, there is no current policy about how to handle federal agents who are there to make deportations arrests in the courthouse. There's no current policy in place. Back in late March, early April, they started to discuss the need because there had been some arrests. And so there's a lot of emails that go back between the chief judge, Carl Ashley, and a couple of the others who were on the witness stand today, including Judge Perez, including Judge Keyes, who were there, talking about formulating a policy. Thank you for getting at least a draft of a policy going, and that Hannah Dugan was very, very interested in having a meeting, having a discussion about what we're going to do and how we're going to handle this, because it can be really upsetting to victims and to witnesses if they come into court and they're going to have to be worried about being, quote, snatched away during a case, a criminal case. To which the prosecutors said, yeah, but there's nothing in here about arresting a criminal suspect in the public hallways. There's no, and they all agreed there was no anything in that draft policy that would preclude that. So I think what the defense is trying to do is saying, again, There has been no policy, but at least she had some guidance on a draft policy, and that's what she was doing by telling them to go down to Chief Judge Carl Ashley's office to get and to verify that warrant. Now, what the defense has not brought up and did not make any attempt to justify is why she told the attorney and Eduardo Flores Ruiz to go out the jury door and down the hallway. Didn't touch that, stayed away from it like it was poison.
One thing I'll say, we're going to take a break here in just a second. I will say, I want to just put this out there up front because one of the witnesses who testified today was Judge Laura Gramling Perez. I've said it before here. I have a personal connection to her husband, not really directly to her, but I wanted to put that out there. We've played soccer for years, that's it. But she was probably the longest witness on the stand today talking about that policy. One of the things I thought was interesting there was she was called as a defense witness, but it was actually on cross where they essentially got her to say that her email pointed out she had just gone to or watched a symposium that said federal guidance on this new federal direction, which is ICE can legally enforce immigration laws in the public hallway. She sent that to Hannah Dugan specifically, who thanked her for it. So we know that Dugan had to have been aware of that. That's at least but so she's a defense witness, but you've got the state getting her to say that on the stand today.
Brian, that's the exact takeaway, Brian, that I had on that. Here she is being brought as a defense witness, and the prosecutors brought this point right back up to her to stress that takeaway does not prevent ICE from taking criminal defendants into custody in public spaces. So we are in definite agreement on that.
All right, much more to get into. We have to take a short break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Judge on trial. We'll get you back to some of what's happening actually in that courtroom at the federal building in downtown Milwaukee. The prosecutors giving their closing argument right now as we speak in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. If you have a question about what's happened already today or what could happen once this eventually gets to a jury and then a verdict, scan that QR code. Send us your questions. We're here for you throughout the day today, noon until 4, and actually beyond that if needed, if we are in a verdict watch or not. Ted Perry sends us to commercial break. We'll be right back. Back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, it is day 4 of the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan at the federal building in downtown Milwaukee. This case that has received national attention, certainly pointed attention from the Trump administration, Democrats on the other side saying this is an overstep of the administration when it comes to the role of the judiciary in our legal system. all of that is kind of outside of what is happening inside of that courtroom here today. Judge Dugan has been charged with 2 different counts that could potentially send her to jail for years, with $350,000 in fines if she were to receive the maximum sentence, which we're not necessarily expecting, but still, that's a little bit of the stakes on this trial and where we stand today as the closing arguments continue.
So we have the prosecution right now who's giving that closing argument. Did I lose something with my?
I think you're okay.
Okay.
You sound okay to me.
All right, fine. Anyway,
Never mind. All right.
My microphone did
Brian's
fall,
going to
right?
figure that out. Well, it's a good thing we have Ted Perry standing by. How's your microphone working, my man?
Yeah. Of course he sounds good to you. You're 2 feet away
Well,
from him.
you know,
I
there's
couldn't hear
that.
anything he was saying. So
Hey, Ted, I wanted to get our
let's
viewers
get that mic
a
up,
little
'cause
bit more of the closing arguments happening right now by the Assistant U.S. Attorney Kelly Brown Watzka as well. And actually, I'm stealing the thunder from Brian here because he made a very good point about this. She's kind of working through the 2 different counts here, 1 misdemeanor, 1 felony, and what the government has to prove for there to be a guilty verdict against Judge Dugan. And I thought this was interesting, too, because she goes back to the stairs, and I'm sure we'll use that animation that Brian and others have built for us because it's so perfect here. That separate hallway that led to a possible staircase escape for Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his public defender, Mercedes De La Rosa, on that morning of April 18th. Attorney Watzka says about the stairs, Judge Dugan intended to get Eduardo Flores Ruiz out of there fast. How was she going to do with that? Sneak him out the back door and through the restricted hallway and down the stairs. And this, going back to the recording, is where she really hits it here. I'm trying to get you that because basically she says, Watzka, the attorney here, there's no way to spin down the stairs, which we've heard on the recording, to make it sound better. That's a very strong line. No logical explanation for the stairs discussion other than the defendant's intent to help Eduardo Flores Ruiz evade arrest. And again, it doesn't matter the fact that Eduardo Flores Ruiz was arrested moments later outside of the county courthouse. It is the intent. Where do you want to take that, Ted?
that was the statement made early in opening statements. It doesn't matter that this guy didn't get away. It matters that she tried to help him get away. He was caught on 10th Street seconds after leaving the courthouse. But along with that, she is going through count by count. Now she's on the second count. And to the point that you just brought up, she talks about the whispering, why you heard them whispering yesterday in testimony. And Watzko goes on to say the recording offers the most significant insight into Judge Dugan's mind. They're whispering. They sound like co-conspirators. When I asked Joan Butts what was her response, Butts is the court reporter who testified yesterday, very nervous testifying. She hesitated. She was very nervous. At first, she said she was mimicking the defendant, but then she was concerned about other people hearing the conversation. Dugan, fully aware that the entire courtroom is mic'd, that was why she was whispering. So going through count by count here and point by point is what they made up, and then talking about bringing Judge Cervera out from her courtroom in a robe. Why? Because two are better than one, she says. And so it was pretty telling right there as they go through each of the witnesses and the points that the government was trying to make.
And as we'll keep hitting throughout the afternoon here, especially once I believe the jury will get its instructions from Judge Lynn Edelman before they go to deliberate here. Count 1 is the misdemeanor. Count 2 is the obstruction charge. That is the felony against a Milwaukee County judge. That's kind of the big thing that we're really focused on here today. Of course, either one coming back as a guilty verdict would be a notable headline for sure, or I guess either way that the verdict comes in from the jury. But it's that second count really that carries a lot more of the penalty and the weight behind it being a felony as well.
Reading through some of the...
Yeah, and that's why she's spending more time.
No, go ahead, Ted.
That's why she's spending a lot more time on count 2.
Yeah.
I was in there for part of count 1, but as I'm reading, and I'm in the same position you guys are now, I can't hear what's going on in the courtroom. I was before able to see and hear it in the overflow room, but I am reading the same excellent notes that Bill Miston is providing down to the pauses. He is Bill's got a future as a court stenographer if he wants to, because he is.
We're trying to hold on to him a little longer than that, but yeah.
Yeah. We don't want him to leave. We are nothing without Bill. But going through case by case here, she commandeered an unwitting participant in Judge Cervera 2 robes better than 1. The defendant was interested in her own show of force. Watka denotes Severa's hesitation and lagging behind, and can tell from Severa's testimony she was genuinely unsure that she had been put in the middle of all this. And we've had some questions. We've been asking our very astute viewers for questions, and I remember one of them being, well, why wasn't that other judge charged? Well, we found out why not. She didn't know what was going on. She didn't know why she was brought into that hallway. And when it was all said and done, it left a very bitter taste in her mouth. She felt a little used and a little, just really a bad taste in her mouth that she was brought into something that she didn't want to be a part of.
Yeah. When it comes down to it in the end, the jury will have to decide this based on the way the law is written and what the elements are to prove these counts. And that more serious count you talked about, the second one, the concealing, as read by the prosecutor here to the jury, that she endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding, defined as to purposefully, with knowledge that an action would have the natural and probable effect of wrongfully obstructing the proceeding. That would have the natural and probable effect is key for the government here, because as they've said again and again, it didn't have that effect. He still got caught, but they're saying that's not what the law says. The law says it would have that probable effect in most circumstances. And of course, had he gone left down the stairs, the government is saying he would have gotten away.
Ted, let me ask you this, just because, again, you have been able to hear so much more of this or see some of it versus us. Take us back over these 3.5 days, basically, that have gotten us here to the closing arguments. Judge Severa keeps coming up, certainly from the prosecution side, featured here in the closing argument. Who do you think the main witnesses were? Who do you think the main points that have been made over this week for either side? Take that wherever you want to go.
Well, I'm going to go Judge Severa.
Yeah.
I said the other day after her testimony, she was the leader in the clubhouse, and I think she remains the best witness because we don't know Judge Severa's politics. We don't know them at all. She was just brought in off her bench, unwitting participant in this whole thing. And then you have Alan Freed, the court clerk, who he himself is an attorney. He was a disabilities attorney before becoming the clerk. His politics were clearly revealed because he admits he went out in the hallway, and as one of the ICE agents walked past him, he called him a fascist. And then we had Joan Butts yesterday, the court reporter, who was as a reluctant witness as Freed was, but very nervous. And when she was asked, when you found out ICE agents were in the building, how did it make you feel? And she said, and again, I apologize for my language, it really pissed me off. So we know that 2 out of the 3 people in Dugan's courtroom who work with her every day, their hand was played, their politics were shown. Dugan, we don't necessarily know her politics, although there are some indications. In fact, Watka just brought up a memo and her reaction to one of the memos and saying, is anyone confused about this? And Dugan wrote back, not confused, just frustrated, which is to say, I understand the policy that we have to allow them in. I don't like it, though. So we are getting a hint of Dugan's politics as well.
You were talking about...
And if there was any doubt, and I'm going to go back and underscore Brian's point here and give Brian some points here, because if there was any doubt about Dugan's politics, who did you bring in? Perhaps one of the best known Democrats in the state in Tom Barrett, Democratic congressman, Democratic candidate for governor twice, big backer of President Obama and President Biden. That's how he got an ambassadorship. So yeah, and while the city of Milwaukee is technically a nonpartisan race, everyone knew that Tom Barrett was a Democrat.
I will point out one of the other people who testified today was Judge Katie Cagle, who works in the safety building. It's in the courthouse complex, but a separate building. So she wasn't one of the witnesses. She wasn't one of the people there that day, but she was involved in some of the discussions through email over we need to have a policy. And the one thing that she said about, she described a situation where someone was snatched from the gallery in her courtroom. She wasn't talking about an immigration arrest. It was a different kind of arrest that happened in her gallery. The prosecution just made a point in its closing argument of saying there was not one ICE agent who stepped foot inside Hannah Dugan's courtroom. So any concerns raised about what might happen inside a courtroom, they're saying that's not where this happened. They were in the public hallway the entire time. And so they just made a point of that in the closing argument.
And other judges have testified that when asked could you wait till after this hearing that the ICE agents or other law enforcement in different non-deportation cases have always obliged and said, yes, we can do this out in the hallway or we can do this after. So the testimony about these ICE agents from Carl Ashley himself and from the administrative court administrator, all that these guys were very professional, had their paperwork done, their T's crossed, their I's dotted, and their T's crossed here, and all were portrayed as acting very professional and wanting to do everything according to procedure.
Well, guys, and that plays in again to what we keep going back to, that second count, the obstruction charge, the felony here against Judge Dugan. As Attorney Watzka is laying it out here, Brown Watzka, excuse me, part of that the government has to prove is that Judge Dugan, in the legalese, endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding. So the government is basically setting up, look, these 6 agents were calmly, professionally waiting in the hallway. They end up having to arrest Eduardo Flores Ruiz in the rain after a foot chase outside the county courthouse. So that kind of plays into the argument against Judge Dugan there when it comes specifically to her success or lack thereof of obstructing the arrest of Eduardo Flores Ruiz.
I do think we'll hear from the defense on closing that they didn't have to arrest him outside. They could have arrested him right there in the hallway when he came out the wrong door, right? What the government says is the wrong door. So you will hear that from that side. I know we got to take a break because it's bottom of the hour. We're going to take a break. But Ted, I want to ask you when we come back a little bit more about the policy thing, and there's a reason why. Because something that Judge Perez brought up today it seems to be in contrast with what we've been hearing throughout this trial in terms of this draft policy and whether or not it was actually a policy that was in effect at the time. But we'll take a break and we'll talk about that here in a couple of minutes on the Wisconsin Live Desk right after this.
Back here with Judge on Trial, our special coverage on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and things just keep happening, to be honest, faster than we're expecting. So the government, the prosecutor, had set up about an hour or so for a closing argument today. They're done. Kelly Brown Watzka just wrapped up her closing argument in about 45 minutes or so. The defense attorney, Jason Luzak, is on the argument now, giving his closing argument from the defense side of it. So things are happening quite fast here on this Thursday afternoon at the Federal Building in downtown Milwaukee. We want to get back to Ted Perry, who's following along with us, some of the things happening inside that courtroom. But Brian and I were just going through some of the transcript here of what we're getting from our Bill Miston. Again, not necessarily word for word exactly, Ted, but pretty close to it. We thought this was a pretty notable line as well. This is Kelly Brown-Watzka, the assistant U.S. attorney, talking about Judge Hannah Dugan. She is a state court judge. She has no more authority about what federal officers do in a public place than you or I do. They certainly are bringing out the haymakers, as you would expect here in a closing argument.
Yeah. Guys, I hate to keep saying I agree with you because we were in the break when Brian's transcript came across all of our computer screens, and I was like, ooh, that is a strong left hook right there. That is a good thing to become close to ending on. Interesting timing, right? 45 minutes. We thought it would be an hour. 45 minutes, the total time of the defense witnesses. So things are really going to stink. And a trial that started out Monday or Tuesday, and a very well-experienced lawyer told me on Tuesday, there's no way they're getting this thing done this week. Well, that turned out not to be the case.
Yeah.
The government sped things up a little bit. Don't know if they made some edits along the way. Maybe they thought they might have been losing the jury by going over common ground again. They brought in a lot of people to go over the layout of the 6th floor and her courtroom and whatnot. And after a while, you're like, as you're watching in the gallery or in the overflow room, you're like, I get it, move on. So maybe that's why they didn't bring in all 6 agents. I don't know. We can ask them after this is over why they stopped. But yeah, so now I was wondering who was going to give the close for the defense. You've got a lot of capable lawyers there, including Stephen Biskupik, who's a former federal prosecutor. But they gave the ball to Jason Luzak, and I think that is a very good call. He has got an amazing presence in the newsroom. He's the one who's whipped out a couple of quips along the way. The other day when he got up from his seat, and there's a microphone right here, but he was without a microphone. He was bringing something over the witness. Judge Edelman said, I need you to grab a mic, and somebody handed him a mic. And again, I've said this before, Jason Luzak, the son of Dave Luzak, a very popular longtime morning DJ here, WKLH for years, spitting image of his father in both face and voice, picked up the mic and said, I've been waiting for this for a very long time, like to get my own mic, right? So, and that made people in the courtroom laugh. Maybe all the jurors didn't know the connection, but it did break the ice a little bit. So he connects very well with jurors, I think, in that courtroom. He's got an amazing presence. He's a tall guy. He's a good speaker. And so I think this is something I feel bad that you guys can't watch, because when I'm done here, I'm sprinting upstairs to watch it because I think it's going to be a pretty good show.
Ted, just to call you on one thing there, since the three of us, I went to the Superior Journalism School. You said newsroom. I believe you meant courtroom in that case, right?
He's probably a presence in both if
Okay,
he's got the radio
yes.
connection.
Oh, that's true.
So what are we comparing? Northwestern, Missouri, and Wisconsin?
Yeah, it's
Is
pretty
that what
good,
we're
actually.
comparing?
It's a trifecta, I'll say that.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I do want to bring up something, guys. Talking about the drama and how, there's standing room only up there in the overflow room, or at least there was, and I can only imagine it's getting more crowded in there. But I was in there today and had my laptop, and every day I like to get a little bit of the courtroom feel so I can be able to tell our viewers what it was like in there. And the guy sat down, he was in a golf shirt, he's about my age, and we were talking during the break, and he said, this is fascinating. I've just been watching your coverage, so I had to come down. I didn't realize we could come in here. This is a well-educated man. He had a nice career in the accounting world, and he said, I was downtown for a doctor's appointment. I came in here. I didn't know I could come in, sit in this courtroom, this beautiful courtroom, and he loved it so much. He goes, I got an 11 o'clock golf lesson. I'm going to go out in the hallway and cancel it because I'm here for the rest of the day.
All right.
So there is the drama of this final day because he's retired now and wants to become a good golfer. And he just said, I've been fascinated by this. And we talked a little bit, and he's never been in a courtroom to watch a trial, so it's kind of trying to explain what happens next. And, this courtroom, I wish we could show you pictures of this building. You got mahogany walls. You've got the state seal of Wisconsin carved into walnut or mahogany or whatever the wood is, with the badger and the two guys on either side of the seal. And then you got the Milwaukee City seal to the other side of Judge Edelman. Beautiful woodwork, high ceilings. It's a gorgeous building. Can I
just
trivia at you guys?
throw out a shout out though for your
Go ahead.
background, because you have the only TV studio that's probably ever been at the federal courthouse, since cameras can't get into those court cases there. But you are surrounded by Adela Tesno's courtroom sketches that have made this beautiful background.
I'm a little worried there might be a hoarding situation happening with all the growth of the sketches over the week.
Well, you know, when I was a kid, we had Sports Illustrated. Me and my 4 brothers got Sports Illustrated, right, sent to us. And it was all of us. It was addressed to the Perry boys. And I collected those for years. And then when I got my own room, I just put cover of cover of cover of cover in Sports Illustrated all over my room. So this is kind of what it reminds me of a little bit. Of course, there's no swimsuit edition anywhere here in these sketches.
Stephen Biskupik is grateful for that.
You were watching Judge on Trial here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, some of the lighter moments as we get you back to what is happening inside of that actual courtroom in the same building where our Ted Perry is. We do want to mention, since you brought up Jason Luzak, some of what he is saying. And to your point about a packed gallery there, so much interest in this, that's exactly how Jason Luzak, for the defense of Judge Hannah Dugan, began, saying this is a very important case. This is a very unprecedented trial, and we are at a precipice of a very important part of this case. And he begins that closing argument from the defense side of it by recognizing the confusion of this time, going back to April of this year, changes in policy to the way that ICE was handling things, saying even that ICE was not necessarily following their own policies. And we kind of saw this a little bit, Ted, in those few witnesses the defense called this morning, trying to sow the seed of confusion and doubt for what should happen in a courthouse at the time last April.
And this is where Brian's point about making it political is coming in. So this is where we got to get Mordecai's take on it, because I'm going to pick up where you just left off here, because this is Luzak talking to the jurors. You have rights that protect you from the power of government, and you may not have known this prior to the jury questionnaire or even dreaded responsibility. You now are the ultimate check on government overreach. You are the ultimate check on the government's power. This is an unprecedented trial and an unprecedented decision. So if jurors were unaware of what's on the line, and I doubt they were unaware, it was certainly underscored here, as Luzak goes on to say. But he is speaking, and I can hear his voice almost as he does it. They're acting, the prosecution, like this is Judge Dugan going out on a limb to help Eduardo Flores Ruiz. Give me a break. And you can just hear the way he would have said that, because he is very demonstrative when he wants to make a point.
Well, it does seem, though, he is focusing on the effect of what happens here, not necessarily the details that the government went through in terms of the stairs and going out the back door. No mention of the back door, but he just used the term, he's talking about the chilling effect of these kinds of arrests that almost removes it from the facts of the case and says this is about a bigger picture here.
Brian, you brought this up earlier before we went to break, so maybe it's actually a good time to talk about it now because it ties into this. The back and forth that we heard from a couple of those judges this morning on the defense side of things, the testimony when it comes to the policy and what was or was not in place and discussed among judges, among colleagues at that courthouse, going back to April of this year and even the weeks and days leading up to April 18th.
Well, I think it's so fascinating because way back when this happened, we heard right away from Chief Judge Ashley, who said, well, there was a draft policy and I'm working on it. I'm going to have it out soon. 8 months later, and by the way, today it's 8 months to the day since this happened. We still don't have that policy, but there seems to have been a suggestion throughout this trial that that was the best thing they had was a draft policy, and they were operating off of that as though it was kind of the unofficial official policy. But today, defense witness Judge Perez actually said there was no policy. She says, I remember the discussion about the draft policy. It was never implemented. So when she was asked a question about that policy, she said there is no policy.
Yeah, she hit that.
We still don't have a policy.
As answers to that cross-examination a couple times, saying, look, the policy discussed by Chief Judge Carl Ashley, this policy was never put in place. Chief Judge Carl Ashley has not issued a policy, basically saying, what do you want us to go off of? We didn't have anything to go. A draft is a draft.
And it's so interesting that you guys are talking about this right now. And Luzak, by the way, has now gone from the lectern and is now holding that stick.
Almost like he predicted he would.
Like, you know, like a comedian working the room a little bit. And he is standing in front of the jury, and he's bringing up the Dugan email, the one she sent on April 8th. Optimally, it would be great to have at least a draft of written protocols for the safety building, the courthouse and children's court. We are in some uncharted water with some very serious, even potentially tragic community interest at risk in the balance. Given the effects on the justice system, all parties, witnesses, jurors, litigants, and the individual cases each of us hears, it would be helpful to be clear on the new parameters with when we are working. And so that did lead to a draft policy. And I think as we go along here, you're going to see Luzak say a draft policy was more of a North Star than no policy at all, and that's what she was following. They brought it up in their opening statements. I think they're getting to that now.
You know what's so fascinating about this is I'm looking at my screen, and as Ted was reading that, the words are appearing in order on our screen as Bill Miston is in the courtroom typing them. I know we don't have cameras in the courtroom, but this setup we have, and I really want to give credit, and I'm not just kissing up, to our news managers and those who put together the plan for this operation. We've never covered a federal trial like this before, but that's some pretty impressive stuff. Real time, we're seeing the typing come onto our screens together here.
And it's like whose internet connection is faster there, right?
Exactly, yeah. I think we do need to take a break. We're going to step away for just a couple of minutes. Ted, hold that thought. We'll come back to you on that right after this on the Wisconsin Live Desk in 2 minutes. Send us your questions. If you have a question about the trial, about what's going on at closing arguments, or what's next, use that QR code on your screen. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, 1246, judge on trial. Brian Polson, Carl Deffenbaugh hanging with you while we get the closing arguments in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan, and a fresh cup of coffee for Brian over here as well. We need a lot of it.
It's getting cool.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
cool.
I can finish it, but I'm going to have to get a heat up here in a little
We've
while.
been powering through since Monday, noon to 4 each and every day. At least Brian has been here for those 4-hour stretches. So yeah, caffeinated and ready to go, because honestly, today is kind of the day that we've been working towards, right? We get the few witnesses from the defense, all of this happening a little bit faster than we even expected based on what we were getting from the courthouse and from our reporters there. And we are already well into the defense's closing argument here. It could be moments until the jury has this case.
You know, it's interesting. I wonder about this because yesterday things moved faster than we expected too, right? And faster than the defense expected.
Right.
Because the state rested mid-afternoon.
Early to mid-afternoon.
And once they advertised they were probably going to wrap up early afternoon, the defense said, we're not ready for our witnesses yet today. I do wonder if that also was a chance to go home and have the discussion.
Yeah.
Is Hannah Dugan going to take the stand? One more chance, one more crack to talk about it.
Right.
And they obviously kept their plan not to have her testify. But I do wonder if overnight there weren't some additional discussions about, do you, don't you, should you? She obviously didn't, and the defense whipped through its witnesses in 45 minutes this morning.
We'll see where we go as we are bringing you that by-the-moment address from Jason Luzak. Ted Perry, by the way, wanted to get back into that courtroom and listen a little bit. You could tell that he enjoys a performance art, right? And Jason Luzak,
he wanted to get up and see this live. And then it's better for him to come back and tell us about what he saw.
Absolutely, to how it sounds, how it's delivered, maybe even trying to read into how the jury is receiving this today. I know we have our Jason Calvi standing by. We're going to to get to him in just a moment. But Brian, do you want to kind of lay out for our viewers what happens next, right? We're moving through the closing arguments. The prosecution will still get a rebuttal to the defense side of things.
That's right. And this is very much like what happens in state court. It's very similar to a state criminal trial in that you will have the closing argument from both sides, then the rebuttal from the state. And why does the state get that extra chance?
In this case, the federal government.
Federal government. I keep saying the state.
Well,
Thank you for the
use
correction.
the state example.
The state example. But why does the government get an extra chance to rebut and the defense doesn't? It's because the government has the burden of proof, the burden that it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And because that is the burden of the government to get that to the jury, to prove to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt, they get that extra sort of last say. Once that happens, there will be some discussion. The judge will come back. They will send the jury off with their jury instructions, and then they will get the case, and they will deliberate behind closed doors until they have a unanimous decision. That's the one where everyone goes, well, how long is it going to take?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Could they come back in 10 minutes? Or might they be still in there next Monday or Tuesday? No idea. And that's what the jury verdict waits are all about. And we always do this. You start to ask the parties, how long do you think this one's going to go? And I think experienced lawyers themselves have learned never guess.
Yeah.
Because you never know what's going to happen.
You made the point, 8 months to the day since the incidents that led us here, April 18th of 2025. Now it's December 18th of 2025. Another calendar quirk, Christmas, 1 week from today, as we are sitting here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So certainly I imagine most parties, as we've discussed, don't want the jury deliberations to go into next week, but if they have to, if a consensus cannot be reached, that's the way it goes. They certainly do not want a hung jury.
The one thing we don't know is every day they've been, ending court at 5 p.m., and that's typically the plan. If they get the sense from the jury, if the judge reaches out and says, are you close?
Yeah.
They might stick it out tonight. They might say if it's past 5, they might stay late. They might stay till, who knows, midnight, 6, 7, 8. We don't know. And then they'll make that decision. So we're going to be watching it with all of you. And somebody else is going to be watching this closely is our political reporter, Jason Calvi, who's been with us all week. I actually don't know where Jason is now. Is he at the courthouse again? Is he outside the federal
gets to join
courthouse?
the party, I
He's
think,
in the
today,
car on the way.
Jason, you've been at the county courthouse, which has been fantastic for us. And thank you for all of those wonderful reports here on the live desk, because that is, of course, where everything went down. And the layout, the geography of that 6th floor has been so vital to this case, and specifically that private hallway and the possibility of Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney going down the stairs and evading the ICE agents that were in the hallway there on that 6th floor. But I understand you're actually headed downtown today, so you actually get to be around the action where this is actually taking place at the federal courthouse?
Yeah, so I was just in the federal courthouse, and now I'm out in the car here. But I was able to be in there for the closing arguments on behalf of the prosecution. So we saw the jury walk in, and they walk in. Everybody stands up in the courtroom, and there's very much a sense of somberness. I see, as they walk in, they're going to be the ones making this very important determination: guilty or not guilty. And you can see that somberness, the seriousness on their faces as they walk into their jury booth today.
What'd you make of that closing argument from the prosecution, since you actually got to hear it? I'm always curious. I think we're going to ask this to Jim Santel, the former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District, who's joining us in about 10 minutes or so, how you choose who delivers that, right? Because there are high-profile attorneys on both sides of these teams, the prosecution and the defense. Who gets that final say is fascinating to me. But how did it sound coming out of the mouth of Kelly Brown-Watzka?
Yeah, so she laid out the argument against Judge Dugan and said, she laid out the timeline again. She laid all of the different issues that would have to be in play for that judge to be guilty of the crime she's accused of. And she said she had a checklist, and she said, yeah, check 1, check 2, check 3. She has broken the law, and she should be found guilty. So the prosecution lays out that timeline. It says that when she found out that when Judge Dugan found there was ICE agents out in her hallway, she got another judge, as we heard from Judge Cervera, keep your robe on, and the prosecution said that was intended to be a show of force with those robes on in that public area where normally judges don't wear their robes in that public area. She talked about an escape route, and she had that picture up that she showed the jury and the people in the courtroom, the picture of that hallway, which once we get into the county courthouse, I'll show you that hallway. We've been showing it to you all week, but that is that non-public hallway. You have to have a key pass to get in there. You have to be either a member of the jury or a court worker, judge, staff member, whatever, to get into that non-public hallway. That non-public hallway has 2 entrances. Can you hand me this? Yeah, here we go. you guys know this because we showed it to you a lot, but there are those two entrances, two exits here. If I can just show it to you here. Oop, that's upside down.
No,
huh?
I think you're.
How about
there
that,
you go.
guys?
Yep.
Nothing to wake you up like an upside down picture. But so this is Judge Dugan's courtroom here, and this right here is the jury door. So the jury box is right here. The jury in the county courthouse would sit here, and this door here is used for the jury as well as for court personnel. This is that all important hallway that's the center of the allegations here. That hallway leads to the 6th floor where the ICE agents were, and then also has this back door into a public stairway down to the 5th floor. So the prosecution called this hallway the escape route. And so that was a picture that they showed to the jurors today. They said that she went one by one, systematically rounded up the ICE agents, federal agents from the FBI, DEA, CBD, rounded those agents up, sent them to the chief judge's office, which was down a corridor, double doors, glass door reception area. So they're out of the way. And then they say she rushed through the rest of the proceedings to get Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, the immigrant who was in her courtroom for facing charges of domestic abuse for beating up his roommates. She rushed through to get that person out of the courtroom. That is what the prosecution is saying. Why so concerned about how he exits? You know, we heard from the judges how busy from Judge Cervera about how busy those cases are up in that courtroom on the 6th floor. And so the prosecution said, why was she so concerned about how he exits? And there was a discussion about down the stairs. So busy.
Jason, if I could for just a moment, I want to point something, because as we're watching the defense argument, you mentioned the Judge Cervera's stuff, and they really have the government has relied heavily on Judge Cervera and the things she said about how she felt, about putting the robes on, about what she heard. And right now, Jason Luzak, the defense attorney, is really attacking the credibility of Judge Cervera. He's going
taking
after
apart a lot of her testimony
and trying to take it apart. One of the things he has said here is that, number one, he's saying that Judge Cervera says things happened that he says did not happen. For instance, one of the things he says that Judge Cervera claimed is that when they were in the hallway together, that she heard Judge Dugan say it has to be a judicial warrant, it has to be a judicial warrant, it has to be a judicial warrant. And he says it's clear watching the video that didn't happen.
Showing that video to the jury right now.
And you don't see her lips saying any of those things. The agents say she's angry. He says, I don't see it. She's being a judge. You don't see this anger. She's pointing the way to where they need to go. And he actually said something, I thought this was a pretty strong attack on Judge Cervera here.
Yeah.
He said she spent a lot of time with the government and became a friend of the government, essentially saying she's just one of them. You can't trust her. He didn't say those words. That's an interpretation I'm making. But the actual words are, she became a friend of the government.
And then follows up with, again, asking why she said it has to be a judicial warrant 3 times. If that is clear in the video, it did not happen. Saying, what is Judge Cervera's motivation? She's trying to save herself. So this is a defense attorney, right? Trying to poke holes and put that little bit of doubt into the juror's mind.
So the government has said essentially, they've framed it as Judge Cervera's the hero here, the unwitting person who was brought along and who is now saying, I never wanted it to go this way. It was all Judge Dugan. They're actually trying to turn the tables and say, nah, it was Judge Cervera all along. In fact, who did the public defender come in and say is the goated one now? They said it to Judge Cervera, not to Judge Dugan. That's the case that Jason Luzak is trying to make.
Jason Calvi, thank you so much for the insight, as you've given us great reporting throughout the week. We'll let you get back to it because we have to take another break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Up next, someone I know you and I have both been really excited to hear from today, especially of all days. That would be Jim Santel, the former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Wisconsin, has argued so many cases in the exact courtroom where closing arguments are happening right now, day 4 of the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. We will be back with much more after these 2 minutes here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Welcome back. It is 1 o'clock here on this Thursday afternoon. The closing arguments are underway in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. This is our Wisconsin Live Desk coverage. Judge on trial, Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson, myself, Carl Deffenbaugh, here with you for the next few hours. We've been here noon to 4 each and every day during this trial that has received such attention from all across the country, certainly here in Milwaukee. Such big names. Ted joked about the small walkie effect inside of that federal courthouse in
It's a who's
downtown
who down there,
Milwaukee.
that's for
Yeah,
sure,
that
yeah.
is for sure. Well, we are very honored to have someone that we have been very excited to talk to on today of all days.
Speaking of who's who.
Yes, indeed. That would be Jim Santel, the former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Wisconsin. You have provided such wonderful legal analysis for us throughout the week, and we are both really looking forward to this because this is it, right? These are closing arguments, both sides' final chance to lay out to those juries, try to sway a mind here or there, and we're getting, I would imagine you would agree, some really high-level lawyering happening downtown.
Absolutely. It started on Monday, continues right until this very moment, as you're saying, Carl. These are opportunities. This is closing argument, as you accurately said, unlike the opening statements, where simply sort of roadmaps for what the parties think is going to happen during the course of the trial. Now we've got these opportunities from both the prosecution, Kelly Watzka, an assistant United States attorney, Jason Luzak, who is the defense attorney, one of the members of that team, now arguing to the jury and telling them from their perspectives how they should synthesize, how they should make sense of what the evidence has shown to them, again, beginning Monday and through just this morning, and how you put that all into place. And so it truly is an opportunity for them to argue their cases almost in the literal sense of the word. Not surprisingly, already we've got a lot appropriately taken from exactly what we've heard in the recent days. We've got the prosecution talking again about the geography of what happened here. We're talking about where the arrest team was outside into the hallway, and then these restricted areas inside the chambers and the courtroom itself. Geography a lot. Huge amount Kelly is talking about intent. What was the purpose? What was the motive of this defendant? And she says that is shown by the stairs discussion, among the things, and this general sense of what she was doing physically. Jason already taking up that same argument. And interestingly, going down the road, too, of saying, remember how powerful the government is. That was one of his opening comments here. And that you, members of the jury, are your ultimate check on that, and inviting them to bring that sense of responsibility back into the jury deliberation room.
Before we talk about these closing arguments any further, I want to go back to what went by in the blink of an eye this morning, and that was the defense
Yes.
case. 4 witnesses in 45 minutes before we even got into our live stream, they were done. Of those 4 witnesses, they landed on one person who wasn't even there, who didn't see any of this. It was former Milwaukee mayor and U.S. ambassador to Luxembourg, Tom Barrett, now a retiree, and he talked about their 50-year history of knowing each other. He was a character witness. I'm curious what you make of the defense landing on Tom Barrett as its last witness, the last word to the jury before closing arguments.
Right. So former ambassador, former mayor, Tom Barrett, who talks about his lifelong familiarity with the judge, Judge Hannah Dugan, and her family, and says she's extremely honest. She'll tell you how she feels. This is, again, an appropriate part of the defense to humanize this person who is on trial for these very serious offenses, and to let the jury know, consistent with what the defense has always been arguing, that this is a human being who has brought to her role the sense of integrity that plainly he talked about implicitly, and wants to convey to the jury their final statement, if you will, from the defense, that what you have here is not just a jurist who is in a black robe calling balls and strikes, as our Chief Justice might say, but you've got a human being here who has lived in the community and who has that sense of humanity about her. It's not just pulling on the heartstrings, it's also humanizing this defendant. And so an appropriate final witness, even though, as you appropriately pointed out, Brian, it was not in the courtroom and not in the courthouse on April 18th, presumably knows nothing as a fact witness aside from what we know, but does know this defendant. That's the very nature of character evidence under the federal rules, state rules. You can present that. And again, it is a part of this attempt to give the jury an entire sense of this defendant, about whom they're going to be making this very, very important decision.
I think we want to have you kind of go through some of the main points that we noted that you certainly picked out of both of the closing arguments so far. But just to kind of wrap up the defense's stand and side on things, it seems like so much, Jim, that they have been focused on is the larger confusion, this question of policy,
Yes.
what was in place, what was not. And Brian, I think very, very correctly pointed out, they have stayed far away from that door and that hallway.
Yes.
What do you make of that as a job by the defense and what it could mean to the jury when it comes to what Hannah Dugan is actually on trial for, accused of doing? They're putting this into a much bigger scope versus whether or not there was actual intent in her actions that day.
You got it just right. And again, it's a good strategy for the defense because, again, when you look at those videos and see where the judge was, they can be interpreted in a way that's not especially helpful for the defense. You stay away from that. And what you do then is you call judges like Laura Gramling Perez and Katie Cagle, sitting judges right now who talked about these exchanges, emails back and forth in previous times and with the chief judge, Carl Ashley. And what is their point? What is the point of their testimony? It is to say, listen, we were all looking around to each other, talking to each other, trying to figure out what the best policy is here. Katie Cagle, Judge Cagle, sent an email around, said, hey, ICE is taking people in custody in public hallways. What should we be doing? And what does that support? It's exactly as you just said, Brian, which is this notion that there is confusion. It is the government's position, of course, there's clarity. And the law says you can't interfere with federal agents who are coming in to make a legitimate arrest. You can do some things about the circumstances of that, but that's the fundamental notion. Defense is saying through these witnesses in particular that at the same time that this is going on, all the judges, that's their implication, were unclear about what the policy was. Judge Laura Gramling Perez noting that, yes, indeed, the chief judge had authored something, wasn't a final policy. She was supporting that, recommending it. But again, establishing this notion that if we were not yet clear on how to handle this, how can you impute to this defendant clarity about what she should have done under these circumstances? It is the confusion argument, the lack of clarity argument, as opposed to what the government is saying, which is great clarity, great precision, rule of law, protocols, procedures, which is what we talked about on Tuesday, a very different approach to describing all of these circumstances.
When the rebuttal comes from the state, I would imagine they're going to bring it back to that phrase that's on a recording of Hannah Dugan saying down the stairs. Because for all of the confusion, we haven't heard from the defense an explanation for why she said down the stairs. Is that right?
All right, absolutely. Remember that Keith Alexander began his opening statement with one of the statements made by the judge. I suspect, Brian, you're absolutely right. If there's something you want to leave the jury with, again, the rebuttal, the last time that the lawyers will have an opportunity to address the jurors here, what you want to leave them with is some sense of exactly what it is this defendant said, and especially what she did. Don't be surprised if that stairway reference looms large in the rebuttal, whether it's by Kelly or Keith or Rick or someone there, about exactly what you should think about when you go back there, which is what is in the mind of this defendant at the time that she made these decisions. Again, a very brief period of time, as we talked before. What's going on in her mind? And how do you reveal that? You reveal that through her physical conduct, where she is, who she's engaging with. And then you do have some of her own words. And the prosecution plainly going to say, rely upon that. And rely upon that as the best reflection of what is going on in Hannah Dugan's mind at the time. It is, again, a compelling argument, whether the jury embraces that or goes with the Jason Luzak's alternative theories about what was really going on, and that there was confusion, and that this judge was not overstepping her bounds. She was doing what she needed to do. That's the debate that will happen now in that jury deliberation room just behind the courtroom itself.
Sounds like someone who's delivered a closing argument before.
Once or twice. I certainly want to ask you about the art of that from your long years as an attorney there. Let's get into some of the closing arguments now. So Kelly Brown-Watzka gives the closing argument for the federal government in this case. You mentioned a number of the opening salvos and lines that she had. Both of us noted this one, of course, saying the defendant is not on trial for her views on immigration. immigration policy, that instead she stepped outside of the law to help an individual evade arrest. And that has come up time and time again in this. Let's ask about Count 1 specifically and the way that the government worked through what that actually means, what they have to prove, and how they relayed that to the jury, what they believe shows that Judge Dugan is guilty of Count 1, and that's that evasion of arrest, a misdemeanor offense here.
Right. So we talked before about the necessity to give some definition to some of those things that are in the very statute, Carl, that you're identifying here. The judge will give more instruction on this, but Kelly does say, you know, what's a pending proceeding? Well, a pending proceeding involves immigration and it involves Mr. Flores-Ruiz. And so not that that's to be dismissed, the jury should take a look at that, but she said you don't need to be focused on that at all. Instead, focus on, again, what her intent was. She notes along the way, you do not have to be effective. You do not have to have accomplished it actually. If your intent is in fact to disrupt that proceeding, to obstruct justice, if you think about it more broadly, the intent is just to do that. Does not have to be a consummated or completely finished act. She makes that point as well. And again, she describes the specific physical things that happened. Where was the prosecution? Where was the arrest team? What was going on inside the courtroom? What about this hallway? She talks about the rush job of this proceeding in front of Judge Dugan herself. Again, all of that to suggest that this had to happen very quickly. All of these things had to be orchestrated, is what Kelly is saying, in order for this to happen, even if in the end there is not a result that has Mr. Flores-Ruiz escaping custody. That's not the point. To your other very good point, she says, you know what? We know that immigration is polarizing and very bright. I'm not a bit surprised coming from Kelly. Brilliant, actually, to say, you know what? You probably among the 13 of you, 12 of you ultimately have different views about immigration. You don't need to resolve those. And in fact, she is suggesting very implicitly that this is not even about immigration. This is about someone who's flouting the law. And that's the analysis that you should bring to this. That's what a good prosecutor does. And Kelly and Rick and Keith are all of those things.
Well, Jim, that's what I find so fascinating about this, though, because the judge, Judge Edelman, probably rightly so, said he wasn't going to allow any testimony about the politics of immigration enforcement. And yet you have the government saying this isn't about immigration, but the defense giving little nods, little tips of the cap. They're not saying it is, but their last witness was Tom Barrett, a Democrat. Some of the comments that were made in the beginning of Jason Luzak's closing argument had to do with sort of your responsibility to be a check on the overreach of government. They seem to be speaking toward that idea that you are the one who can stand in the way of the Trump administration here. Without saying it, that seems to be the hint. Is that still the underpinning of all of this, at least for the defense right now? They're trying to make it about politics because that may be the best defense. Did he freeze up? I thought maybe I thought I stumped the former U.S. attorney. Apparently, I did not. He froze up.
You just froze him right there. All right, great question. We'll set it up again with Jim Santel once we work through a couple of those technical difficulties. You know what? It's kind of a perfect time to take a break because we needed one to come up here in a couple minutes anyway. So let's do 2 minutes. We'll work out that Zoom connection. Technology, folks. It may be 2025, but we're covering a trial with no video or audio recording allowed inside. So it's a bit of a mix here. Hey, send us your questions if you have them. Of course, you can scan that QR code. 2 minutes. We'll be right back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, judge on trial. Moments ago, Brian Polson asked a question so good it broke the Zoom feed. Former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District.
Jim Santel said, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore.
All right, we think we have him back. There he is. Sorry about that, Jim.
Go.
It's the joys of technology, as we said. Brian, why don't you set it up?
I had to go research the answer, by the way. That's
perfect.
how good the question was, right?
Fantastic. Now I've forgotten what the question was.
It was about the political
question
background.
That's what it was. It was the question of, you have Tom Barrett as the last witness, which was about a character. He was a character witness, but we also know that he is a lifelong Democrat, and there's politics behind all of it. They ended on someone who is a politician. And then you also have Jason Luzak bringing up the part about how you have this responsibility to be a check on government overreach, which seems to be a hint at a check on the Trump administration. While the judge said no politics are going to be a part of this, it seems like politics are still a huge part.
It certainly does it not? And yet I'd offer that Jason is just within the line here. He's not talking about immigration, and he's not talking about the southwest border or policies on asylum, none of that, which plainly would have drawn the attention of the judge. But he does make passing reference to the fact that, hey, there was a time before these recent months, which we talked about on Tuesday, when you did not have this going on. And that, again, is a reference to prior administrations also enforcing or not enforcing immigration policies in the way that we have now. And yes, indeed, this is all about persuasion. It is inviting the jury to think about things not only related to the case itself, which of course is what the judge is going to ask them about, but also inviting them to use with their common sense. There probably will be an instruction from Judge Edelman asking them to apply their common sense, their natural sense of how things work in life. And again, implicitly, that opens this door to, what's going on in the world, and that this is about immigration in the end, even if we're not going to talk about it with that explicit a nature. You combine that with Ambassador Barrett's comment that you do have a judge here who's going to speak her mind, do what she feels is important. It kind of goes generally to that notion of spirited human being who happens to be a citizen, happens to be a judge. Don't penalize her because she may have a strong view. And also, if you want to bring some of this, hopefully not into the jury deliberation, but into your own analysis, if you want to put this in some context, yes, I invite you to think about a time before we were having daily news about immigration. It is a very narrow line to walk, but I think Jason is doing a good job of that in terms of depositing this without running afoul of the judge's prohibitions on talking about immigration.
Let me ask you this as well, Jim, because I think it's come up time and time again from the defense, but probably never more pointed as it has during this closing argument here. And that's a kind of two-pronged thing. Multiple people, yourself included, we've commented on it, Julius Kim and others, just how wild this case is to have a judge on trial and then to have people called to the witness stand like a fellow judge at the Milwaukee County Courthouse.
A chief judge, no less.
The chief judge of the Milwaukee County Courthouse.
Right.
These different people know each other. It seems like it's been not a walking on eggshells, but respect, politeness to the positions, to the fact that all these people need to work together theoretically after the fact as well, potentially. But today in the closing argument, we get from Jason Luzak, specifically, again, what I think they've tried to point out is the kind of absence of direction from the chief judge, that there was this discussion, it was only ever a draft policy, there was never declarative statements from that leadership position on what should happen in the Milwaukee County Courthouse in the lead up to this. And then perhaps even more so, this pointed attack from Luzak on Judge Cervera herself, Cristela Cervera, saying that she actually became a friend of the government and calling out some of her testimony that just doesn't line up with the video that we have. What do you make of that? The more kind of surrounding not direct attack on Judge Ashley there, or the lack thereof from his policy, and then the pointed attack at Judge Cervera as one of the key witnesses.
Right. I could not, you cannot overstate the point that you just made, Carl, which is the atypical nature of this. I happened to have been in that very county courthouse this morning in a hearing of my own, walking up and down, not those halls, but on the fourth floor with clients and appearing before one of the judges there. I knew I was going to be with you this afternoon. And again, I was focused on the hearing, but could not help think exactly what you're talking about. What an extraordinary circumstance this is. We've got a federal judge who's presiding over a federal criminal trial. The chief judge of the much related but different regime, obviously, the state court, Carl Ashley, is coming in. 2 more judges, sitting judges who are presiding these days. They're not expert witnesses in the sense of long retired and sage, wise counsel being given. They're talking about events related to this. They're coming in. And so, yes, your first point is a very good one, which is everybody wants to be respectful. Why? Because once again, you're playing to the jury. You don't want to come off as being disrespectful to anyone, and you want to appear to be very balanced. When it comes to Judge Cervera, however, what is defense counsel's role? Absolutely. She may, as we look back on this, have been one of the most, if not the most significant prosecution witness of all, as we talked about on Tuesday. She says to the jury that judges should not be involved in these kinds of things. That is as close a closing argument as you can get. And for that reason, while the government, including Kelly Watska and the others, have to embrace that and do embrace it and say, see, there is a judge who knows what she's talking about. She speaks for all of them, and she also condemns this for that very reason. While he needs to be respectful, this is not a judge, this is not a witness who you can simply treat with kid gloves here. You do have to try to explain to the jury why this particular witness is outside of the realm of the things that they should view as normal. You need to attack her, frankly, with a very small a. You need to be diplomatic, but she is the one who, again, if there is a tipping point on this, is going to be a large part, I think, of the jury deliberation here. Defense counsel, effective defense counsel, has to, again, address those problems with his case when you've got a colleague of your client who's coming in and specifically saying what she did was wrong. You've got to be able to push back on that and give the jury a reason to discard Judge Cervera's testimony without being disrespectful to the office. That's a difficult thing to do, but that's the assignment the defense counsel has.
Just to keep our viewers kind of up to date on what is happening as well, Jason Luzak continuing kind of on that thread in the moment right now, actually just brought back the fact that the government witness, Judge Cervera, warned her own sister about ICE agents being in the courthouse at the time. So we see this continuation. Yeah, Brian,
I also think that the sound, or not the soundbite, but the quote that really stood out to me from Jason Luzak talking about Judge Cervera was that she had spent so much time with the government on this case that she became a friend of the government. He's saying that about a sitting judge who is supposed to be impartial, and he's saying she's a friend of the government. That's a pretty strong statement.
Right. And frankly, Brian, it sort of goes back to your other comment about the low-level politicization with a small p, right? That if you are concerned about the government action here, again, Judge Edelman saying we're not talking about that, but if you are in the recesses of your brain, understand and place in context what Judge Cervera has said inside the government. This is someone who is supporting that kind of activity. And if you don't like the activity of the government, then you find a place to put Judge Cervera's testimony. It is a certain amount of linguistic and, yes, legal gymnastics to get there, but that's what good lawyers need to do. And I believe that that's exactly what the defense counsel is attempting to do right now. He's got an assignment, and he has got to defend every part of this case, including the witnesses who are not helpful to Judge Dugan.
You know so many of these people involved so well, and I know have great respect for them, both as lawyers, as orators, as the like. I'm curious, kind of big picture, when it comes to closing arguments here, because we didn't necessarily know going into the day who would be delivering that final statement from both sides. How much goes into that? The discussion of, okay, we have a strong legal team. Who's got the best shot? Who's the best in this environment? I'd even be curious, Brian and I both love to write our different stories here for Fox 6. How much is pre-written? How much is in the moment and feel and everything like that? Tell us about just the art of giving a closing argument.
Sure. And again, you go into a trial certainly with an outline of how you hope to argue the case. But it's just an outline, Brian and Carl. Why? Because the very best oral arguments, closing arguments, are the ones when you can pick up a piece of paper, as we're all doing, and say, let me explain to you, let me read to you exactly what Judge Cagle said to you just this morning, what Judge Ashley told you before, what Ambassador Barrett told you. And what you're doing there is you're filling in that outline. I have no doubt whatsoever, especially the defense, that anticipated, obviously, calling for witnesses and being done, that there was a lot of late night burning of the late oil, so to speak, last night on both sides. Especially, here's something else that you're not going to see, and we haven't chatted about yet. You anticipate all kinds of examinations and cross-examinations that you prepare for and never get to use because the trial does not go in that direction. There were, as late as yesterday at the close of proceedings, a pretty good sense from both sides about how this is going to play out and the order and structure of their closing arguments. But my guess is that as late as 10, 11, I think the defense arrested sometime in the 10 o'clock hour, you still had attorneys, I'm sure, Kelly Watska and her colleagues making notes, passing them back and forth, and adding in those interstitial pieces of the outline to make certain that when she stands up, she is accurately and compellingly describing her position. Jason obviously knew last night that what the defense case was going to be, but still, he is putting things together even after the judges and Ambassador Cagle and also the public defender spoke this morning. All of that, you insert at the last point, that once again is a sign of a good attorney. If you get up and make reference to things that never happen, or forget to underscore the important things we're talking about right here, the jury's going to say, why didn't Santel talk about that? Or why did he say that? I didn't remember that. So you've got to be very precise. You can gain great credibility, but you can also lose it if you're not organized in your closing argument.
So is it like the movies? Because in the movies, someone is in front of a mirror the night before, and they're trying to read it, and they're pretending, they're walking through it, and they're going, no, not like that, not like that. And they're is that what Kelly and Jason were doing last night in front of their mirrors, practicing this thing?
It could have been in front of mirrors, could have been in front of spouses. I'm sure the spouses of lawyers just love this, right? When they bring it home and, gosh, over breakfast, let me run this by you, right? That kind of thing happens.
You did fine, honey. You're fine. It'll be great.
You're good. It all sounds, I'm compelled to vote in your favor,
Could
right?
you wash the
Here's
dishes?
The other piece,
yeah.
Right? Not at all unusual even to do this in front of colleagues, right? Certainly an opening statement. What is it we want to highlight? How do you want to speak to that? But it's entirely possible that last night when Jason went back to the law firm and Kelly and Rick and others went back to, and Keith went back to the U.S. Attorney's Office, they may have also done a little bit of a run through with each other, not necessarily in the way that you practice and rehearse for theater, but recognizing the analogy to that tomorrow you're going to be doing a soliloquy, right? You're going to be standing up in front of that jury. You're going to be talking for 15, 20, 25, 30, 40 minutes. What is it you're going to say? Let's listen to how that's going to play out. And let's tell you what worked, what landed, and what didn't. All those things could be a part of their recent history.
Point out that rebuttal is now about to take, or is actually now taking place. The defense is done with its closing argument. The last words from Jason Luzak, at least based on the words I'm seeing on my screen, the transcription from Bill Miston in the courtroom, you have the absolute power to correct this unjust prosecution. It's your decision. Justice is in your hands. And now it is on to a rebuttal. We are going to take a break and come back here in a couple of minutes on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Jim, you're able to stick around a little bit longer, is that correct?
I am, absolutely.
Thank you, much appreciated. We'll be right back, 2 minutes. Back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, it is day 4 of Judge on Trial, our coverage of the federal trial against Judge Hannah Dugan, Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson. I'm Carl Deffenbaugh. We'll be joined again by Jim Santel just momentarily, but I think you pointed out rightly so. We should reset here for viewers who are just checking us out on a monumental day in this trial because of all that has happened and all that could happen still to come.
Well, we're here noon to 4 every day. We have this week, and so we've been talking about the state's case all week. 19 witnesses, 15 plus hours of testimony, and before we even got here on the live stream today, the defense was done. They had 4 witnesses in 45 minutes. The defendant did not testify, as we had said was predicted yesterday. Judge Hannah Dugan did not testify in her own defense, as is her right under the Constitution. But we get to closing arguments at 11:45, and now we've heard from both the prosecution and the defense, and now the prosecution has one more chance to rebut that. They get the extra chance because the government has the burden of proof. That's where we are right now.
Let's bring Jim back in because we do want to get to some of the comments right out of the gates from Richard Froling giving the rebuttal here. But first, a minor bone to pick. We were laughing about this in the commercial break there, Jim. I'm actually the spouse of a lawyer. You guys were talking about that earlier. I am a spouse of a lawyer. I never get to hear any of this. Now, she's not a criminal attorney, so she's not necessarily doing those, a few good men speeches.
Why?
Court.
She knows you write for a living, and she's like, I'm not taking this to him. He'll
funny.
edit, he'll criticize it.
Because I try to bring her the stuff that I do for a living, and she also wants no part of that.
But I have a question for Jim. We can stay light for a moment before we get serious again, and that is this. You have been, obviously, you have a decorated legal career, and I'm just wondering if you have any legal precedent out there that is yours, that is because of something you've done, that has resulted in some sort of legal clause that 1 week away from Christmas we would be able to call the Santel Clause. Is that out there?
So
I hear groans across southeastern Wisconsin.
Right, exactly. So I will tell you, this may not be completely responsive, and so if Judge Edelman were presiding over this wonderful interview, he would say, Mr. Santel, answer the question. But what comes to mind, Brian, is just this. You may know that I spent a couple of years in Iraq during the course of the war, and we had a great opportunity at that time. I was not in the military. I was a part of the Department of Justice, trying to recreate basically the rule of law system with judges and corrections officers and police. We had this great opportunity to sort of redefine and train judges in their system, very different. They don't have a jury system there at all. They're horrified, frankly, by what we describe to them in our system. It's all judge focused. And I will tell you that one of the things that came to mind when I think about this trial, other trials I have done, is the huge amount of responsibility that we place in judges, elected or appointed. And they're not only just presiding over trials, but making these all-important decisions about big evidentiary issues. We know that Judge Edelman also ruled on these huge motions early on, having to do with immunities and 10th Amendment. The great amount of power that these judges have, and maybe if it's nothing more as we go into an election year, I would offer to your listeners, your viewers, the notion that when it comes to voting for judges, it is important to think about the quality and the kind of judges you are placing on the bench. Federal system, where do judges come from? They're appointed by the president. The same sort of thing. We're not electing a president now for another 3 years or so. But think about where judges come from and focus in ways that regrettably we do not do in any state of this union in great detail, with the exception of our Supreme Court races here in Wisconsin. Focus upon who these people are. They run for office every 6 years, and make decisions based upon your informed information about who they are. That may not be responsive to your question at all, but it just came to mind as you identify the question, Brian.
Somewhere before he joins us later this afternoon, Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee is giving you a standing ovation right now on the power of politics and the importance of it throughout our great government here, for sure.
What was Mordecai's quote earlier this week? How excited he was to talk about things that everybody else would find probably incredibly boring, but it was just like, this is policy. Let's get into policy here. This was great stuff.
Well, Jim, even as we try to derail you, do a great job of bringing it back on track here with our discussion. And let's just go to that. The importance of this trial, not just for Hannah Dugan, the defendant on trial this week, but what it could mean here in Wisconsin, in the United States as well going forward, because we know this trial was so important and so much attention. It's the reason we have this extended coverage each and every day, because of the ramifications that could come with it, the implications when it comes to the power of the judiciary and what happens with immigration policy in this country under a new administration. What do you see as the lasting impact of this trial, no matter which way it goes?
We know that whatever happens here, maybe today, more likely maybe tomorrow, jury returns a verdict of not guilty, jury returns a verdict of guilty, huge headlines. And those are the superficial things, right? And we'll all be talking about that. And it's precisely the question, Carl, that you just asked. What are the long-term implications? Well, in part, it does establish some precedent. We know that there have been other judges in this nation who from time to time have been sued on the same basis. There was one on the East Coast. And it'll reignite, if you will, the debate about the authority of judges, what their necessary ambit of responsibility is. And it can even be described inside the courtroom, outside the courtroom. All of that, I think, is going to reignite this discussion of not only about what judges do, as I was just talking previously, but also what are the limits. And indeed, when it comes to something as arcane and wonky and down the rabbit hole as Mordecai Lee would also embrace, what is the 10th Amendment all about? This notion that you've got a federal government. There's that federal courthouse sitting there at 517 East Wisconsin Avenue. You drive 10 blocks west on Wisconsin Avenue, and you come basically to 9th Street, and you've got a state courthouse. We've got now the confluence of those two things, thinking about the roles and responsibilities of what a state judiciary does, what a federal judiciary does, what does a DA's office do, what does a U.S. Attorney's office do. My general response here is basically, I think, igniting some very good civics conversation about the role of government, how it's divided up. I think that will come of this. And inevitably, even though, again, not inside this trial, but it will implicate a lot of the politics on this. And regrettably, it's going to be about immigration. And that's going to be, I suspect, a lot of the spin. That's not a legal perspective. That's just a human being perspective as I see what's going on in the news. Undeniably, this particular case, who knows? It's entirely possible that our president may send some messages about what happens here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and that's no small thing.
To your point about the layers of the judiciary there, too, just going back to what's happened already today, the closing argument from Kelly Brown Watsko, we both noted this as a flamethrower of a line, saying Judge Dugan is a state court judge. She has no more authority about what federal officers do in a public place than you or I do. So all of those discussions are playing out in that federal courthouse downtown.
Right now, we are hearing, by the way, from it is this time it is Froling on rebuttal.
Yeah,
Richard Froling. But he is going over what he called distractions, red herrings in the defense's arguments, and he's going over them point by point. One, the confusion, the chaos. He says there was no confusion. ICE could operate in the public hallways. She knew it. He says she wasn't confused. She was frustrated. He talks about the ICE policies leading up to this, that the arrests had always been in the public hallways. There was one judge who mentioned someone being snatched from her gallery in the courtroom, and she said today that wasn't ICE. That was a totally different kind of case. He pointed out that some questions about should they or could they have arrested Eduardo Flores Ruiz earlier. He's saying that really had nothing to do with the facts of what happened here. And he's just going point by point and saying these things you just heard from the defense, what they've raised, that's not what it's about. He's trying, I guess, Jim, to bring it back to we've laid out the facts, we've laid out the evidence, focus on that, not these other things.
Right. And that's, again, I'm complimentary of everybody, all the lawyers, all the court staff, everybody involved in this. And Rick is doing an excellent job. That's the point of rebuttal. It is not to argue things anew that have not been presented in your principal argument. So what he's saying, members of the jury, you just heard from Attorney Luzak, and he outlined these 4, 5, 6 different things. Let me tell you what the responses to each one of those is. No confusion. Let's go back once again to what we talked about before, the precision and the protocols and the process. There was no confusion here. The notion, once again, as Kelly identified in her principal closing argument, no one is above the law. And that is also, again, I think, implicit in what we're hearing from Rick right now. And oh, by the way, should have, could have, might have, all those kinds of things. Interesting speculation, he's saying, members of the jury. But when you go back, when you take those 20 steps, go back into that jury deliberation, you shouldn't be talking about that because, as the judge will instruct you, You've got to decide based upon what happened and not what might have happened and options that may have been out there that were not taken. Yes, you can invoke those for purposes of imputing some sense of intent or purpose, but let's not go down an alternative Back to the Future type of a timeline. Let's talk about what did happen, and then coming back, I'm sure Rick is doing this even as we're speaking, talking about the fundamental facts of what happened and not reiterating what Kelly said, but responding again in point by point to what defense counsel has prompted everybody to think about. The idea is when you go back in there, make these things, Rick is saying, the focus of your conversation.
If you're just watching here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, this is former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District, Jim Santel, who's been so kind with the time this week, breaking down both sides of this argument here. I'd be curious, Jim, we're getting to the end here, right? We're seeing the rebuttal. After that, it will be jury instructions, and then it will be up to those 13 people, 12 ultimately deciding the fate of Judge Hannah Dugan. You spoke to the different attorneys and how you play out every possible scenario throughout the prep for the trial, during the week of the trial, maybe even last night into this morning during that final break. When it ends, when it goes to the jury, how often did you have a pretty good idea about which way they were going to come back? And how often is it, we did our job, who knows where it goes from here?
Right. We always say that when, again, defense counsel does it. We used to do it all the time. We are done. There's a certain just sense of relief because it is a high pressure matter, right? I've said this before. This is the single most significant thing a government can do, which is threaten your liberty by charging with a federal offense or a state offense. And when you go back, there's not a certain sense of relaxation, but you are completed. And to your very good point, Carl, there is a sense of, okay, we all do our things. We all do our roles. The judge does something, you do something, the witnesses do something. It's out of my hands now, and the jury now has to deliberate on it. So there's a certain relief from all of that going forward. Even at the same time, when you walk back from down that third floor there and you go over to the U.S. Attorney's office, which is on the opposite side of the building, same floor, right over there, actually up on the fifth floor rather than the third floor. Got to go up some stairs there. But the reality is that you usually have some fairly good sense about how the witnesses played out. If they have not done well and you think that the case is really very tenuous, you've got a pretty good feel for that. If they have done well, and this applies to the defense as well, if you think you presented a strong case, you know it. And that's not being arrogant as lawyers. It's just knowing the courtroom. Having said that, the final observation I will make is that I have had circumstances where, again, you think the case is strong, and the jury is out for 2 and 3 days and they come back hung, or they come back with a decision of finding the defendant not guilty. Again, it is an unpredictable process. And I always would tell both younger attorneys and even colleagues who are my age and older that this notion that you're quite certain we're going to get a verdict in this direction is simply predicting when you really don't know. All kinds of things can and do happen in that jury room. As we talked about before, we've got no eyes on what that is all about and who is taking the lead in arguments and who is the principal voice. And so it is unpredictable. And I will say that about this verdict as well. Anybody who tells you right now that they know what this jury is going to return and how strong or how weak a case is does not, with due respect, know what they're talking about. We'll wait to hear from the jury.
That kind of puts a little damper on the next question.
Because I just whispered to Brian, I was going to ask you to tell us which way are you leaning? What do you think it comes back on? But maybe you just answered that.
All right. I'll perhaps when we get together with our spouses and talk about being lawyers and those kinds of things, and the things we say around the breakfast table, then we can go back and recreate history. But again, I have never ever predicted and would certainly not do that. In this case, again, the other thing to note, this is not, and I don't mean in any way to diminish the significance of other trials in this one, this is not a case where you've got a bank robber who's on tape and you've got the money, or a drug case or a gun case where you've got the guns and you can show them and you've got. This is a matter where the attorneys are arguing about what was in Hannah Dugan's mind.
I was going to ask about that because I think that's the toughest case to prove is intent.
Right?
You've got to get inside someone's mind.
right? Much easier to say, well, Mr. Santel, when you came out of the bank with your mask on and a bag full of money and a gun in your hand, we really pretty much can impute your intent fairly clear. You intended to rob that bank and you did. This is not that case. You've got to be able to argue, again, as they are, from common sense, which is the instruction, your basic sense of how life works. You've got to, frankly, here's the other piece we talked about a little bit. Those jurors have been sitting there, and I know your staff has as well. We have not been. They're looking around the courtroom. They're watching Hannah Dugan as she responds to witnesses. The witnesses, they're watching them and their demeanor. Big things, small things get thrown into the mix here as they determine this ultimate issue about intent and what the purpose was. And again, we'll get some hints of that. If in fact they say, gee, we'd like some testimony reread, which they could do, about maybe from the judges, maybe from the initial agents. If you get that, you'll get some idea about maybe where they're going or what things they're talking about. But even there, I'll once again frustrate both of you and say, I've gotten questions in trials and you think, oh my goodness, they're focusing on the wrong thing, the right thing. And it comes back in just the opposite way. Why? Because juries do their jobs. And they may, in fact, you may have a jury that goes, because they know the significance of this, they may be going through all the jury instructions. We'll look at the elements of the offense. We want to make certain we have a checkbox. Who agrees that the government has proven these points? You can get a very methodical juror and a set of jurors who want to do this by the book and who are not going to simply vote right away and have a lot of discussion. You may get a jury that says, is anybody viewing this in any other different way? And you could get a very quick verdict, unpredictable once again.
All right. Jim Santel, former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Wisconsin. We really want to thank you for your time you spent with us all week long. And pretty soon, this thing's going to be heading to the jury. So,
which we should mention as well, just for our viewers quickly, Jim, you've been very gracious and said once we have a verdict, you'll come back and help us with that analysis as well. So appreciate your expertise. I would be honored to do so. This has been wonderful conversations all week. Quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We will keep our coverage, Judge on Trial, rolling right after this. Back on the Wisconsin Live Desk here, Carl Deffenbaugh with our Day 4 Judge on Trial coverage as the federal trial of Judge Hannah Dugan, which began 8 months ago to the day with the events of April 18th, 2025, is reaching its closing moments today. Closing arguments have already taken place. We are still getting the rebuttal from Richard Froling with the federal side of things, the government prosecutor, going through a number of the points that attorney Jason Luzak for the defense team for Judge Hannah Dugan made in his closing closing argument. So that rebuttal continues there from the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee. And we'll try to bring you some of those highlights here over the next few moments as we get you up to speed here. Just wanted to kind of rehash what has happened already today. So day 4 of the trial, we knew we was going to begin with the defense side of things. The first 3 days, the prosecution in this case called 19 different witnesses, included more than 15 hours of testimony. Many of the different law enforcement officials, the ICE agents, the FBI agents, ICE officers, I should say, who were part of that operation to arrest Eduardo Flores Ruiz back on April 18th, detailed the operation, the planning for it, what happened the morning of, and then how quickly, in their eyes, it blew apart once Judge Hannah Dugan entered that public hallway on the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse back in April and sent most of those agents to Chief Judge Carl Ashley's offices. So that was a lot of the testimony. We had a really compelling testimony from Judge Cristela Cervera, who's the other woman seen with Judge Dugan in this surveillance video from that hallway as well. And then today it switches. We get to hear from the defense side of things, who, after that lengthy prosecution case laid out over the previous 3 days, lasted all of 45 minutes. 4 different witnesses were called. 2 other judges, Milwaukee County Judge Katie Kegel, not someone who was in that building on that day. She operates out of the safety building, but spoke to some of the other arrests that she was aware of that had happened in her courtroom. She says she works in a high-level drug offenses. The cases that she hears most often are that level of case in the safety building there in Milwaukee, but spoke to some of the email chains that were going back and forth, examples of people being arrested, not necessarily immigration arrests. In fact, she said they were federal task force arrests, but still setting the scene for what was happening at the courthouse in those early months of 2025 and certainly in April of that year. And then we heard from Judge Laura Gramling Perez, who currently works in children's court, but previously was a court commissioner. A lot of that had to detail email chains back and forth between her different colleagues there at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Chief Judge Carl Ashley certainly in there. Judge Dugan involved in those email chains, including sending a reply email, Judge Dugan in this case, about some of the protocols. But Laura Gramling Perez herself had an email on April 4th, a reply to Chief Judge Carl Ashley saying that she strongly advised that they adopt a court-wide policy. And much of that witness for the defense was pointing out the lack of a policy, which has come up repeatedly, that there was a draft policy in place, and we heard that from Carl Ashley himself when he was on the witness stand earlier in this trial, but that there was not a formal policy in place, and that's what Judge Gramling Perez kept hitting in that testimony. We heard from a public defender, Maura Gingrich, who has already been seen in a number of the different surveillance videos that have been shown to the jurors, the woman in the mask who's seen taking a picture of the federal agents there that day to arrest Eduardo Flores Ruiz. She was asked by the defense attorneys why she took those pictures, because it was certainly noted by the law enforcement agents and officers there that day that someone was photographing them, that they were kind of sticking out in that 6th floor hallway. Maura Gingrich, the public defender, said that was to show managers that they could potentially, a supervisor could ask for guidance from Chief Judge Carl Ashley. And then the final witness, someone that we keep going back to, because certainly for us here in the news world and in the political world, he's one of the more notable names in Milwaukee over the last couple decades here in our city. That would be Tom Barrett, who kind of joked at the beginning. He is, quote, not currently employed, but of course has many references to the city of Milwaukee as the former mayor, ran for governor as a Democrat in this state unsuccessfully a couple times, served in the state legislature before that, and also most recently served as U.S. ambassador to Luxembourg under the Biden administration. Now, why is he part of this trial? Well, he has known Hannah Dugan for more than 50 years. When he was in high school, he became friends with Judge Dugan's older sister. They were over at the house with a series of other friends and family a number of times, saying that he's known Judge Dugan since she was 11 or 12 years old. And this was the main quote from him, saying that she is extremely honest, although the prosecution in a singular cross-examination question asked the simple question, was Tom Barrett there at the Milwaukee Courthouse on the day in question? No, he was not. So a character witness, just that. And then since then, Closing arguments began around 11:45 with Kelly Brown Watzka giving the closing argument for the government, followed by Jason Luzak. After Kelly Brown Watzka spoke for about 45 minutes, Jason Luzak gave the closing argument for the defense. And now we are in what has proved to be a lengthy rebuttal here from Richard Froling to Jason Luzak's closing argument, pointing out and came out really out of the gates with a strong line saying that Jason Luzak's closing argument amounted to testimony from attorney Luzak that was not evidence presented in this case, saying what you just heard was a series of red herrings, a series of distractions disguised as defenses. And then Richard Froling is going through point by point some of the key elements of Jason Luzak's closing argument and trying to pick them apart and show why either they are not relevant to the charges that Judge Hannah Dugan faces in this trial, the two different counts, or why they are not exactly how Jason Luzak presented them. So we are still getting this rebuttal. It's actually happening in the moment here. And so we'll try to keep you updated on what is exactly happening at the federal courthouse downtown, but wanted to get anyone just joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk up to speed on what has been a jam-packed day already. And we are not even 2 hours into our coverage here on the Live Desk. We'll be with you here until 4 o'clock. Of course, the news after that, if anything presents itself. Likely that the jury will get this case today. Will there be a verdict? Well, that's anyone's guess after that, however long the deliberations go. If you have a question, feel free to send it our way. The QR code there on your screen. Send it to us, fox6now.com. Another great option for you, too, if you want to follow along. And we'll be right back after this. Back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, it is 2 o'clock. We are rolling right along with Day 4 coverage of Judge on Trial, the federal case against Judge Hannah Dugan. The rebuttal from prosecutor Richard Froling continues. And Brian, I know you made quite a note of what was just said in court. So to remind our viewers, what we are getting is a document from our Bill Miston at the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee. No video, no audio recordings allowed inside. So unlike previous trials, we are getting a live transcription as opposed to the live feed of what is happening. But still, Bill, apparently an excellent typist. He paid attention to Mavis Beacon teaches typing class back in the day, because it is coming out fast and furious with the point that you wanted to make as well.
Well, I said it, I've been saying actually really all week long. The one thing that stood out to me is earlier in the week, the defense, and during opening statements, the defense made a point of saying the distance between Judge Dugan's double doors, the regular public entrance and exit to her courtroom, was only 12 feet or less away from the door that Eduardo Flores Ruiz ended up coming out.
The private hallway.
The private hallway, or the non-public hallway. And the defense was making the point that, what's the difference? It was barely 12 feet away. Yeah. What kind of concealment is that? And I said, I think it's a point in the opposite direction, because if it was just 12 feet away, then why did she send him down that hallway in the first place? And I wondered if the state was ever, or the government was ever going to bring that up. Well, they just did finally on rebuttal, as Richard Froling said, regarding the 11-foot, 10-inch difference between the two entrances or exits. He says, I didn't list that as a defense distraction. That's not a distraction. That proves her intent. If that is so close and doesn't matter with an agent to the left and an agent to the right, then why use that hallway in the first place? I'll tell you why, he says. It has the stairs. And it does come back for the government to the stairs, and that comment that Judge Dugan was heard making, that she was identified by her clerk as it being her voice, making on the audio recording, down the stairs.
I love the craftsmanship of the delivery of that, as well, as we're seeing here, because again, as we've noted in this rebuttal, he basically took the closing argument of Jason Luzak, turned it into what he says are a list of red herrings, series of distractions, and then goes through point by point all of those distractions. According to the document we're getting from Bill Miston here, 10 of those that he sees as distractions, not relevant, and then hammers home the point, 11 feet 10 inches, not a distraction, actually proving intent, which is the government's burden here in this trial.
We are hearing the closing arguments are now concluded. And a couple of the final lines we heard from Richard Froling in that rebuttal was, this isn't a referendum on ICE, it's about preserving the rule of law. And then he said, if judges can choose which laws to enforce or not to enforce, it's a very dangerous, very problematic, and frankly, very depressing state of affairs for all of us. That is Richard Froling representing the United States government, the prosecution against Judge Hannah Dugan. So, Judge Edelman, now reading jury instructions to those 12 jurors. Actually, they'll have to determine 13. They'll have to determine which of those 13 become the 12 that go into the room. There will be one that will be dismissed as the alternate who heard all of this, but won't be part of those deliberations.
2 o'clock on the dot. The case is now done. We have heard the arguments, we have heard the rebuttal, and now soon after the jury instructions, it will be in the hands of that jury. I know we have our Jason Calvi back with us. You've been all over the place in downtown Milwaukee today. Joined us earlier from outside of the federal courthouse where this trial is actually playing out, but you've become very familiar with that 6th-floor hallway of the Milwaukee County Courthouse where the actual events that are in dispute played out April 18th, 8 months to the day to today, where we are discussing this, Jason. Why don't we just start with what Brian was just pointing out there, the 11 feet, 10 inches, because again, the hardest part about this trial for us has been to make sure our viewers understand the logistics, the geography, where all the key players were. Yeah. Helps to have a map, helps even more to have someone actually in that hallway. So can you take us through where you are and how best you can kind of showcase some of the key parts of that hallway?
Yeah, so you talked about the 11 feet, so I guess impromptu here, I'm just going to go for a little field trip.
Your photographer loves us this week, I'm sure.
Is it Mike Pasuik?
I think he can stay on the tripod. Let's stay on the tripod.
Okay, he just gets
We're going to stay on the tripod
time.
for this one. Yeah, just use the Zoom. I mean, it's technology. Let's use it, right, to our advantage. I did have a map. I had a visual aid, and security today told me I couldn't bring it in. I had brought it in several days. They said the only thing you can bring in is something the size of one sheet of paper. The visual aid is a little bit longer than a traditional piece of paper. So Judge Dugan's courtroom right here. This is the main entrance, main exit. And then that non-public hallway right here. Was that 11 feet? I guess so, about 11 feet. I think when I counted it, it was, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, about 11 feet, right? 11 and a half feet to that non-public hallway. Eduardo Flores Ruiz came out of that non-public hallway on April 18th. The prosecution says that Judge Hannah Dugan rounded up all of the ICE agents who were in this hallway, particularly some of them sitting down on that bench there. Others were in the hallway as well, and she looked for all of them, tried to find them, and then as they said that as she approached each one of them, she sent each of them down to the chief judge's office, which is at the end of this hallway. Double set. There's people walking through the hallway, so you might not be able to see it right now, but there's a double set of doors down there, and through the doors is a hallway. Then there's another glass door, and then the reception area for Chief Judge Carl Ashley. According to the prosecution. She rounded up all those federal agents and sent them to the chief judge's office. There was actually one federal agent who was seated on the floor by the garbage cans down the hall, which you can't see right now. There's people blocking it. But that person was kind of blended in and wasn't sent down to the chief judge's office. So again, this is what the prosecution is saying, that there's intent here, that she sent the people away and then just really sped through the process of getting Eduardo Flores Ruiz out of the courtroom through that back door, through that non-public hallway. So that's the central part of what you're hearing from the prosecution, and we're also hearing from the defense about those issues you guys were just talking about.
Yeah, so right now, Judge Lynn Edelman, who is the federal judge who oversees this trial, I know we're throwing a lot of judge names at people throughout the week, both ones on the witness stand, the one who is accused of these crimes, and then Judge Lynn Edelman is the one overseeing this. He is now reading the jury instructions to those members of the jury who will ultimately decide the fate. So things are moving, things are happening here at the federal courthouse. Jason, I know we've had you say this before, but just again, for the benefit of viewers who may not have been watching nonstop, although we certainly appreciate people who have been necessarily eating up all of this. The staircase in question, that's actually, you can access that staircase in that same hallway, but there's a second door, and that's the one in question that comes to the kind of hammer quote we keep hearing the prosecution go back to, down the stairs from Judge Dugan.
The stairs down to the 5th floor. You showed us
Yeah,
that
actually,
on Monday, right? You walked us down and showed us how that leads to, and that really is the key to this, the fact that if they had taken the stairs, the ICE agents never would have seen him.
Yeah.
I'd like to see if I can dial up the Zoom, guys, so that then I can give you guys that walk and talk field trip. So I am dialing in to the Zoom right now. Mike, you ready to do a walk? Okay, guys, we're going to do a walk
Mike's up
without
for
the Zoom.
anything.
We're going to do
I
this
love
on camera. So just give us a second. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a second
sounds
as we
good.
just
We'll
move
let him
our.
get
These are
situated
music
here.
stands. We've been using these music stands. They're network photojournalists use these all the time because they're great for live shots. You can put your computer right there, you can put your stuff there, your phone, etc. And they're really sturdy. They're easy to move. So let me move those music stands out of the way.
While you're doing that,
Move some
Jason,
of
go
our
ahead.
bags out of the
While
way.
you're moving, I just want to point out something. I'm just curious to find out later. They wouldn't let him bring his map into the courthouse.
Is odd.
But you can bring a television camera.
Yeah. A
And-
tripod,
and
certainly bigger than a piece of
attorneys
paper.
bring exhibits for trial. That was just a weird one to me. That you can't have something bigger than a piece of paper. This is a new one to me. Anyway,
Like, did it need to be folded?
I have
I
some
don't know.
speculation about that, guys. My speculation is that potentially they don't want people bringing in protest signs. That's just my speculation. I did not hear that from anybody. But because if you limit it to the size of a paper, you're less likely to hold up a piece of paper and protest. But if somebody brings in a big sign, at least they have that blanket
You can design
statement.
a sign
You know what I
at the
hate to-
game, but you can't necessarily bring a whole poster board in.
You know what I hate to bring up, but I'm going to bring up.
Right,
Is
exactly.
I wonder if maybe the chief judge has a policy on that one.
Is it a draft or is it a formal
All right,
policy?
we should probably not. But
Okay.
I've never heard of that before, so that's a new one to me. Anyway.
That was new to us because, again, we brought the stuff in yesterday, and then today a different entrance, a different security guard said you can't bring it. She actually called her supervisor over, and the supervisor said, yeah, it has to be the size of a paper. This is too big.
All right.
So
All
there
right,
you
let's
go.
get us back on
no
track.
one
for me.
No
New one
visual
for me.
aid.
So you are
But
just...
we have the great visual aid of the actual hallway.
Yes, please, take it away. I'll stop stepping on your toes here.
And everybody listening at home, they're like, why are these guys talking over each other? There's like a 2-second delay. It's really annoying. It's annoying for us. It's annoying for you listening at home. But that's why we're talking. We don't normally interrupt each other so much, but it's just that delay kind of interrupts when you're stopping and then the other guy jumps in. So that's kind of what's going on behind the scenes here.
I'll do that one more time, and I'll jump in and say shout out to your photographer, Mike, who is replying to Brian's messages in our inter-office Slack while apparently also manning a camera and getting Jason on screen. This is incredible
That's great
from our
stuff.
guy, Mike.
Oh, man.
Okay, so we're talking about this crucial non-public hallway. If you look here, this is that what the prosecutors say was the escape route for Eduardo Flores Ruiz, which again is about 11 feet away from the main entrance of Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom. So that's the main entrance. This is the non-public hallway, the doorway that Eduardo Flores Ruiz came out of on April 18th. You can see this is for the jury, it's for court staff, deputies, judges, clerks. Those people use this door, and look at this, you need a keypad to even get into that particular hallway. So that's the non-public hallway. It has 2 exits. This is exit number 1. That's the one Eduardo Flores Ruiz used on April 18th. But there was discussion about a second doorway through that non-public hallway. This is that second doorway here. From the non-public hallway, it exits into this public area here, and we got time, so let's just do it. This stairway leads you all the way down. See that marble square down there? That's the 5th floor of this courthouse. And through that non-public hallway to this public stairway, you can easily get down to the 5th floor. There was discussion, as you guys have been talking about in the testimony, from the digital recorder down the stairs. So you guys want to talk about that a little bit as I walk up these steps?
Yeah, I was glad you set that up, because I was just going back in our notes here to the verbiage of the closing arguments today. And again, this is the last chance from both sides to make their case to the jury. We know it's going to go to the jury really any moment now. Kelly Brown-Watzka, the assistant U.S. attorney on the prosecution side of it, spoke to those stairs specifically in her closing argument, saying that Judge Dugan intended to get Eduardo Flores Ruiz out of there fast. How is she going to do that? Sneak him out the back door and through the restricted hallway and down the stairs. And this was kind of a line both you and I pointed to, Brian. No way to spin down the stairs, which are some of the few words we've heard Judge Dugan say, right? The only thing that we have heard from Judge Dugan comes in audio recording, but you do hear her say down the stairs.
And that was Kelly Watzka who said no way to spin it,
No way
right?
to spin it, yeah. So these stairs and that entrance out of that hallway, certainly pertinent to it. Now, there's a counter from the defense attorney that I want to get to as well, but Jason, why don't you take it away, your response to that, while I find that point of the closing arguments as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing up, the defense is bringing up the idea of reasonable doubts, and they said, they tried to punch holes in the prosecution's argument. I know you're going to find some quotes there from what came out of the courtroom today during the closing arguments for the defense of Judge Hannah Dugan. But this is going to be one of those questions that the jurors are going to be looking at as they go into that jury room and decide amongst themselves and deliberate and try to figure out guilty or not guilty. And what the prosecution said in one of their closing arguments that they mentioned, they said, you guys as the jury have the ability to listen back to that audio. You can put headphones on, you can ask for headphones so that you can clearly hear what that digital audio recorder captured inside of the courtroom. They said that is the best evidence. The most solid evidence is listening to it yourself, that physical evidence of the recording of the surveillance video that has been played again and again during this trial that started on Monday.
So that point that I was trying to find here came from Jason Luzak. You know, so much discussion even just in the last 15 minutes or so of the 11 feet 10 inches. And for you, Brian, you're kind of seeing it as actually a great point for the prosecution side of things, that, like, look, if it actually isn't that big a deal, why'd you even go down that hallway in the first place?
You know what's really interesting? While Jason was navigating his way up and down those steps, I looked at today's notes from Bill Miston, the closing arguments, and also the defense testimony. So this includes the defense's entire 45-minute case presented today, the closing arguments from both sides, the rebuttal. There were 8 mentions of the word stairs in Bill's notes. All of them came from the government. The defense did not one time use the word stairs. Clearly, they are staying as far away from that staircase that Jason is on right now as they possibly can.
Well, to a point, there was one moment in Jason Luzak's cross-examination, maybe not stairs exactly, but I thought this was at least interesting. Maybe it doesn't convince a jury, but at least interesting. He basically said the government can't have it both ways. They're saying that Judge Dugan is this person who's scheming, and yet she can't complete the act when she's in the private hallway, and yet Eduardo Flores Ruiz goes out the wrong door. I think the point there from Jason Luzak is, okay, if they're in the private hallway, why isn't she walking them down and saying,
why didn't she go another 20 steps?
Exactly.
Yeah, why didn't she?
Which is not a bad argument.
And what's interesting is you had Joan Butts, who was the court reporter, who said, I'll show them. I'll take them down there. Do you want me to do it? I don't think they know which way to go. And Judge Dugan says, I'll get the heat, meaning I'll do it. So you do have to wonder, why didn't she go down the hall and go, this door, don't go that way? And that's what Jason Luzak is getting at.
And maybe it's the fluster of the day. She's trying to move cases around and get back into her courtroom, keep things moving. But I don't know.
Was it a mistake on her part that she thought they'll just know?
They'll figure it out.
But considering her own court reporter said, I don't know that they know which way to go. And she says, okay, I'll show them. Why didn't she then show them? But he never uses the word. I just think it's interesting. Words matter. And in trying to leave an impression in the jury's mind, the state or the government, the federal government, used the word stairs 8 times today. At least according to Bill's notes.
Yeah.
And the defense didn't use the word stairs once.
Notable.
I just think that's fascinating.
Yeah. Jason, I'm curious. You got to listen to some of it today. You've been following along with us as well. Everything we said yesterday or a few days ago with Mordecai Lee, all of this is such a Rorschach test. Any impression on your side? Who had the stronger argument this week? Who made the more compelling case?
Ooh. I don't want to get ahead of that jury.
Yeah.
I would not want to bet on that one way or the other, but I can tell you it was a very serious experience to be in that courtroom and see those jurors walk into their box and knowing that in a few hours they would have this case. And as they walked in this morning, they knew a few hours away they might potentially be hearing and deciding and deliberating what exactly happened. And they heard compelling, you're talking about hearing from some of the best attorneys in the whole state of Wisconsin, and particularly the city of Milwaukee, arguing this case for and against, guilty and not guilty. And now they are going to be wrestling with those major issues. Is there reasonable doubt here? Or is the government correct that she acted inappropriately? The issue of ICE, you talked about the national implications here. Both sides brought up what was going on at the national stage. You've seen reports out of Chicago and other states where you had pictures maybe on the news of different federal agents maybe shooting tear gas at protesters regarding this immigration issue, or you may have seen people being detained sometimes in a situation where it perceived to be masked people. So they talked about that. The prosecution and the defense talked about that in their closing arguments today. For the prosecution, it was you should not be taking anything that any facts from outside of what was presented in this trial should not be swaying your opinions about what's going on. You're only to be looking, the prosecution says, only looking at what was presented during this trial. So if you may have seen some images of ICE or federal agents shooting tear gas at people, that should not be part of your calculus as you're deciding Judge Hannah Dugan's fate. And you saw for the defense, they did bring up some of those national issues as well, guys.
Yeah, certainly. A couple of the lines there, and I know we have to take a break here in a moment, on the prosecution side saying Judge Dugan is not on trial for her views on immigration policy. She stepped outside of the law to help an individual evade arrest. And then on the defense side of it, Jason Luzak delivering that opening salvo that basically the jury, the power of the government, the jury has that ultimate power to counter the government.
They followed that up with a line that really stood out to me from the defense, which is, you are the ultimate check on government overreach. You are the ultimate check on government's power. He didn't say the Trump administration, but we heard from Jim Santelli that may have been as close as he could come to the line without saying so.
All right, quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We are rolling once again on this Thursday afternoon. It's 2:18. We'll keep our coverage of Judge on Trial going. Special coverage here on the Live Desk is back in 2 minutes. Thank you. I found Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Judge on trial here on this Thursday afternoon. We keep rolling. I was going to have some fun, but you changed out your coffee mug. Oh, well.
It's a different coffee mug, but I do have water in it now.
I was going to point out.
Getting a little
fair enough. How FOX 6 investigator Brian Polson drinks from a mug, declaring himself, rightly so, a former Edward R. Murrow
that's on
winner.
The other one. Yeah,
that's sitting there.
Right.
And I just have a Baja Blast-looking cup from the Wisconsin State Fair when I lost the cream puff eating contest.
Let's just say
it's not even a winning cup.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Open Record, our podcast, which we've had now for 5 or 6 years. And when we won, it was a National Murrow Award. I've never won anything like that before. And when that happened, the first thing I said is, let's get that on a coffee mug, so it'll forever be emblazoned on something. So anyway, there it is.
You drink more coffee than most people I know, so that was
probably
good.
True.
Your first thing was that. Hey, while we're on the topic of food and drink and all the like, it wouldn't be coverage here on the Wisconsin Live Desk if we didn't bring in our Ted Perry for a daily update on his food consumption and food preparation techniques there at the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee. If there's even space amid all the different exhibits and sketches that you have there, Ted.
Well, if we're talking about the awards we're most proud of, you guys are all Murrow winners. 7th grade Defensive Player of the Year, St. Francis Xavier basketball. I'll hang that one.
So not much of a shooter is what we're hearing.
But do you have that on a coffee mug? That's the question.
I don't, but I might get a Christmas present for myself. As far as the update, it's kind of funny you asked. It's a warmer day, so the heat was off, but now it's cooling, so it's heated up. And look, I created a trend. Photojournalist Jared Harrington brought his lunch in tinfoil today and had it up there as well. But you see it's empty. He panicked. He didn't wait for the radiators to go back on. So he missed out. He had a cold sandwich. I feel bad for him. Patience. You got to wait these things out.
Is the health department going to show up because this has now become a stove?
They might. But I got to tell you, the security people here, who are top-notch professional, told them what I was doing and that it's been working, and they're like, "Why have we never thought of that? That's kind of smart." So, and now I got copycats.
Ted Perry, trendsetter.
If you will.
That's what we always say it.
Trendsetter.
All right, let's get things back on track for our viewers out there.
I brought up the Defensive Player of the Year because I want to talk about the defense here and what Jason Luzak did today and got up and just kind of. His job is to sow a little seed of doubt here and here and here and here and here. And that's what he tried to do in his closing. And as he was wrapping up closing, basically saying to jurors, look, you're in charge here. We're going to honor your verdict one way or another. But I want you to ask yourself as you go into this jury room, were these ICE arrests at the courthouse routine? I think we established that they were not, that there was a confusion about what the policy is or should be, although there's no official policy. Were they, meaning the government, prosecutors, were they being honest with you? Judges were worried about how disruptive ICE agents could be. If these were so routine, why did judges, this was a really good point, I thought, if this was so routine, then why did Judge Cervera warn her sister, who was an attorney, that ICE was in the courthouse? Can you be sure the government case isn't coming from above? And this goes back to something Brian was saying before. This is where the politics of it all enters in, right? And I heard you guys talking about this before you went to break, about how close he came to saying, the Trump administration without saying the Trump administration. So, Brian, you talked earlier about the politics of it all, and I think Luzak kind of went as far as he could in closing statements to say, you're in charge. If you think what's happening in this country right now is too much, then this is your chance to have a say in it.
Jim Santel spoke to that as well, Ted, while you were listening in. Walking up to that line, but not quite crossing it, and that's a kind of artful display there by Jason Luzak.
Jason, it's not like
and to which I like and so this the way this works for people. The government goes first, and then the defense, and then the government gets to go a second time. And it was Frailing with the rebuttal, who once again said the same thing. That U.S. Attorney Kelly Watzka said in her closing argument. This is not about politics. We don't care what you think. What any of you think about ICE doesn't matter. This is about a rogue judge, a judge who decided to take the law into her own hands and interpret things the way she wanted it, the way she felt her political belongings leaned, and what she thought was right, despite the fact that it had been discussed and there was a policy being formed.
What did you think of the rebuttal, Ted, from Richard Froling as well? Because as we were following along with the closing argument from Jason Luzak, and as you have spoken to, he's a great orator, delivers a speech well, and it sounds like did a great job of his job there today to sow those seeds of doubt. I thought, at least from reading, I'm curious what it sounded like, the counter from Richard Froling came out quite strong, quite direct, and finished with that strong counterpunch as well that Brian pointed out, about 11 feet 10 inches. If it wasn't such a big deal, why were you even in that hallway in the first place? And the defense never really wanted to touch that.
Yeah, you know, you guys like the sports metaphor, so I'm going to give you that. If the opening prosecutor in her statements, if she was Gretzky, then Froling was kind of the guy brought in to protect Gretzky, right? If Luzak went after the government's case in a tone that was a bit dismissive, in a tone that was a little mocking at times, and Froling this matched him snark for snark on that. So what you read the transcript, but it sounded exactly like you think it might sound, like, oh boy, here we go, you know? And he went through it point by point, countering everything Luzak had to say, starting with, you know, she told ICE to clear the hallway. The draft policy was not in effect. She commandeered Judge Severa, who wanted no part of it. Boom, 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 went over their case, just as the opening prosecutor did earlier this afternoon. So, or I should say late this morning, now into the afternoon. So backing up what she said, but doing it with a little more elbow, if you will.
Interesting. There's so much to dive into here, Ted, so I'm trying to pick where you want to go. Anything stand out for you, Brian?
Here's what I want. I just want to update on what we're hearing from the courthouse right now, because Judge Edelman is done with his jury instructions. The jury has now left the courtroom to begin deliberating. It was a white male in his 40s who was just excused as the alternate. So there are 12 remaining. They have gone to, we are left with 7 men, 5 women who are now going in to deliberate. So now the waiting game begins. One thing we do know, if you're wondering what happens, how soon could this happen, Judge Edelman said the attorneys can be 15 to 20 minutes away at the most in case of a verdict. So if you have an office nearby, fine. Don't go out to Waukesha, Brookfield, or somewhere else where it's going to take a half hour to get back in here. They can go grab some lunch, whatever it might be, but be close just in case. So
this is the question just right off of that, because we had the one juror on day one of the trial before it even technically began on Monday morning who dropped out because of illness, wasn't there. Do we know that that was a male or a female juror?
It would have been male, because there were originally 9 men, 5 women. We left with 5 women who are still on the 12-member jury.
So we do know that.
Now
Gotcha.
7 male, 5 female. That's what we know.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Yep.
And actually, I'm looking at the time on the clock. I know we're going to have to take breaks, and Delaney will be in my ear any moment. Why don't we take a break? We're going to come back with more from Ted Perry out of the federal courthouse. You are watching the Wisconsin Live Desk, our coverage of the trial of Hannah Dugan. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is 2:30 here on this Thursday afternoon. Brian Polson doing what he does best, working on a little investigative journalism over there for us.
Just keeping an eye on some things, that's all.
Yeah, just keeping an eye, as are we, tracking along with the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan here on this Thursday afternoon. We know this, just 6 minutes ago, 2:25 this afternoon, the jury began deliberation. So we have gone through a lot already today. We had the defense's entire case in about 45 minutes this morning with 4 different witnesses called. And then we had closing arguments starting just before noon with the prosecution going first, the defense's counter, and then a final rebuttal from the federal government before, again, 2:25, the jury out of the box. Deliberations have begun with those 12 jurors about to decide the fate of Judge Hannah Dugan. How long that will take, that is anyone's guess, and we heard that from Jim Santel, the former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District, who said anyone who tries to put a number or put a guess on how long it takes for a jury to come to a discussion, well, they're kind of out of their mind.
By the way, Ted Perry asked a good question in our internal communications channel, which is when one of these jurors, the 13, was excused, was there some reason for that? It is a random process, and every court has sort of their own way of doing that, drawing lots, bingo balls, whatever it might be. But whoever this person who was excused, it wasn't because of something they said or did or some other reason. It was simply a random act, and that's intentional.
Ted, I did have a question for you again, because as we've relayed to people, we are getting a lot of this information through a document. It's a live document. Bill Miston is typing furiously, keeping us updated on all the different testimony and the deliveries from the attorneys inside of the courtroom. But again, you've been able to listen to most of this. You were with us earlier, went up to listen to the end of Jason Luzak's closing argument for the defense. Did you get up there in time for specifically the moments where he kind of went on the attack at Judge Cristela Cervera, who earlier today we were talking about one of the key witnesses for the prosecution, one of the star witnesses, so to speak, earlier this year, because she was such a counter to the actions of Judge Dugan on that day. We didn't necessarily get a lot of this in the cross-examination of Judge Crivella when she was on the witness stand, but now from Jason Luzak today, we got pointed criticism, almost going so far as to say, what was the line? Became a friend of the government.
Yeah, the Judge Cervera had spent so much time with the U.S. Attorney's Office that she'd become a friend of the government.
How did that sound in its delivery from Attorney Luzak there? Because it certainly sounded pointed from our standpoint reading it.
I'm not going to imitate him because that would be wrong, but there was that inflection in the voice where he talks about that very thing and her being a key witness and saying that statement about it's not a job of a judge to help a defendant evade police. And then he said, almost incredulous, if you will, what was her motivation? It makes no sense. To act like this is some damning piece of evidence is just wrong, he's quoting. And then he goes after the agents as well, picking apart this, little discrepancies in their testimony. Remember, his job here, sow a seed of doubt here, another one here, another one here. Just enough to get beyond that reasonable doubt, right? And he goes and he talks about one of the agents, Zura, who testified that when he was in the chief judge's area, the office area, and another agent came up, Ayers, who was not sent down there by Judge Dugan, but just came down to see what was going on. And he said, did the judge send you down here? And Ayers said no. To which Zura said, well, then get your ass out there immediately in case this guy comes out. Well, Jason Luzak pointed out that was just a lie. He didn't say that. Even Ayers testified in court yesterday that he never said that. So if you can sow a little bit of doubt here on this agent and a little more on this one and a little more about why would the judge say that, it's all he needs. All he needs to do is convince one juror that there's enough doubt here in the way the government made its case. So that's what he was doing. And he was doing it with a little bit of sarcasm, a lot of snark, and just going over bits by bits of the information. Key line here, if you don't trust the evidence the government is putting forward, then that is just another reasonable doubt. So that's the game plan here. That was the game plan. He never addressed it. I heard you guys talking just as I was getting mic'd up here. And you bring up a great point. The stairs, the stairs, the stairs. It was one of the final things that the prosecution said as they were going through point by point by point, naming all the things that they made their statement is point 9 out of 10 was take the stairs. You clearly heard it was Judge Dugan who said that. It doesn't matter that they didn't end up taking the stairs. The intent to evade authorities was there. So while the defense never mentioned the stairs, because they don't have an answer for it, frankly. There's no answer for why Dugan said take the stairs. So Luzak didn't go anywhere near it. But the government sure did in their opening closing arguments and on the rebuttal side, too.
I guess that's one of my questions, too, that we asked Jim Santel. We have Mordecai Lee actually standing by, getting a microphone on right now. We'll try to ask him as well. The defense is doing its job, right? Sowing confusion, sowing doubt into the minds of a jury. But at its core, this comes down to that intent and that question of not whether or not the draft policy should have been in place at the time, whether or not Judge Dugan was acting in a certain way. It specifically gets back to that doorway, that hallway, and what could have happened versus what did happen. Do you think there's any counter from the defense for that, or was it just trying to kind of like distract?
Well, that is what the government is saying. This was not so much this was not a defense. It was distractions disguised as a defense. Basically, he was saying, don't fall for any of this. And I'm going to go through the points again. That's the benefit of going first and last, is you get to make the first impression and the last impression here, because you're the one who has to make the case. Again, this is on prosecutors to make the case. It's not on the defense to prove that she's innocent. It's on prosecutors to convince jurors that she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And what Luzak was trying to do was put a little doubt anywhere he could pepper it in, and he tried to pepper it in all through the main course.
You know, I was looking at Jason Luzak's closing arguments and that Judge Cervera portion in particular, where he's really trying to pick apart her testimony. Some of the things he said that stood out to me where he's really trying to kind of pin what happened here more on her than on Judge Dugan. And one of the things is and also question the credibility of her testimony. One is he says, who were the public defenders saying you're the goat to, or you're goated now? It wasn't to Dugan, it was to you, Judge Cervera. And they also said, you can watch the video. Jason Luzak said, you can watch the video. Judge Cervera says that Judge Dugan said it has to be a judicial warrant. It has to be a judicial warrant. It has to be a judicial warrant 3 times. He says, watch the video. You can see that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And finally, he says the agents describe her as angry. Look at the video. I don't see it. She's pointing. She's
Stern,
being a judge.
firm, being a judge, but not
she doesn't
necessarily
appear to be angry.
Yeah.
So he seems to be suggesting that if you're taking her at her word, well, some of her words aren't matching with what we see.
Yeah, but I think she came off Cervera as a pretty sympathetic witness. I do, in my opinion. So I'm wondering how that's going to play attacking her. He also went after Assistant District Attorney Melissa Buss and was again incredulous. She talks about, well, circuit court is chaotic, or he was saying circuit court is chaotic. It's not nice and fancy like it is here, but there are microphones all over. And she alleges she didn't hear that this case had been taken, the Eduardo Flores Ruiz case had been taken off the record. She claims she didn't hear it. And again, he brings that up. How could she possibly not hear it? And he said, then he really kind of went on the offensive without the, shall I say, evidence to back it up, when he alleges the audio played as evidence was manipulated. Something they never brought up. They never got an expert in there. They never got an audio expert on the stand to say, does this match up? And so he starts to try to sow these little seeds of doubt, to which prosecutors come back on their final thing and say, yeah, that was a lot of distractions. That was not a defense.
We have a number of different voices about to join the conversation here because there's so much to digest from this day at the federal building in downtown Milwaukee. The defense argument, closing arguments, the rebuttal from the prosecution, and now this is all in the hands of the jury. 7 men and 5 women. Ted sticking around. We have Mordecai Lee, who just entered the studio, as well as your co-anchor and ours, Ben Handelman. So we're going to take a short break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We are far from done, as are the deliberations. The fate of Judge Hannah Dugan now in the hands of a jury. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. How about this, going 4 wide with our coverage on day 4. Mordecai Lee sending some very important messages while also halfway through a protein bar of some kind. And Ben Handelman, I guess enjoying the coverage so much, wanted to join. Hello, friends. How are you?
Ben gets up here and he goes, guys, I've been watching. I have questions.
Everyone's got
Well, I hope
questions
you
and
have
thoughts. I mean, I'm watching all these comments coming in on social media,
Yeah.
on TikTok, we're on YouTube right now. A lot of people are talking about this. I mean, everybody's got thoughts about what's happening. Ryan on our floor crew is asking the $1 million question. He just asked, okay, so the jury's deliberating. How long is that going to take? That's a great question.
Yeah,
we all want to know.
I mean, honestly, can we all agree that it was a strong case from the government, right?
Yeah.
Here is where I am. Okay, how many hours of testimony do we have from
15 hours, 15 and a half from the government, 45 minutes from the defense.
The one unanswered question I have, guys, I'd love your take on this. Why did Flores Ruiz not take the stairs? we never answered that. I mean,
No, I think what the government has said, what they
Yes.
suggested.
I know what the government has said, but
We'll lay it out, because some people might not be as
no,
familiar
I
with
mean, you can lay out the whole case,
everything, too.
guys. If I am someone who wants, there's ice in the hallway, and I am a judge who wants you to get by ice, and I'm going to put you in a hallway with 2 doors. There's a door on the left that goes down the stairs, and a door on the right that leads you into a hallway flooded with ICE agents. Why did he not take the door on the left? Wouldn't you say, oh, by the way, make sure you go down the door with the stair? We've heard the case. We've heard the arguments. I don't think that was ever answered. Why did he not take the stairs?
I will answer what I think based on the testimony, which was his attorney, Mercedes De La Rosa, said at one point, I didn't know what was on the other side of that door.
And
she was new. She didn't know where they were going.
This is the point I'm trying to make.
And went, uh-oh.
This is the point I'm trying to make. This is why I think it's going to be complicated for the jury, because if you are Hannah Dugan and you are trying to get them down the stairs, how do you skip the part to the attorney and the defendant and say, oh, by the way, make sure you go down the stairs? I think that was missing in the hours and hours and hours of testimony. That hasn't been answered.
I'm trying to, you guys keep going, because there was a great line from defense attorney Jason Luzak in the middle of his closing argument that kind of got lost a little bit, but speaks to that. Let me find it for you while you guys keep going.
I think it was a comedy of errors.
I agree
In
with
other
that.
words, the judge assumed they knew where the stairs were, and a court person assumed they knew where they were going.
Actually, what's interesting, the court reporter suspected they wouldn't know.
Yeah.
She's the one who said, Joan Butt said, I don't think they're going to know. Let me show them. And Judge Dugan said, no, I'll do it. I'll get the heat. But what seems to be the question is then why didn't Judge Dugan take them 10 steps down the hallway and go, make sure you use that door?
Because I think if she had done that, it would have been so obvious to anybody sitting in the courtroom. You know, evidently, who knew who was sitting in the courtroom, that would have been such an explicit act of evasion. She couldn't do that, and she wanted to make things look normal.
We're getting YouTube comments, and people are making a good point. You can hear her whispering on the recording saying, down the stairs. Okay, so she whispers that to her court recorder. I want to bring Ted Perry in because he's down at the courthouse. Okay, so you tell your employee, take the stairs, and then somehow that message, Ted, doesn't get conveyed to the people who are standing just feet from you, who you want to take the stairs?
Because it was chaos. That's why. They were trying to do too much too fast.
Okay.
Ted, what do you think?
I'm going to borrow from all you guys and just kind of rephrase things. What Mordecai is saying is she wanted to have some plausible deniability. So if she went any further, that plausible deniability is off the table. Keep in mind, there was confusion. There's a language barrier. He might have heard the sergeant take the stairs. He supposedly didn't speak English, so he didn't know what that meant. And it's the attorney had never been down that hallway before. So it's a little bit of the blind leading the blind, right? And in all that confusion, who knows if we heard clearly Dugan saying take the stairs. We don't know that they heard that. And we don't know if he would
said they
even
didn't
have
hear
understood
that.
that expression.
The lawyer
take the
actually,
stairs.
right?
Mercedes De La Rosa explicitly said no.
I never heard anything about the stairs. I didn't know which door. I just was put in a hallway. I was confused. I walk out a door, and suddenly I take the elevator, and next thing I know,
So here we go.
Client's arrested by ICE.
Yeah, we're answering your own question here. You're answering your own question by saying all this. And what I would point out, if there was a government official listening in right now making the case, they would stress one more time, because they've made that point many times, it doesn't matter that they didn't take the stairs. That's not the point. The point is there was an intent to send them down the stairs. Why they didn't take it is a moot point.
And
it's
Ted,
an interesting one. It's a great question.
To that point, Ted,
It's a great question. It's a great topic to talk about.
To that 11 feet 10 inches that the defense brought up in opening statements. They brought it up again in the closing arguments. That I thought all along, I think that makes a case for the state, not the defense. I was surprised. And finally, on the rebuttal, you heard Richard Froling actually make that point, saying, if they're only 12 feet apart, and this was innocent, then what was the point of sending him down a separate hallway at all?
Versus out the double doors.
Whether there's stairs or not stairs, if he was just going to go back out into the public hallway, why did she send him out the back of a jury door? We never heard the defense address that. And I think that is certainly something that we're trying to stay away from. As I pointed out earlier, between closing arguments and the defense case, all 4 witnesses today, the transcription we got from Bill from the courtroom is not a complete transcript, but it's pretty good. The word stairs was used 8 times, all by the government, 0 times by the defense. They didn't even say the word stairs.
Well, to your point, Ben, and Ted, sorry to interrupt,
why would you
which
if you were
apparently
the
we're getting
defense?
some questions from commenters on YouTube too about that distance there. Jason Luzak brought that up in his closing argument, saying again, back to that 11 feet 10 inches thing, the government can't have it both ways. She's this person, Judge Dugan, who's scheming, and yet she can't complete the act when she's in the private hallway. So that's a little bit of the question, although Mordecai, I think what you're bringing up is it's a busy courtroom. There's other cases to be heard. She's trying to get this out and get back, maybe.
Right. And then when you saw the public defender walk out the wrong door, did you notice how purposefully she walked? She didn't look left, she didn't look right.
And didn't go down the elevator right there.
Yeah.
Because...
Are you talking about the attorney?
Mercedes De La Rosa.
She does look both ways.
She does?
She
around a
walks
little
out
bit,
and
yeah.
she looks this way first and that way and then says, let's go
And
here.
then walks past the agents.
Doesn't realize it's an agent.
Because she thinks that they're all in the Chief Justice's office.
I have a
I
theory.
love the fire. What's coming up?
I have a
from
theory,
that? What
though.
else has that stood out?
I agree on the chaos. I mean, is there a theory here that Judge Dugan is making decisions here on the fly? The video we're watching, okay, the ICE agents arrive. She's flustered by that, maybe upset by that. Then, okay, I'm going to grab my friend in the courtroom next door, grabs her, runs out. There's more chaos. Sees the ICE agents, tells them they got to go down to the chief judge's office. Suddenly she ditches her friend. Her friend felt like she suddenly was just abandoned, I think is the word she used.
Well,
Judge
I don't know
Dugan
if they're friends. Judge Cervera.
not after this case, I don't think. Goes back in the courtroom.
They're not anymore.
Goes back in the courtroom and it just seems like every decision that Judge Dugan is making here is on the fly. I mean, okay, come up here, go down this hallway, get out of here. It all happened very quick. There was a lot of chaos, to your point, Mordecai.
She does it on the fly, but she has a purpose. Everything she does from the moment she finds out that ICE is in the hallway has the purpose of protecting this particular person.
I'm just telling you guys, if I wanted you guys to avoid a group of people in the hallway, I am going to tell you guys to your face, make sure you go down the stairs. And I know what the state's argument is, and we all agree they've got a very strong case here for all these points that we brought up. But everything we're saying, we don't know. Brian, you brought this up earlier. It's really hard to get in someone's mind, and without someone telling me, why did you put her in the hall? Why did you walk out that door back into the hallway with all the ICE agents? It's just us sitting here in a room contemplating this.
Well, and I think that's just it when you say that we wouldn't be, I said this earlier this week, I don't think there would be a jury trial if he had taken the stairs. I think if he had taken the stairs and gotten away,
much stronger case.
Then this would have been a really strong case for the government that would have been extremely hard for the defense to do. But because they went the wrong way and ended up getting caught anyway, now you've got to question, what was her intent? Did she mean for him to get away, even though he didn't? And that's a harder case for the government to prove. They prove that by actions. They prove that by words. And that's why that audio recording is so important. The audio with her words saying down the stairs, if you've got to get into the mind what was her intent, why is she saying that? That's probably the thing the government is hanging its hat on.
And I'll get the heat, the other notable quote from that audio recording as well. Just for the timeline, guys, because we're talking about the chaos in a matter of minutes. We see your hand raised, Ted.
Yes.
Don't worry. 8:40, Judge Dugan and Judge Cervera, seen in the surveillance video, going out in the hallway. They address the ICE agents there. It's 8 minutes later, 8:48, that Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney walk out that side door. So in just 8 minutes, the confrontations happen in the hallway. The ICE agents, the FBI special agents are sent into the chief judge's office, and Judge Dugan makes it back into the courtroom and gets Eduardo Flores Ruiz and Mercedes De La Rosa out that side door in a matter of 8 minutes. All right, take it away, Ted. I know you're on a slight delay, so it's hard to jump in here. The floor is yours.
Which is why I'm gone back to grade school and I'm raising my hand when I want to participate. It's
Did you
going
guys
to
know
be easier
in
for
7th grade he
our
was an
viewers that
amazing
way.
defender in basketball?
7th grade defensive player of the year, get it right, St. Francis Xavier. To Ben's point here about her taking charge, like almost calling audibles on the fly, this is language that the prosecutors, that Frayling used just as he was wrapping up the rebuttal. She commandeered Judge Cervera, then goes on and then abandons her. And then to Ben's point here, this is right out of the prosecutor's mouth. She's directing things. That was her intent. What Ben is wondering is, if you're in for a penny, why aren't you in for a pound? Why aren't you making it real clear you got to go down these stairwells here? I have a couple questions if I'd like to ask. One, can Jason Luzak ever again practice law in Judge Cervera's court?
I've said that from the beginning.
He attacked her. He attacked her professionalism. He attacked her personally, and it's going to be really hard to get a fair shake in that courtroom.
I'll be honest,
Judge
Ted,
Cervera
I expected that to be
that.
Steve Biskupic handling that direct a comment, because previously, when it was Chief Judge Carl Ashley and others, our legal analyst Jim Santel, who joined us earlier, pointed to the fact that Biskupic kind of took that role when it was something that was going against people who will future or argue cases in their courtrooms. Biskupic was the person to do that. It was Jason Luzak in the closing argument who probably took the most direct shot at any sitting judge.
But I think he had to do it. You know, when you're in the defense and if you're behind and there's 2 minutes to go in the game, you'd think of absolutely anything you can do. And so Luzak regretfully has to attack the other judge because he's sort of running out of arguments. He's running out of ways to convince the jury.
We're here for the sports metaphors.
And we're going to keep one going because I have one for you right now, Mordecai, and that is this. We're at the end of the ball game and the Bucks are down 2 and they've got the ball out of bounds. Who are you going to get the ball to? You're going to Giannis. The defense is coming to their last witness, the one they want to put the punctuation on their case, which was only 45 minutes today. And they go to Tom Barrett, who wasn't at the courthouse, who was a character witness. And I talked about this earlier this morning. We've talked about we've talked about it all week, the underpinning of politics through all of this. He's a character witness, yes, but was he also a political witness? Was this that subtle or not so subtle nod to the jury that go, this is about politics?
Well, definitely Tom, as a member of the state legislature, as a member of Congress, and then as mayor, was a left-leaning Democrat. And so if they're looking for a symbol of sort of lefty politics, of sort of standing up to what Trump stands for, then he was pretty good. But the question is, would the jury really be swayed by that? In other words, was this a weak way to end the last couple of seconds of the game, or was this a strong way?
Or are you a jury hoping there is one left-leaning juror on there? Guys, there's 12 jurors. They all have to agree. Yeah. There are not 12 Republicans on this jury. There are not 12 Democrats, Ted. I mean, you just need one person. You've made this point. I mean, the state was saying this is not political.
But
okay, that's great.
That's
great to say that, but we've got 12 people in this political environment that our nation is in. You only, as the defense, you only need to flip one juror to be the holdout.
Yes, but it's really hard to sit in a room with 11 other people you've spent a week with and to be irrational and unfair because you've got these 11 people banging on you. You've developed sort of collegiality.
If it's 11, maybe it's 10-2, maybe it's 9-3. I mean, you know, it may not just be one person.
I think they're going to come to a verdict. I don't think it's going to be today. I'm just guessing. I'm speculating because I don't have to live up to the consequences of my guess. I suspect they're going to go overnight and finish up around midday tomorrow.
All right. We'll see if that prediction holds true. Ted, we've got about a minute left before we have to take a break here on our coverage. You got any thoughts to that?
Well, one, I've worked with Mordecai for so many years, and to hear him make a sports metaphor warms my heart in ways you can't believe. Two, when we come back, I want to ask Mordecai a question and stay on this theme, and we don't have time to do it before break. So can you come back to me after the break, and I want to say something here that Luzak said, and we'll talk about that.
It's a good tease, as we call it in the biz. This is the Wisconsin Live Desk, our coverage of the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. It is now with the jury. Deliberations began around 2:25 after the defense case, closing arguments, and rebuttal, all on this day 4 of the trial. We'll be back in 2 minutes with that pointed question to Mordecai Lee.
Oh, God. I wish he would have teased what the question was.
Welcome back. It is 3 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. You are watching extended coverage of Judge on Trial. We have been streaming coverage for you each and every day of the federal trial of Judge Hannah Dugan, who faces 2 counts for the incidents that happened 8 months ago to the day, guys. Yep. We keep going back to the quirks of the calendar here. April 18th of 2025, what did or did not happen in her courtroom and in a private hallway attached to that courtroom when it comes to the planned arrest of Eduardo Flores Ruiz, a man in the country illegally on that day. We have had the final arguments from the defense today, the closing arguments from both sides as well, and now as of 2:25, it is in the hands of a jury, and we are just playing the waiting game, but it's perfect timing for it because we can kind of dive into all that has happened today, all that has happened this week.
What's going on in the room right
this moment.
35 minutes in the room. This is the awkward moments, right? They've all just been kind of staring at each other
out.
Now they're learning who each other are, those jury members, right now.
And there's a movie about that. The movie is 12 Angry Men.
Yeah, it's a great movie. One-room movie, for all the scenes. It's a heck of a
Let's
movie.
get back to Ted because I know you have a question for Mordecai here, but I'm actually not sure, guys. How much discussion does a jury have during the week before the deliberations happen? Are they not supposed to discuss anything until basically 35 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That is fascinating.
Yeah, guys, a couple things here. If you're watching 12 Angry Men, watch the Henry Fonda version, not the Tony Danza version. Very important.
Noted.
I did not know
Watch
there
the
was a Tony
original
Danza
only.
version.
Jack Warner, Ed Begley Sr. I mean, it's just great.
Yeah.
Jack Klugman. It's one of my top 5 favorite movies. So the question in that room is who is going to play Henry Fonda and try to switch things around.
In this
But
case,
let's
by the
bring
way,
in
it would not be
Mordecai,
12 Angry Men. It would be 7 Angry Men and 5 Angry Women.
Yeah.
They were going to 7
Is this the question to Mordecai? Which one we should be watching?
Yeah. No, and also one sick man at home because he didn't show up for work on Monday as a juror. One of the closing statements that when Luzak was making, he's saying, I'm going to ask yourself these questions. And then along the lines, and I don't have it quoted exactly here, but can you be sure the government case, sort of implying, isn't coming from above? And that's where the politics of this comes in, Mordecai. I want you to talk about that, and if the defense was really trying to say, this is about a bigger thing. This is about, if you don't like the way things are going in this country right now, this is your chance to speak up. Politics have, whether the state wanted, or the government wanted to keep them out or not, politics are now in this thing.
Because I think that was his last best argument. In other words, he was running out of things. The prosecution had covered so many bases that he couldn't argue the facts. He had to argue the emotion of it. He had to argue the context of it. And Judge Edelman let him say it because he wasn't claiming the facts prove that somebody high up is controlling this. He just said, think about this. And that's a case of when the defense can't argue the facts, they have to argue the emotion of it.
Some of the language here, and again, this is coming from our Bill Miston in the courtroom, so not exactly verbatim, though it is fairly close from that opening. This is actually how he began, pointing to the importance of this case, the unprecedented nature of this trial, and saying the government has the power to investigate whether a crime has occurred. They have the power to crush someone, and make no mistake, they are trying to make an example out of Hannah Dugan. That is how Jason Luzak began that closing argument. And he continued
shortly after that with a line that I think was directly in the direction that you're referencing. You are the ultimate check on government overreach. What government overreach is he talking about unless he's talking about the Trump administration's policy on immigration enforcement? He doesn't say that, but it certainly seems to be a strong hint.
Because the prosecution on the other side is saying, look, by all intents and purposes, they were allowed to make a legal arrest in that public hallway, and we're going to do that until Judge Dugan changed things.
You know, I'm not a lawyer. I'm the son of a lawyer and the brother of a lawyer. But there's a phrase called jury nullification. Jury nullification is that they reject making a decision based on the facts. They reject the guidance of the judge, and they just sort of conduct a coup d'etat.
Yeah, they do their own thing.
This has happened. There was once, remember Ralph Adam Fine, the judge, and there was a documentary about a jury, a guy who had
I'm sorry. I heard Rafe Fiennes, and then I thought Voldemort. That's totally different. Anyway,
there was a judge who used to, I think, be on Channel 6 who did some kind of commentary, but they let the cameras into the jury room for that particular case. And in that particular case, the jury knew that the facts were on the side of the state and the prosecution, but they all agreed that this poor little guy shouldn't be found guilty, and they ignored everything and they found him acquittal.
Wow. That sounds like it should be a movie as well.
And I believe, I know there was discussion about this pre-trial, but that issue of jury nullification is often a part of jury instructions to say you can't do that. You need to pay attention to the facts of this case. I don't know if that's part of the jury instructions here. At the moment, we haven't seen those. Those are sealed during the course of the trial. At this point, they may become public. We don't know, but we haven't seen them yet to know if that's what the jury was told.
I think it's also good to point out, especially with a case that has become this high profile, there's all sides to everything, right? And for the prosecution side, they started with basically the counter argument to everything that we've just said right now about this, pointing to the fact that Judge Hannah Dugan is not on trial for her views on immigration policy. They also went to that political theme right off the bat, seemingly, saying she is on trial because she stepped outside of the law to help an individual evade arrest. So again, they're trying to deflect the fact that, yes, you can have thoughts about the current administration, you can have thoughts about immigration policy. According to them, none of that pertains to what Hannah Dugan did or did not do that morning.
And Judge Edelman wouldn't, and Ted, correct me if I'm wrong on this, wouldn't let some of this evidence in. The Kash Patel photo.
Yes, that was in question.
Yeah, that was very unusual. I mean, we don't see that a lot. It seemed like they were trying to make an example of her as they put her in handcuffs, take a photo, and the FBI director throws it out to all of his followers. That was not presented.
And the defense wanted that to be
to make the point of the political.
The defense did, but here's what I find interesting about that is Judge Edelman did allow the defense. He gave them in those pretrial motions the ability to talk about the fact that she was placed in handcuffs, paraded in front of the media when she could have just been summoned to federal court. That this was sort of that dog and pony show this was sort of to show the government's bias. He said they could talk about that. They just couldn't introduce that Kash Patel photo. We never heard that at any point in this trial.
Right. But on the other hand, since the trial began, President Trump has not had any social media on it. Kash Patel hasn't, as far as I know. Homeland Security Secretary hasn't. In other words, I think they're deliberately withholding any other comment until the trial is over.
Interesting. Ted, you got thoughts on that? I heard you trying to jump in there.
Well, I was just going to say that they were given the right to do it and then never actually did do it, which is curious. So I was just kind of backing you up on your point here. But again, just talking quotes here from Frayling, this isn't a referendum on ICE. It's about preserving rule of law. They made that statement in so many different ways and so many different points throughout, from opening statements to the first round of close to the second round of close. That was the thing. They were really trying to take the politics out of this as much as they could, and as much as Luzak tried to squeeze that genie back in the bottle to say, no, it is in there, and we want you to consider that when you go into that jury room.
Yeah, one side clearly did not want the jurors to think any politics, and one side wants that to be the whole defense. Hannah Dugan didn't take the stand today, guys. And we talked about that. The last person we heard from was Tom Barrett. Was that a mistake? Why did you put the person in the hallway? Why don't you explain yourself
It's
here?
like any criminal trial. You open her up to cross-examination. They're going to ask the question that the defense has avoided, which is, why'd you send her out the back door?
But if you're losing,
they're going to be able to answer that question.
If you're losing the case, and I think we can all agree that the government has made a strong case here, and maybe the defense is viewing this differently than a lot of people than the strong case. What your avenues to winning are starting to be eliminated here, and you're bringing Tom Barrett in to say she's a great person. Do you throw the Hail Mary and put yourself on the stand to explain? What was it a mistake not to put Hannah Dugan on the stand?
There's a phrase in political campaigns: you have to play the cards you've been dealt. In other words, what are your options? What are not some options? And I think when it came down to who they were going to put on, it was something of a Hail Mary with Tom Barrett. The other preceding three witnesses were just sort of so-so. They didn't blow up the case.
Right.
And then not putting her on is, I think, very obvious. I think putting her on would have been conceding defeat. In other words, that would have been a total Hail Mary.
Interesting. The question, I guess, is that
let me pipe in on that if I can. Because, and Ben brings up Tom Barrett, and the last thing Tom Barrett said was basically, I am here as a character witness. I've known her since she was 11 years old. Her older sister and I were friends. Our families are friends. And when asked about, is she honest, I think she's extremely honest and will tell you exactly how she feels. And we're in the TV game, so we like a big production, right? That would have been the perfect time to say, and here she is to tell you how she feels.
Come on down, right?
Hannah Dugan taking the stand.
Exactly.
It was like Tom Barrett. Tom Barrett was the warm-up act, and then the main act didn't appear to stage. So I'm going to stay out in the wings here instead of appearing on stage. It was almost like a setup that didn't have a follow-through.
I think it's to leave the question out there, right? Leave the question for the jurors. Look, like you started with, right? You came in here joining the conversation with the door, with the stairs, right? And if she's on the witness stand, then we might get our direct answers about that, versus right now it's still kind of up in the air. Eduardo Flores Ruiz still made it out into that main hallway where two agents were waiting. So I think it's a little bit of that.
Our legal analyst, Julius Kim, was the one who said he felt she should testify. Yeah. He's a guy who understands the defense strategy certainly better than I would. I do want to do one thing before we take a break, and I know we're going to be going in a little while to Jason Calvi back out at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, but we're getting a lot of people tuning in right now because they hear a verdict is close. The jury has it right now, and so maybe some people who haven't been following us all week.
Jury has the case.
The jury has the case. Sorry, not a verdict. Sorry, but I mean that a verdict is close because the jury has the case. It could be days. We don't know. But we've been talking all week about trying to visualize what happened. If you haven't been following this, I want to show this. If you guys can bring up my laptop again, we've been showing this all week, but if you're trying to figure out a picture, what happened here? What are they saying happened? I have this animation, essentially, that we have put together to kind of give you some idea of how this went. Are we able to bring the...
Ted, how do you feel about the fact that we're using Brian's animation and not your sorry game pieces?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm a little hurt.
You
I'm a
don't have
little
your
hurt. Yeah, we didn't get to use the whiteboard today.
If you haven't, you want to get out your Ricola candy again, that's fine. But in the meantime, if you look at your screen, you can see here that we have Courtroom 615, which is Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom. This is a layout of the 6th floor of the courthouse, at least the pertinent parts to this case. And you can see there are two people in blue circles. That is to represent Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney, Mercedes De La Rosa. There's someone in a black circle, that is Judge Hannah Dugan. They're in the courtroom after Judge Dugan has directed the ICE agents into the Chief Judge's office, which is there in the upper right corner of your screen. Now, as we play, you see that blue dot is where the Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney go after being directed out that back door of the courtroom by Judge Dugan. The government is saying that they heard
Quote, down the stairs.
Down the stairs. They heard Judge Dugan say on that audio recording, down the stairs, and that is the staircase they believe that Hannah Dugan wanted them to take. It's a stairway to the 5th floor. At that very time, when she thought they would go out that door, the government is saying all of the ICE agents were still out in the hallway or in the Chief Judge's office. In fact, the government's argument is that Judge Dugan believed they were all in the Chief Judge's office while she was going to send them down the stairs. There were actually two still in the hallway. One right outside the Chief Judge's double doors who was sitting on the floor, who Judge Dugan missed, and another one who had come back out of the Chief Judge's office who was across from those elevators. And instead of taking that door down the stairs, we know, of course, that Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney came out a door right back into the public hallway and then walked down that hallway past the bank of elevators down to another set of elevators as an ICE agent followed behind her.
I thought that was another point. If you watch the video, I mean, you just said, and the presumption of the government is she wanted all the ICE agents in the Chief Judge's office. But that was very quick how she makes a motion. Okay, you guys got to go to the Chief Judge's office, goes back inside her courtroom. She never comes out to really see if the coast is clear.
Yeah.
So that
and in the government's argument, she did it because she had to hurry up and call his case. That's what they're saying.
Right.
She
but
went
she
in
never
to speed things up, right?
I'm just putting my head in. Okay, I'm trying to put my head on the other side here. If you're trying to make sure the coast is clear because you want this guy to evade ICE. Did you pop your head back out and make sure the hallway's clear before you send him down? She never does that. I just want to point that out.
Not if you think they're going down the stairs, because you don't really have to, right? You know where they are, and even if they come back out, they won't see the stairway. That would be the government's
that'd be
argument.
another possible.
Does this matter at all? I'm going back to day 3 of the trial. This was the testimony. The government called the defense attorney, the public defender for Eduardo Flores Ruiz, Mercedes De La Rosa, series of questioning, the audio recordings. I believe this was in cross-examination. Yeah, it was. They asked Mercedes De La Rosa, did anyone ever tell you to go down the stairs? No. Did anyone ever tell you there were stairs? No. And did she, Judge Dugan, ever indicate you should turn left? No. That was a series of answers I thought was pretty telling there for
right, because why would you not say that
case?
if you wanted them to take the stairs? If the government's saying she wanted them to take the stairs, why wouldn't you say that?
But it was because the judge was whispering to the court reporter as opposed to speaking out loud for everybody to hear her.
I still think the part that, and we've talked about it before, you've got the court reporter saying, I'll show them. Yeah. I don't think she's new. She probably doesn't know. I'll show them. And Judge Dugan steps in and says, no, I'll get the heat. But then doesn't complete the act, as you pointed out, of going, here's the door.
Interesting.
Just get down the hallway. I think that is why this is in front of a jury right now.
It is 3:15. Our coverage is far from over. We just have more and more people wanting to join the party here. Kim Murphy's standing by. Jason Cowie has arrived at the county courthouse. The jury is deliberating the fate of Judge Hannah Dugan right now. Give us 2 minutes. We'll be right back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk with much more.
Judge on trial, we got to get right out to Ted Perry because there's been some movement in the courtroom, Ted. I'm seeing from Bill Miston inside. Ted, what's going on down there inside the federal courthouse?
Are they coming in?
Okay, he can't hear us here. I've just got the update. There's been a knock at the door.
Which may signal that
It could be anything.
Or it could be that they're done. It could be they want to see a piece of evidence. It could be that they want to know what's for dinner. We don't know. I mean, those are things, but there's a knock at the door. Something's happening.
But this is what's going to happen now, guys. Every little thing that comes from you want to know what is going on in the room. If they're knocking on, they want something from the outside world. That becomes instantly newsworthy. So here we go.
Let me ask a question because I'm just joining. Have they had lunch?
They did. They had lunch early today because, and I don't want to go back to this, the defense, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering, what was the defense case today? It was pretty quick. Blink and you missed it. It was 45 minutes, 4 witnesses. They were done by 9:45 this morning, took a break, and they said, let's get the jury lunch early so that they could do closing arguments all together.
Ben, but what they now want is they want to convince the last juror, which is why they might be asking for one last piece of evidence.
And the reason why I asked about lunch, because we're human. And so,
go straight to the food.
Straight to the food. And so, they've had this case all week. They're thinking about the holiday like everyone else. They want to get this case. They want to do their responsibilities, but they also want to be done.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ted real quick. Okay, they went in at 2:25. It's 3:19. Yeah. There's been a knock at the door. We're going to get some sort of indication if there's a big update, right?
Yeah, of course, we're going to get a heads up on that because the attorneys are going to be called back. I know a little bit more about the lunch situation, and I'm not talking about my lunch situation. I'm talking about their lunch situation because they got catered food from 600 East, which is just kitty corner here. And I was over there getting coffee, and one of the managers was telling me they were prepared for a later lunch order. And then the court called and said, yeah, we're breaking early. Can you get it ready early? And so they scrambled to get lunch early because they didn't want to break up closing arguments. They didn't want prosecution to go first, then break for lunch, then come back for the defense, then have the rebuttal. So they decided to have a very early lunch. So Murph is saying, Murph is bringing, you guys are.
Yeah, we just got an update from Bill, and he said that the officers just come back out and says unsure what it was about. So that whatever the knock was, and they needed something, does not appear to be
the update we were looking for yet.
But Ted, back to your point, it's just human nature that people just want to get this wrapped up. They've heard a whole week of testimony. The defense was very brief. And so if they were hungry, if they were, feeling fidgety, then I might say, okay, this may go a little longer. They may want dinner, but maybe not. They've already had a meal.
It really depends on if they feel like they're
But they had
close.
an early meal.
Yeah.
They had an early meal, and the judge will let them go, as Phil said. Edelman said, I'm not going to let them go to 4 and 5 in the morning, but I will let them go. And I was talking to Christina Van Zelst, who's covered a federal case in Judge Edelman's courtroom before, and he let them go to 9 o'clock one night. So I didn't think there was any way that the judge was going to let him go past 5 or 5:30. But Christina, who has covered a case in Edelman's courtroom before, said, oh, no, he's let him go till 9 in a previous trial. So, we could go well into the evening here, guys. It's not going to be an 18-inning baseball game. We're not going to be here till 3:30 in the morning, but we are going to be here perhaps later into the evening. So that's just an update from Bill.
Well, let me just
and
say
a confirmation from Christina.
We're all speculating here right now. That's what we're left to do, right? We don't know the answer, so we're going to make educated guesses based on what we've seen, and then we're going to find out what happens. But I know you, Mordecai Lee, UWM Professor Emeritus, have some speculation. You have a little prediction of your own.
I think that the defense knows that it had a weak case. I think they know that there'll probably be a conviction. And I think what might happen is that they're going to suggest to the prosecution a plea deal before the jury gives its verdict. And what would a plea deal be? Probably she pleads guilty to the misdemeanor or maybe an even lower misdemeanor. She resigns voluntarily from the court, and then she will be able to maintain her law license after, let's say, a suspension of 2 years.
That is a very specific prediction. It'll be. I understand the reasoning. I do wonder, though, because of the politics of this, And I see, Ted, your hand up. I'll go to you in a second. But because of the politics, would they?
Yeah,
are they risking that there?
Why would they give that deal?
Yeah. Why take the deal if you think there might be that one holdout on the jury?
Ted?
Why would you take that deal if you were the prosecution and you've made such a strong case? That's what I'm wondering. I can see where Mordecai's coming from, but why would you, again, in for a penny, in for a pound. If you're the government, you're saying, no, we've proved not only the misdemeanor, we've proved the felony.
Right.
Thanks, but no thanks on your offer.
We're about to win the race. We're at the finish line. I'm going to step over and see if I actually win the race or not.
The lady, I did hear you in my ear, but I didn't hear what it was. Could you repeat what that was?
Jason Calvi is standing by live in the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Jason, what are your thoughts as we are in this this holding pattern? What you've heard, what you've seen. What are your thoughts on what happens?
Yeah, I was in the courtroom today and I saw the jurors walk in for the beginning of the session, closing arguments today. And as I saw their faces, I just saw a sense of the seriousness, the somberness in that courtroom as we all stood. The jury processes in one by one going into the jury box. I mean, it was a very serious moment, knowing that in a few hours they were going to be locked back up and have the opportunity to deliberate amongst themselves what happened, guilty or not guilty. You guys talked about the national politics at play. That was brought up in these closing arguments from both sides. We heard from the prosecution, the government saying, the federal government saying, the decision solely is on the evidence here in that courtroom. It has nothing to do with what you may have seen on the news or any of those national debates about immigration and ICE. It's a hot button issue. We all know that. It's been playing out the entire year in cities across the country. That cannot be part of your deliberations. That cannot be part of your decision, guilty or not guilty, the prosecution says, cannot be looking at all those issues. When you heard from the defense, though, they also turned to the national issues at play here. They said that the government's trying to, quote, make an example out of Judge Dugan. They said that you, the jury, are the ultimate check on government overreach. So you're hearing from the Dugan defense that they think this is government overreach and that the federal government's trying to make an example of Judge Dugan. So all these national issues are playing out here in Milwaukee County today.
All eyes are on the jury. I don't know if you know the answer to this, Jason, or if someone else does, because we don't cover a lot of federal trials because they don't get to a lot of trials. Someone asked a great question on YouTube. They were asking, is the jury sequestered? We know they're not sequestered, but they're also not all from Milwaukee County. Some of these jurors, I forget how many counties are represented.
It's all across the eastern half of Wisconsin.
Do they spend the night in a hotel? Or
No.
They're having to travel every single day to Milwaukee for this case.
Right, and the judge at the end of every day reminds them, don't talk about this, don't watch TV, don't read the newspaper.
So it's obviously, it's not been a long trial in what we have seen in other trials before. But man, if you live an hour and a half away from Milwaukee and you are a juror, now you've reached this point in the week, and Christmas is next week.
You want to be done.
You want to be done.
I think what happened is they walked in the room, and traditionally they select a foreman for a woman. And usually the foreman or forewoman says, let's whip around the table. Let's just, everybody tell us where you're leaning right now. Let's get a sense of the landscape. And presumably that only took, let's say, 10 minutes. So within 10 minutes, they knew where a majority of them were and where a minority were. And now the majority is trying to deal with what the minority is being very defensive and protective of.
We've just hit 1 hour. 1 hour they've been in there.
Jason, let me ask you, of the testimony that you heard this week from the government, what was the most damning? What was the testimony that you thought, wow, that's going to be really hard to overcome?
I think we're down the hall here is Judge Dugan's courtroom. I think it's a testimony of Judge Cervera, whose courtroom is down that hallway there. She testified, and we even heard the defense in their closing arguments really trying to punch holes in the credibility of this Milwaukee County judge. They criticized her today. I was actually really surprised that they took aim so forcefully on Judge Cristela Cervera, who I think was one of the star witnesses on behalf of the government. She was that second judge that was in this hallway on April 18th with her robes on, talking to those federal immigration agents who were waiting right there at that bench right there. And she had some testimony that the prosecution is really relying upon to get that conviction. We'll see what the jury thinks. But again, it was interesting, so surprising to hear the defense criticizing her today. and really alleging that she was, let me get the quote here.
She became a friend of the government? That's the one that stood out to me.
She became the friend of the government. They had she walked with the federal agents into the chief judge's office, which is down that hallway there, past the double doors. There's another hallway, then a glass door, then a reception area. She walked with some of the federal agents into that courtroom. And according to the defense today, she's a friend of, what was the quote again? She was the friend of,
or that she
friend of the government. I mean, they were punching holes in her today.
One thing that I think is so
that was
fascinating
surprising
about this whole circumstance, we're all talking here. Jason's at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, Ted's at the federal courthouse, and we're talking about things that none of us have personally seen, including the testimony of Judge Cristela Cervera. Ted saw it. He was either in the courtroom, I can't recall, or watching over the video, but what he described was her demeanor, that she came off as sympathetic. And that's something that you can often evaluate when we're used to watching the video of trials.
And it matters.
And it does matter, and it matters to the jury. We're seeing a transcription of words, but does the jury look at her and think she's sympathetic, she seems credible, I believe her, and then the defense comes in and says, you can't trust her, she's a friend of the government. Do they buy that? Or
does it backfire?
Does it backfire? And I don't know, because I'm relying on
though, I think the prosecution did a good job of using Dugan's own words. The audio is what we hadn't heard.
The audio was key. Yeah, because
but the other judge was really ticked off at Dugan. The other judge felt she got roped in by a more senior judge. She had no idea why.
She was left.
She was right. She was told to keep her robes on, and was just standing there and was ultimately angry with Dugan for making it seem like there was some sort of joint front.
You know, the part that really stood out to me about that was when she described how, and we see in the video, that Judge Dugan gets done directing them to the chief judge's office. Judge Cervera goes with them.
Right.
And Dugan peels off back into her courtroom. And when Judge Cervera comes back out, she sees that Judge Dugan is already hearing cases. And she hasn't been able to go back and hear her own cases where she got yanked away from. It's that moment of her looking in going, wait a minute, you pulled me off my bench and you're just back to work?
And she said she felt so awkward about wearing her robe in the corridor that to get back to her courtroom, she walked through Judge Dugan's courtroom because she didn't want to have to use the public walkway. And that's why she knew that Dugan was already into another case.
I thought it was, oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to bring Jason back in. You talk about, I know you've been in this hallway for a week now. We're going to get you out, I promise, as soon as this trial is over. But the prosecution also made note that this ICE team, they were not uniformed. They were sitting on that bench. No one would have been the wiser. They had a plan in place to make this a safe arrest and one that would not disrupt the business of the day.
Yeah, so that's why they said they were in plain clothes. You know, so they're out here in the hallway in plain clothes. They're concealed. Their guns are concealed. You know, with bulky, hooded sweatshirts or the like, so you couldn't tell that they were feds. But still, at the same time, there were people that did see and say, these guys look like they're feds. And you saw that public defender taking pictures in the testimony, taking pictures of those federal agents out here. Then, according to the prosecution, they said Judge Dugan round up all of those agents one by one and said, okay, go down to the chief judge, go down to the chief judge. And they said she then walked through this hallway here looking around, okay, did I get everybody? Okay, I think I got everybody. Then going back into her courtroom. That's according to the prosecution. And there was still one agent that was seated by the garbage cans down the hall there on the floor, so kind of blended in with the surroundings and wasn't spotted by Judge Dugan. But that is part of the prosecution's argument that she, the judge, rounded up all of these agents, sent them away, and then 2 minutes, I believe 2 minutes and 51 seconds later, guys, what happens?
He comes out that other door.
Eduardo Flores Ruiz comes out. One more walk and talk here, guys. Comes out this door right here, which the defense said, hey, it's only 11 feet away from Judge Dugan's main entrance and exit right here. They say that's not concealing Eduardo Flores Ruiz, but again, what the defense is saying is all those agents were away 2 minutes and 51 seconds. They said she rushed him through the court, got him to this non-public hallway, and that is concealing according to the federal government.
We do have to take a break.
But
I've got
there's also that testimony about the stairwell as well.
We got Delaney in my ear saying we got to take a break. I know we're running late and we got to get this break in. But
it'll be less than 2:51.
It will be less than 2 minutes and 51 seconds. It will be 2 minutes. We'll be back after this.
People just walking like, hey.
Deliberately towards the camera.
Yeah. So.
All right, welcome back. Judge on trial. It is 3:35 p.m. on it is Thursday, right? Thursday, December 18th, 8 months to the day since the incident at the Milwaukee County Courthouse that led to this trial of Judge Hannah Dugan at the federal courthouse in Milwaukee.
Oh,
we just got an update.
Verdict is in, guys.
Verdict is in.
Okay, we're going to have to go on our TV here.
1 hour and 20 minutes after they entered the jury room for deliberations.
That's coming from Jason Calvi. We're just waiting from Bill Miston. Subject line, verdict is not in.
No. It's okay.
Okay, stop.
Hang on.
Hold on. Subject line, okay, we're just conflicting. Bill Miston's in the federal courthouse, and he's saying the subject line that he's getting is the verdict is not in. So
is Ted Perry available? Can we check in with Ted, what he is hearing?
3 minutes ago, there was a knock at the door from the jury, and we know that, okay, let's go to Ted. Ted, what's going on in the courthouse?
The parties are back in court, is what I'm seeing.
Okay. A few things. I'm going to go up there in a second. And again, maybe people are just joining our coverage now and have been waiting for a verdict or whatever. So can I just set the logistical stage for everybody again?
So is a verdict
we are
in or
in room
not?
190.
Can we get there first?
The verdict's not in.
Okay.
I don't believe it is in.
Okay.
Right? It's not. Yeah, it's a note from a court, and that comes right from Ashley Sears, Ben. And if you don't trust her, I don't know what to tell you.
Can we start there though? Because there was a knock at the door, and there was. I just want to tell our viewers what's going on.
There was just a note exchanged, according to our staff. We got 3 reporters sitting over here. We got Bill up there. I'm going to run up there after I'm done with you guys here. But I want to go back to something you guys were talking about last break, if I could, and then bring up another point of discussion. You're talking about Judge Cervera being sympathetic, and I do want to talk more about that because I thought it was really interesting that Luzak attacked her professionally today and really sort of mocked her a little bit and tried to make her the one. And he said the term, she threw Judge Dugan under the bus. Well, she was a prosecution witness. She was brought on to testify, and she came across, I'm going to say, as vulnerable and has scorned a little bit, and I don't mean in a romantic sense, I mean in a, I trusted you and you really did me dirty on this one. These are my notes from that day as I was logging. I've highlighted all the emotions she said she felt: embarrassed, uncomfortable, irritated, abandoned, and shocked. And I thought she came across as a very credible witness.
And Ted, I want to bring in Mordecai.
I don't know how effective.
For you two to talk.
I'm just going to say, I don't know how effective.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I'm saying Mordecai is sitting next to me and he's nodding his head to what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Mordecai. Yeah.
She might have been the ultimate witness. She might have been the one who pulled everything together and had the credibility because, in a sense, she was an objective observer. She wasn't an advocate. She didn't take Hannah Dugan's side. She was just telling what happened to her, whether she wanted it or not.
I will tell you this: where I'm reading in our internal communications that the defense and Judge Dugan are in court. The clerk is on the dais, the court reporter is getting seated. So parties are coming back, but we do not believe there is a verdict. It has something probably to do with whatever this slip of paper said. Maybe the jury is asking to go home for the day and come back tomorrow. Who knows what's going on? We don't really know exactly what it is yet, but it does not appear to be a verdict at this point. Just want to be clear, we're going to get an update after we find out why the parties are back in court.
And Ted, back to your point.
Can I bring up one more point of discussion? Mm-hmm. And this has something we haven't talked about yet. We've talked about when they ate, and that's a legitimate thing. I mean, they could be getting hungry again. We've talked about all the witnesses. You know what we haven't talked about?
What?
Next week.
Yeah, it's the holidays.
Are you guys ready for Christmas? Yeah. No. I don't think anybody at that panel right there is ready for Christmas. We all got things to do. These jurors have been locked away from 9 to 5 and a little bit longer every day. You don't think that's in the back of their minds, like, let's get this thing going? I got Christmas shopping to do. I got travel plans to make. It's got to be a factor in here, which is why
I want to add something.
The judge said
the reason why, because I think there's probably a lot of viewers here going, "Why did you think a verdict was in if there's not one in?" I want to point out there was an email that went out from the federal courthouse media inquiries email address that said in the subject line, "Verdict is in," but then in the body said, "The jury has notified the court that it has a note for consideration. Please return to the courthouse immediately if you wish to be present for the court's consideration of the note." It was the subject line that was sent in error that said verdict is in. That was obviously in error, and that's where that came from.
And it doesn't happen right away.
Yeah, we just got another email. Yeah, we just got another email. Apologies for the confusion. There is not a verdict yet. So, yeah.
There are probably two plausible explanations. One of them is they want to hear some evidence. Mm-hmm. They want it read back to them because of the internal discussion. The other one is they would want a clarification from the judge about his instructions. In other words, they're getting really down to the meaning of his words, and perhaps they're asking him to repeat it. Now, if they're asking him to interpret what he said, he won't do that, but he will reread it.
And that makes sense that you want the parties to both be there in case they want to hear how this goes down, because it could very well sway what the jury determines behind closed doors. We will obviously keep you up to date on what we hear about that. We don't really know what it is yet.
Yeah, but can we talk about the mindset of jurors right now? I mean, they've had a long week already, and again, looking ahead next week, I imagine they want to get this done. And I imagine someone has spoken up and said, you know what? I got stuff to do for Christmas. Can we get this going? Can we agree to make a decision tonight? I don't know what's going on there. I'm just speculating.
If I'm human and I've heard the weather forecast and we're talking about a possible flash freezing, I want to get home.
I will say, though, that I think this would be much more urgent. The jury would be feeling a lot more pressure about next week and the holidays had this case not wrapped up so quickly today, because you still have Friday. There's not quite the sense of urgency tonight as if this were Friday afternoon. I do think that leaves them a little more room to be more deliberate.
But the internal...
And I have an answer on Ben's question from earlier, guys. Ben was asking, where are these jurors from? They're from 12 different counties across eastern Wisconsin. Remember, this is for the eastern half of Wisconsin. There are 72 counties in the state, so the eastern half, splits that, 35-ish, 36-ish? So they're from 12 different, they're not all Milwaukee County, they're not all Waukesha or Ozaukee County, they're from 12 different counties across our viewing area and even beyond our viewing area, to be frank.
If we have to speculate what's going on in the room, I think what's going on is probably what we'd call Wisconsin nice. In other words, okay, we disagree. Tell us what you disagree about. What about this evidence? What about that evidence? And it could be that the note is an indication of how far along they are in trying to put it together.
All right, we got to take a break. We will have much more here from the Wisconsin Live Desk, talking all about our coverage of the Hannah Dugan trial. The jury has it. They've been there for about an hour and a half. We'll be back to talk about more in just a couple of minutes. .345 here on Thursday, December 18th. Welcome back to our live streaming coverage of the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan, who is charged with obstructing the government as ICE attempted to arrest a man in the country illegally at the Milwaukee County Courthouse 8 months ago today, guys. And here we are waiting for a decision. In some ways, I know I've heard people, I saw comments online, people saying that this is this is a quick case in terms of from the incident to trial. A lot of people wait a lot longer for criminal trials in state court that we cover all the time. So while it's been 8 months, it's a relatively quick process overall.
One of the reasons is that Judge Edelman's calendar is relatively light. He's what's called senior status. That's sort of quasi-retired. And so he was free to schedule it, although some of the other line judges who are not retired would have had a much fuller calendar.
And not a complicated case. This is not a criminal case where we're waiting for forensics to come back. We're waiting for the DNA evidence. We've got some whispering on an audio recording. We've got some video cameras in the courthouse. And then we've got two different sides saying two different things happened. That's the case. That's the case. Right. So it's not as complicated as a criminal case.
And a reminder to you, an update that right now the jury has the case. They left the courtroom at 2:15 to go into deliberations. Just in the last 10 minutes or so, a note was passed by the jury saying that they're requesting some sort of a clarification. They have a note that the parties are being called back into court to hear what it is the jury is asking or what it is they want to say. We'll find out more about that when we learn more. We know Ted Perry, who's at the courthouse, just left his media room to go back up where he can actually watch what's going on, and then he'll be able to come back and tell us more about that. And Bill Miston is still in the courtroom feeding us his transcriptions.
I want to bring in Jason because I've got I'm taking this from a viewer's perspective. There's been so much between the judges and the testimony, and we talked about a chilling effect on immigrants coming to the courthouse. Is this trial going to have a chilling effect on how the courthouse operates between professionals? You know, you've got the chief judge saying, you know, being called for the prosecution. You've got your fellow judge. Jason, what is this going to do to the operations that happen at the courthouse day to day after this trial?
Well, I think you're going to be seeing that final policy come out from the chief judge. He alluded to this last week when I interviewed him, impromptu meeting inside of his room. I said, hey, chief judge. Now, what is the chief judge? Let's talk about that. They have power. I mean, the state Supreme Court regulations of the state of Wisconsin give the chief judge of a judicial district, Milwaukee County Courthouse, power over procedures here in the courthouse. So he does have authority here, and he's been working on this policy for more than 8 months now at this point. This whole case, there were 2 arrests in the courthouse, one in March 20th and the other was April 3rd. And so because of those arrests, there's been this whole process of what should be the policy in the courthouse. Where can ICE safely make arrests in this courthouse? And there was discussion during this trial about having it a written set of protocols that was in an email from Judge Dugan. She sent out saying, yeah, there should be a set of written protocols for dealing with ICE in the hallways. That was emails that were sent before everything transpired in this hallway on April 18th.
We are hearing, by the way, from Bill Miston as to what this note was all about from the jury. It does appear that there's a question about sending back some exhibits, and the clerk and attorneys are going over these pieces of paper. Bill also is making just observations
There's
that I
some
think
great
are fantastic.
ones.
Yeah, he says Judge Edelman, when they came back to the court, he walked in wearing a winter coat, and the defense attorney Stephen Biskupik joked that Edelman walked in through the public entrance, which got a little bit of a muted laugh. But I liked Bill's note. He said we didn't see if Hannah Dugan laughed at that remark.
Didn't know if she thought it was funny that he walked through the public entrance and not the private entrance.
We do also note that U.S. Attorney Brad Schimmel is now seated in the front row on the right side of the gallery where the media has been
And it
seated.
was Brad Schimmel who said, we've made an offer to the defense. And
Brad Schimmel's an interesting piece to this whole story. Brad Schimmel comes in the middle of this. He's really not a part of, the federal investigators who are on this case. Brad Schimmel is the acting U.S. attorney now, was the attorney general here in Wisconsin. He was a judge in Waukesha County. He's basically trying out for the job. He wants the full-time gig, but he comes in the middle of this case, Jason, and he, as our reporters are saying, he's kind of been seen walking around. He's witnessing it like the rest of us, even though I guess he would technically be the boss in town right now. But he's the interim. He was brought in late. So it's been interesting to see his interactions with people.
But if he's in the front row, that might mean that he gets the final say about a potential plea. That he can sign off on it or he can disagree with it.
Or he's just really interested. What's happening?
Guys, I want to update because this.
Hold on, Jason.
Hold on, Jason. We are hearing specifically what the question from the jury was, and this is listed in quotes by Bill Misson, but I don't know if it's an exact quote. Question from the jury: may we recall the exhibit that includes the ICE internal policies regarding steps when and after warrants are issued? And Judge Edelman says the parties agreed. The answer is that ICE internal policy requirements are in Exhibit 7, and that various other exhibits are being sent on thumb drives as well as paper transcripts. But there's a specific question about the Exhibit 7 ICE internal policies regarding steps to take when and after warrants are issued. That is something that the jury wants to look at, and now we get to go, okay, what does that mean? And I don't know if anyone has thoughts right off the bat as to what that means.
Good news for the defense. That's the first thing that just comes to my mind.
Seems like it could be.
So somebody says in the jury room, it was ICE who are the heavies. Because look at this Trump policy. Okay, let's look at the Trump policy. And so you might be right.
They're doing their homework, though. Sometimes we get juries, hey, raise your hand, guilty, not guilty. Okay, let's go home. That's not happening, guys.
I think what they want to, it sounds to me what they're looking at is, do we know that ICE played it by the book here, by their own book? Or did they fumble some steps along the way? That's a question that appears to be going on inside that jury room right now. And as you said, if you're the defense, you probably look at that and go, good, I'm glad they're asking that question.
Right. ICE policy generally be to avoid confrontation, to do it in a safe way, and to do it in a legal way. And so I'm not sure what the defense can hang on to in terms of the jury seeing that exhibit. There's got to be a very specific element of behavior that they want to focus on.
But even ICE agents admitted that day it did not go to plan. This was not, hey, this was supposed to be easy. We're going to show up, we're going to wait for this court hearing to end, and then we'll just take him into custody right after his court hearing and suddenly they're being asked questions about their warrant. They're going down the offices. Things are, and also, guys, don't you think? I mean, in our society, we hope that our federal government and our local governments are working together. The federal government, they're making sure that people who are supposed to be in this country are in this country, and they're trying to keep us safe. And you hope our local government is trying to keep us safe, and they're all working together. I think this case really exposed they're not working together. ICE didn't call down to the judge's office and give them a heads up. They just showed up in a, Judge Hannah Dugan, what'd you have, 30 cases that day, Jason? And they just show up and they say, hey, we got a warrant, we got to take this guy. There was no coordination ahead of time. They're not working together on this. They've got their own priorities. Both people in the Milwaukee County Courthouse and the federal agents have different priorities.
I'm hearing, by the way, do we have Christina
They did.
Vanzel's
There was a
available?
couple steps they took in the.
Okay. All right.
We've
I'm
got
sorry.
this delay thing, so sorry if people listening at home. But what we did hear in court was that there were several, and also in the criminal complaint, there were several instances where those federal agents presented their credentials to security personnel here at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, as well as FBI agents going into Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom just at the very beginning, before the session started, to tell them we were here, we're going to arrest this person afterwards, and then there was all that as well, that they were going to do this arrest after the hearing wrapped up for Eduardo Flores Ruiz.
All right.
I do want to tell everyone who's watching right now on a live stream that coming up here at 4 o'clock, you may be used to seeing our usual Fox 6 newscast at 4 p.m. Today, we're going to be keeping it here with the live stream and actually simulcasting this on our Fox 6 News broadcast channel. That's going to be coming up here in about 5 minutes. And we're going to be doing that, I don't know, at least till 5 o'clock, and we'll see what the court does after that as far as the jury. We know the jury is still deliberating right now, but we'll be doing that here in just a little bit. So we've got Jason Calvi out at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. In a little bit, we'll be talking to Christina Vanzel's, who is at the federal courthouse. A lot more to come here today. We are here with UWM Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee, Kim Murphy, Ben Handelman, myself, a lot of other people are, it's a big heavy lift here today, but a lot of people working on this for you. To bring you up to speed if you're just joining us, the jury has the case right now. There is no verdict yet in the case, the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan at the federal courthouse.
Let me turn to Mordecai. We're going to cut you loose, Jason, so you can just take a breather there. Is there a minimum time that a jury is required to deliberate?
No.
So they could have come back in 15 minutes.
Theoretically, sure.
Yes.
Okay, so that's interesting.
It means that when they took the initial preliminary vote, how does everybody stand?
They weren't unanimous.
They weren't unanimous.
And
Presumably,
and
unless they're like, we're unanimous. And I mean, we don't know what it's going on in the room, but they theoretically could be unanimous, say, but let's just talk it out a little bit.
Because there are 2 counts, right?
Correct.
Right, 1 misdemeanor, 1 felony. So if they're looking at the internal ICE policy, which I'm still a little baffled about, that's got to be that one of the jurors is saying to the majority of them, wait a minute, I'm holding my position because I'm confused about fill in the blank, in this case, ICE internal policy. But I'm not sure, what does that hinge on? What door do you open by following that as a key document?
Okay, Jason Calvi pops back in. Do you have a question, Jason? No question? Yes question?
Well, we've got that QR code at the bottom of the screen where people have been really giving us a lot of questions over the course of this week. And I wanted to ask Donna's question while Mordecai's still here, because he's a former government worker, state lawmaker for many years. A question came in from Donna from Milwaukee. If she's convicted, right now she's getting paid, so she's not working. The Supreme Court of Wisconsin suspended her from her duties as this case plays out. She's suspended, but she's still getting paid. But if she is convicted and loses her job, will she still be able to take in that pension that she may have got from working for the state?
This is the Richard Nixon question. Richard Nixon resigned from the presidency as opposed to being impeached because he wanted to protect his pension. And he knew that if he was impeached, he would lose it. And so Donna's question is exactly down that line. If she's convicted and she's released from office, she's expelled from office by conviction, she would not qualify for her pension, which is why I still think there might be a plea deal that she resigns before she's convicted and she still can get her pension.
We have 1 minute before we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to have we're going to come back and have our broadcast viewers join us as well. I do want to just kind of bring everyone up to speed if you're just coming in. The jury has the case. They began deliberations at 2:15. This is in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. They began at 2:15. They came out, they asked a question or they passed a note. They want to look at an exhibit. That exhibit has something to do with ICE internal policies about what to do after a warrant, steps to take after a warrant is arrested. So that is something we know that the jury is looking at. When we break here, we're going to take that break, come back in a couple of minutes, and we've got our whole Fox 6 News team ready to help get you up to speed on what's going on and get prepared for what may or may not be a verdict today. I guess that yet remains to be seen. We're here with Mordecai Lee from UWM, Kim Murphy, Ben Handelman, myself, Brian Polson. Fourth day of this trial. Will it be the last? We don't know yet, but we're going to take a break, and we'll be back right here after this.
I stuck to the original agreement.
I was not trying to intimidate her in any way.
Look at the size of him and his brother as well.
You never know what anyone's going to do, and I thought it was in my best safety as well as hers if we both left, if I've left the property.
I will not have another roommate, ever.
And welcome to this special edition of Fox 6 News at 4. We are on verdict watch. The jury in the Hannah Dugan trial has been deliberating now for about 2 hours. I am joined by Brian Polson, who has carried us throughout the afternoon on Fox Local. And Ben Handelman, my co-anchor, and Mordecai Lee, professor and extraordinaire, breaking down everything that we need to know. I'll just say that. So, Brian, bring us up to speed.
So, at 2:15 today, the jury left the courtroom to begin its deliberations. Actually, the day started with the defense beginning to make its presentation. That didn't last very long. It lasted 45 minutes. They called 4 witnesses. Hannah Dugan was not one of them. She did not testify in her own defense. The last witness of the day, the 4th defense witness, was former Milwaukee mayor and U.S. ambassador to Luxembourg, now retiree, I guess, unemployed, he said.
He joked to say he was unemployed,
was the last one. We heard from a couple of judges. We heard from a public defender, all very briefly, and then we heard from Tom Barrett, and now the case has gone to the jury. We did hear closing arguments, of course, as well today, where we really get a sense for what each side, the government and the defense, are trying to make out of this. And I'll start with you, Mordecai. What did you make, first of all, of the government's closing argument?
I thought the government did a very precise kind of description. Here's a fact that we proved, and now here's another fact that we proved. And it's sort of like pebbles down a path. And so they were very tightly organized to say, you saw the facts, you heard the facts, and I'm summarizing it, and now you have to decide if I convinced you. On the other hand, it seems to me that it was not a factual basis argument, closing argument by the defense. he seemed to be flailing away a little bit, and mostly it looked to me like he was calling on them to reject the whole case, called jury nullification. Take a stand. Stand up to the man. Stand up to Washington. Stand up to the bureaucracy. Make yourselves proud and acquit her.
And Jason Luzak, the defense attorney, didn't say exactly those things, but he strongly hinted at them by saying things like, this is your chance to stand in the way of government overreach, things like that.
Absolutely.
The question is what's happening right now with the jury. So they've been deliberating for 2 hours. Guys, just moments ago, knock at the door. And anytime there's a knock at the door, suddenly everybody in the court.
And in fact, it's this chaotic right now because everyone's watching with a hair trigger that the email that went out about this knock at the door initially said verdict is in, and we said the verdict is in, and then wait a minute, that was a mistake.
In the email.
This was from the federal court media coordinator who then had to apologize. Sorry, didn't mean that, just meant to say there was a note from the jury.
So let's talk about the note. Let's talk about what did the jury just moments ago asked the court, because this is really interesting. It does not appear whatever is going on behind those closed doors is unanimous, because they're now asking questions, and they've asked for something so specific. This was not brought up in any of our coverage because of how specific this evidence they are now asking to take a second look at. So what is that?
Exhibit 7 is the number, and it has something to do with ICE policy on the steps that they take, their own internal policy on the steps to take after they issue a warrant. When and after they issue a warrant, that's what they asked for, and the judge said, here's a thumb drive with that and a bunch of other exhibits.
Tells me it's a long thing to look at. You got to put it on a whole thumb drive here.
So I want to interrupt you. That's one thing that we're focusing on, but you made note of who else is in the courtroom right now. U.S. Eastern District Attorney Brad Schemmel.
He's the acting U.S. Attorney right now.
And
not acting anymore. He is the U.S. Attorney.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That might have. He may be there more than just a casual legal observer.
I think if I were the defense right now, I'd be thrilled by the request from the jury, but I'd realize that it's because there's one or two holdouts that have this arcane argument that they hope would be to acquit. And assuming they lose, the defense, before the verdict comes in, might want a plea deal. And I think that's why the U.S. Attorney is there, to give the nod. Because when you're in the defense, you want the certainty of the benefit of the plea deal. And even if you're in the prosecution, even though you think it was a slam dunk, you still want the certainty of getting the plea deal where she would plead guilty to some, let's say, minor misdemeanor.
It's a theory. Anything's possible. Let's get to Christina Van Zelst, who's inside the courthouse. Let's get a vibe. We know it was a full house, really, for the courtroom and the overflow room. So what's happening right now?
Yeah, so want to give you guys the feel of the media broadcast room right now. A lot of other outlets are just finishing up their live shots. We want to turn the camera just to show you how much more crowded the room is today. So earlier this week, it was just these couple of tables where we're sitting at that were filled. But if you look kind of behind me here, there's our lovely Ashley Sears and Jake. But this is kind of the vibes right now. We're describing it as the calm before the storm. Oh, yes, and Jared. But just everyone's kind of here. You got a shout out. Everybody's here just waiting anxiously and patiently. So a lot of cameras set up for the potential interview after a verdict, if that comes in tonight. So there's 8 cameras set up for sound for whoever might want to do an interview afterwards. So things are just kind of a waiting game here, but a lot more presence in this media broadcast room today than we've seen. Day one was similar, but throughout the week, it's been a little bit quieter. And then, of course, today now, as we wait for the jury to deliberate, a lot more outlets in this room as we wait for a potential verdict tonight.
I know one of the things that we have been waiting for when this trial is over, all of these exhibits that have been entered will be available to us, but we can't see any of them. We couldn't hear the audio, and this is a really unusual trial for us to cover this way because we're used to seeing video, hearing what's going on. Christina, you're there in the courthouse today. You were able to sort of witness some of this for yourself. It is very different to observe this through text from Bill Miston's fingers, who's done such a great job of keeping us up to date. But how different is it to be there, to see the facial expressions, to sort of get the atmosphere of the room.
Yeah, I want to give Bill a shout out first because he has been doing such a tremendous job with giving us almost word for word what's been going on, but hearing it for yourself definitely makes a difference. Yesterday, I went into the media overflow room, and you keep hearing in the testimony that audio that keeps getting played where you hear about the stares and the whispering, and just hearing that for yourself and the tone definitely gives a better picture, and seeing people's emotions makes a difference versus what you can just read from Bill's notes. I mean, again, he does a great job describing what people are doing. We have these sketches from the sketch artist, but being in the courtroom, hearing the tone of everything, seeing the jurors, it definitely adds a little bit more detail to what each case is presenting. And guys, it feels like we started today with the defense presenting its case. That feels like it was a completely different day. That lasted only about 45 minutes this morning. I know, and here we are. So it's definitely, it does make a difference, though, hearing it for yourself and all.
Point
of
of
the
clarification here, just on something we said earlier. Brad Schimmel is the interim U.S. attorney. That was my mistake. And Jason Calvi pointing out it's 120 days that he's got that position, which brings up to my point earlier. This kind of is like a job trial for Brad Schimmel. All these eyes from Washington are watching this case, but it's kind of put him in a unique position because he's coming in halfway through. It's really not his case. It's the prosecutor's case.
And remember that in the federal judiciary, the interim U.S. attorney can only serve for 120 days. And the president can't keep sort of renominating them. After the 120 days lapse, the judges get together and they appoint an acting U.S. attorney. And that's been litigated out on the East Coast, but not in Milwaukee.
We know that back at the beginning of all of this, when Hannah Dugan was first placed in handcuffs, that Kash Patel, the FBI director, tweeted out a picture of her in handcuffs. And we know that the Trump administration has been very interested in this. Mordecai, you pointed out earlier, I thought it was really interesting, that we haven't seen or heard a word from the Trump administration higher-ups during the trial. But do you think they're watching this closely? Are they sitting, I mean, who knows? Are they watching this live stream right now? I don't know. But they're clearly observing this and waiting for the outcome, right?
Right. Clearly, the 4 days of testimony are sort of process. You know, it's not interesting. It's not engaging TV. But the moment we have a verdict, everybody's going to have an opinion. And I'm pretty sure that the president would comment on it, let alone Kash Patel, because this is a symbol of their policy on immigration, of being aggressive on catching illegal immigrants, not run-of-the-mill illegal immigrants, but illegal immigrants who have broken the law. That's what the initial focus of Trump's policy was.
When we talk about the change in, by the way, of people having an interest, I'm curious, Christina, because you have a window right next to you, and you can see outside. We don't know what to expect in terms of people showing up outside the courthouse. Have you seen anyone showing up? Are there demonstrators? Is the weather kind of keeping people away? What have you seen so far?
Honestly, we haven't seen a lot of people outside throughout the week. There was a protest on day one, and then, of course, it was extremely cold during the week. Today, it's a little bit warmer, but last peek outside, nobody outside. So, of course, we'll keep an eye on it, though. If a verdict comes in, I do wonder if that will change. But we also had morning crews every day keeping an eye out on what protesting might look like, and we have not seen people outside. So I don't know if that's to say it's the weather that's keeping people away, or if people are just not protesting. Maybe they will tonight. We'll see what happens. And we have a front row seat. This is right out to Wisconsin Avenue right here, and the front of the building is behind us. So we can see if people show up, and if they do, we will definitely let you guys know.
For what it's worth, I had a text message from someone with Moses Sailor Frontier that said, we're talking about it, we'll let you know. We did want to know, do you have plans to bring people out there?
They've been very organized this week. I mean, they've had like planned groups showing up in the morning to have events and media availability. So yeah.
I'm going to jump in. Christina, I know that Bill is our person that's been in the courtroom for all of this. Have you had an occasion to be inside the court? Have you laid eyes on Judge Dugan, and what are your observations?
Yeah, I was in there today. I was in the overflow room yesterday, but I was in the actual courtroom this morning, and then stayed in for most of the closing arguments today. It's a little bit hard when there's not a ton of seating available, so I really was only able to see the back of her head. But she seems calm and doesn't really show a lot of emotion. In some of the sketches, maybe you can see a little bit of emotion, but it's kind of that same face that we've seen, it is kind of hard to tell because she's seated right in the middle and we just get the back of her head. In some of those media overflow rooms where the cameras are, you can see the defense table a little bit better, but that is where the sketch artist has come in handy, relying on her to capture those moments. And I know we got to talk to her during jury selection. If we are able to catch her again, would love to interview her just about how she's felt that this trial has gone on her end, because she's the one, trying to capture people's faces. We went through almost 20 witnesses yesterday, 4 today, so would love to get her take on what she thinks in terms of the tone of what she saw in the courtroom. But from where we're seated in the gallery, it is hard to see people's reactions because they're facing Judge Edelman. We had former U.S. Attorney James Santel on earlier. I thought he had some great comments, because here I am as it ends with the closing arguments. My first thought is, I think we're going to get a quick verdict here. It's not happening, guys. I mean, we're 2 hours in, and what he said was, whatever your predictions are, whatever your expectations are when you're dealing with 12 jurors from all different walks of life, throw every expectation out the window, because anything is possible, and anything could be happening in that room right now. We're already surprised by some of the evidence that they are zeroed in on, asking questions about.
Although that being said, I've covered cases for a long time, and it can also be dangerous business to try to predict what it means when they ask for an exhibit. And it's similar to watching Supreme Court oral arguments where you say, I wonder, they asked a question that way. I think the Supreme Court's tipping its hand, and not necessarily. So it's speculation, it's educated guessing, and we are educated people with a lot of information, but you never know. Like you said, Ben, it's unpredictable what happens. Christina, we're going to let you go because I know we've got to get some other people set up. Thank you for joining us from the federal courthouse. Just a reminder, folks, we are on day 4 of the Judge Hannah Dugan trial. The jury is deliberating. It has now been almost exactly 2 hours since they first went into the deliberation room. They've asked for at least one exhibit. The judge has given a thumb drive full of exhibits, and their deliberations continue. So I know we're going to be joined in just a little bit by Jonathan Lavoie of Kim Lavoie, and I think we'll get that sort of defense perspective here. But, we've been talking about what we heard from the government. You said you felt the government put on this really strong case. Where's the defense going to go? They only had the 4 witnesses, but in the closing argument, Jason Luzak really did seem to broaden it out. As you mentioned, to focus on the government over each question. But I think, and I want to ask Jonathan about this, I think the really surprising thing to a lot of people was the way he went after Judge Cervera and essentially said she's the state's star witness so far, or it seems to be, and he really attacked her credibility.
In trials, sometimes you've got a lot of witnesses. Here's what I saw. And then somebody else says, no, here's what I saw. But the prosecution's case was not just that judge. The prosecution's case was the audio and the cameras and documents. And it seems to me that reinforced all the other sources of evidence, as opposed to relying too much on one person who saw just this one thing.
Let's talk about the key evidence, guys, as this case really broke down. What stuck with the jury? And to me, this was all a case about surveillance video and some audio.
For me, it was the audio, because I think for weeks now we've seen the video. So we thought, okay, that's the video, that's the case. We didn't know that there was audio also, and I think that was that was like, oh wow.
What's interesting about the audio, though, it's not crystal clear audio. We're hearing 2 people whisper inside a court chambers, which never looks good when you're whispering, when you know you're being recorded. That maybe is something that I know the government pointed out. But also, we're not getting a clear conversation. And if everything is on the government to try and prove the intent, and Brian, you pointed this out, we're trying to go inside someone's head. What was Hannah Dugan meaning to do? You have to prove what her intent was.
Intent is difficult to prove.
And it seems to me the most persuasive single thing is when she said stairs.
Down the stairs.
Down the stairs.
Absolutely.
But then he didn't go down the stairs.
But if you're
and
asking,
I know you guys say that's not a big deal, but guys, he never. I'm just telling you, if I wanted Brian Polson to not go into the hallway full of ICE agents, I would tell you, make sure you don't go into the door that leads to the hallway. He never went down the stairs.
So we can all play the prosecution and the defense, but how about we talk with the defense criminal attorney?
That's a great idea, because I've got questions for him. Boy, do I have questions.
Jonathan Lavoie joins us from the law firm Kim and Lavoie. He has been with us. He was with us last night on FOX6 News at 9 and 10. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us again. So, last night we did not know if Hannah Dugan Dugan last minute would take the stand. She did not. It's, now with the jury. What are your thoughts on today's developments?
So you guys are right about her not testifying. You guys were the first to report that yesterday, so good job. I was surprised that she didn't testify. It left, I think, a hole in the case. You guys have been talking about it all day, that they did not address what happened in that hallway. And it's probable that she didn't have a good explanation for it. But she didn't testify, and we see that their whole case now is the government's bad, and I think they're hoping that there'll be jurors on the panel that are going to vote in favor of Judge Dugan just based on their background and opinions about immigration.
Well, clearly we talked about when it comes to witnesses, not just the evidence, the surveillance and the audio, but witnesses. In terms of strong witnesses, we were talking about it on day 2. Ted Perry said he thought, at least at that point, that Judge Cervera was the leader in the clubhouse in terms of star witnesses for the state. And today we had Jason Luzak really kind of attack her credibility. He said she was a friend of the government or had become a friend of the government. He said that some of the things she said, she heard Judge Dugan saying. You could watch the video and you don't see her saying those things. One of them in particular, that when she asked what kind of warrant do you have, they said administrative. She says she heard Judge Dugan say it's got to be judicial warrant. It's got to be a judicial warrant. It's got to be a judicial warrant 3 times. He says, look at the video. It's not there. He went on to suggest that maybe she was really the one who was out to do this. After all, one of the public defenders came in and said, you're the goated one after this, not Judge Dugan. But it really does seem like he turned this around and said, don't believe her. She's the one. What did you make of that? And was that influential testimony for the jury?
Yes, in federal cases, it is very common for people to be scared about getting dragged into a conspiracy, and I'm certain that Judge Cervera was very, very afraid that she was going to be prosecuted herself. So she had to pick a side, and I think the defense did a good job of arguing that her testimony was biased to try to protect herself, that she had to take sides with the government, or she herself might find herself in that same courtroom.
And if I'm hearing you right, the suggestion there is that maybe Judge Cervera was a little more in on this than she is letting on at this point. And I think that's where the relevance maybe comes in of the who did she call or text? She texted her sister and said, hey, ICE is in the building. If you have any clients here, be on the lookout. Is that essentially what they're suggesting is, yeah, maybe she knew exactly what she was doing with Judge Dugan and is now flipping because she's just covering herself?
Exactly right. Self-preservation is everything, and we see this in federal trials all the time, where the government will work out deals with witnesses to testify against others in hopes that that person doesn't get dragged into the prosecution themselves. So it begs the question: will the jury believe what Judge Cervera said, or will they believe that her testimony was biased?
This is Mordecai. I've got a question about exhibits, because the jury just about half an hour ago asked to see a very specific exhibit, and if I understood Brian correctly, that exhibits are not public documents. Is that normal that an exhibit is?
They will be at the end of the trial. During the trial, we cannot see those.
During the trial, an exhibit is not a public document. Is that correct?
It's not a public document during the trial, but the jury is absolutely able to ask for and receive and review all exhibits that the court otherwise would permit them to view.
Why do you think they care about ICE policy, Jonathan? Like, that's what they're looking at, and we're all like, why are they looking at that?
Well, I think it goes to maybe to the defense. The defense is saying, there was confusion about court policy, ICE policy. Were the police officers acting within their official capacity, and were they acting lawfully? So I think they're just making sure that the government was doing everything right. Because remember, Mr. Luzak attacked the government by saying that they're taking too much control and you have the right to stand up to your government, those types of things. So maybe the jury is really looking at whether ICE was acting appropriately or not.
Well, I think to myself, there's 12 people in that room, and this is a really politically divisive issue to begin with, immigration enforcement. The odds are pretty good. There's someone in that room who's not a big fan of ICE to begin with. And if they're going, okay, we're looking at what she did, but let's check a little closer at did ICE follow their own policy? Did they go by the book? I'm imagining that's some of what's going on there. But if you hear that as a defense attorney, do you go, this is good news? Is the defense glad that that's an exhibit they asked for?
Anytime a jury is taking a close look at a case and is asking questions, asking to look at evidence, that's a good thing. Because as a defense attorney, you want the jury to be asking questions. You want them to be fighting with each other. You want them to have disagreements. If this were so simple, they would have just returned a guilty verdict right away. So they're asking for evidence, in my mind, means that they're taking a close look, which is what we want them to do.
Sorry for interrupting. I just want to draw attention again that Brad Schimmel, today, day 4, as you know, defense rests, is in the courtroom. We don't know that there's a deal, but if there were, walk us through how that happens.
There are sometimes, very rarely, very last-minute deals when the jury is out. And I don't know whether that's going to happen in this situation or not, but I have settled cases while the jury was walking in before. So it's just a matter of the lawyers getting together, and I suppose it's always possible that there could be some last-minute deal.
Can we talk about the defense gets their chance today. We're all thinking, man, is Hannah Dugan going to go up on and be called? And we end with Tom Barrett. Now, I'm not saying Tom Barrett's a bad witness, but he wasn't at the courthouse. And you always want to end with your strongest person, normally. I'm not a lawyer, Jonathan, correct me if I'm wrong there. But you want something to stick with the jury here. And
maybe a current co-worker, not a former mayor.
The last thing we heard is, she's great. I grew up with her, and she's trustworthy.
I knew her when she was a child.
Great question for Jonathan. Yeah. What do you think about it? Was that a good last witness, and why?
Yes, and here's why. They're hoping that there are jurors in that panel that believe in the Democratic policy and our anti-Trump policy. And by bringing Tom Barrett in, I think they're trying to make it political without saying it. I think it's a underhanded way to bring the political nature of this case into the courtroom when of course they're told not to.
I win the dollar bet that I didn't make with Ted Perry, because I said this yesterday, and Ted said, I think you're being a little
it wasn't even
two steps ahead.
It was hours ago. That's how long it's been.
Well, what, really?
You said it, and Ted did it?
Okay.
Well, because that just happened today, Brian.
That was today? Boy, it does feel like it's been multiple days.
Seriously, they were making a political defense argument here, Mordecai, were they not? They're looking for the one juror who does, there's Tom Barrett. I like Tom Barrett. That appeared to be part of the defense strategy.
So their strategy is either a deadlock jury of sort of one person going, no, I'm not hearing what you're saying. I will never, ever agree to what the majority wants. Or they're hoping for jury nullification, that this one person who's focusing on the ICE policy will gradually convince the majority that indeed the defense is right. We have to stand up to fill in the blank. Trump, the man, the deep state, and let's make a political statement, and they may well do it.
Jonathan, I want to talk about the two charges. One's a felony, one's a misdemeanor. The obstruction is the felony, and concealing a wanted person is the misdemeanor. We talked about how Flores Ruiz was actually arrested. So could this be a split decision?
Yeah, that's a great question. And sometimes when juries are deadlocked, that happens. There's sort of a negotiation saying, all right, fine. We can't agree on everything, but let's agree at least on one out of two. So it's possible that they could be what we call a compromise verdict, where a jury convicts of one and not the other. Even though they're very closely interlaced charges, it's possible for a jury just to say, just to get out of here, it's been a long week. Let's just agree on one of the counts and dismiss the other one, or find not guilty of the other one.
The fact we haven't heard anything in a couple hours, you're a defense attorney. Does the pendulum start? Do you start feeling better as a defense attorney? Does the government get more and more nervous the longer and longer this goes?
In a case like this, where the evidence was so strong for the government, the longer it goes, the more concern I would have if I were the government.
Well, it's been 2 hours and 10 minutes so far, and we're still sitting here waiting. Jonathan Lavoie of Kim Lavoie, thank you for being here with us. We are so grateful for all of your insight. We are dealing with more than just Hannah Dugan, but also we're dealing with some incoming weather.
Tom warned us about this. Right now, it's not too bad. We had some rain, but those temperatures are going to take a dive, Ben Handelman.
Yeah, and let's go to Tom Walks, because he's our expert in snow squalls, which, Tom, is a possibility tonight?
Swing back a little bit. Is that
okay? Oh.
Snow squalls and flash icing, I think he said.
As long as nothing like the flash flooding we got for State Fair this year, and then went everywhere else.
There's our weather expert.
Tell us about flash icing, or what is it? What is
I
coming
like
this
it.
way?
Yeah, flash freeze.
Flash freeze.
Yes.
Okay.
So I know, and that may be a term that you're not used to hearing so much, but that means it freezes very, very quickly. So let's talk about it. First of all, beautiful sunset here. Skies are clearing out as we have some drier air coming in behind the rain that came through here just a few hours ago. Now, a couple of things to point out here. Number one, the temperature is still at 40, but the wind has shifted around to the west. So that means temperatures are going to be dropping rapidly. Dew points will be dropping as well. Air pressure, boy, did we bottom out really low in that today. So you may be feeling that as well with very low air pressure in place. Now, take a look at these temperatures. Look over at Blanchardville, which is to the southwest of Madison. They are at 30 degrees right now. Cold Spring 37, Walworth, town of Walworth, you're at 36 right now. And we'll be seeing these temperatures dropping below freezing west to east between 5 and 8 o'clock tonight. So our western communities probably within the next 45 minutes to an hour, so maybe closer to 5:30. And then into Milwaukee, probably about 7 o'clock or so tonight, that temperature drops below freezing. Why is that so critical? Well, we had rain plus we have snow melt today, right? So the rain is moving off to the east. So that water is going to turn to ice very quickly. Now, from the snow standpoint, good news is the snow squall threat that we talked about last night, that's gotten a lot lower. In fact, off to the west, get this, there are blizzard warnings right now. In southern Minnesota, a lot of blowing snow going on just to the south of Minneapolis right now. And again, blizzard warnings out there. So we're going to miss out on that, which is certainly good news. But we could still have some snow showers flying around later tonight. But the big story is going to be this icing. So in other words, any water that remains on driveways, sidewalks, parking lots, and roads will be turning to ice quickly here this evening. Again, between about 5 and 8 o'clock on the average from the west to east tonight. So a couple of snow showers after that as well, and then very cold air coming in as we go throughout the night. So that is the way our weather is looking here, and I'll show you as we go throughout the evening. You see that temperature drop, and I think we're going to be getting close to 32 between 7 and 8 o'clock in Milwaukee. It's going to remain windy tonight as well, and that is also going to just lead to very cold temperatures. In fact, by morning, wind chills will be around -5, so 0 to -5 for wind chills in the morning tomorrow. I know, a far cry from the 40s of just a few hours ago. We're going to drop tomorrow, but then we're going to see those temperatures start to go back up. So let's take a look here at your 6-day planner. This is a wild roller coaster ride, isn't it? 22 for a high tomorrow, and wind chills will largely be right around 10 to maybe 15 degrees during the afternoon. 40 on Saturday. Could see a few snow showers on Saturday, but that's the only chance through Christmas. Now we start out winter on Sunday with a high of 22, 34 on Monday, and then we're back to around 40 Tuesday and on Christmas Eve. And I'll tell you what, Christmas Day, if the pattern holds, we could be in the 50s. Talk about a turnaround, right? From the bitter cold and all the snow. And of course, we want to keep the snow around for Christmas, and then the pattern totally changes again. So unfortunately, I think our chances for a white Christmas are pretty low around here. But again, we're warming things up as we head towards Christmas Eve and especially Christmas Day. So that is the way our current forecast is looking. But I just want to summarize again here that the big story for the next several hours will be this flash freeze coming in. So again, watch out for icing if you're walking the dog tonight, for example. Be mindful of that any water that is out there now will be turning to ice in the next couple of hours. And really the most dangerous time for that is going to be right as we start the freeze, because typically you can't put salt down where you have big puddles, right? Because it's just going to wash away. So you've almost got to wait until after that ice starts developing to really salt it up. So just be careful here in the next several hours as the cold air comes in. I'll have another update in a bit, guys. Back over to you.
All right, thanks, Tom. We promised you gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Hannah Dugan trial, and the jury deliberations continue. They are in a room at this hour, and all stakes are still on the table. Everything, it's been a fascinating day with the closing arguments.
Jonathan Lavoie, we just spoke with him, defense criminal attorney, brought up the possibility that the jury can dismiss one of the charges if they can't agree.
Right. And we know, I mean, it's now been 2 hours. We've crossed that 2-hour threshold, guys. They've asked one question, asking to see an ICE policy be given on a flash drive.
Policy, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I thought was interesting about the trial? When this started, there was a lot of talk about a judge wearing a robe outside of the courtroom. And honestly, I didn't understand the significance of that and why the government was making a big deal of that, because it's like, who cares what they're wearing in the hallway? But as this was laid out by the government,
it's not protocol.
You realize the significance that prosecutors really were making with that, and they tried to hit that home in their closing arguments today.
I do want to get us out to Jason Calvi, who I know is standing by right now out at the Milwaukee County Courthouse, because, Jason, we've talked about so many elements of this case. You showed us up and down that hallway, but outside of the facts, outside of the evidence, there are these larger national political implications. And I know as our political reporter, that's something you're certainly keeping a close eye on.
Yeah, and it's really fascinating that the jury asked for this particular document, Exhibit 7, which details ICE policies regarding courthouse arrests. Brian, it's a document that you well have studied, and there were changes from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. Under the Biden administration, courthouse arrests were rare. There was worries in the Biden administration that it could chill access to the criminal justice system here in the courthouses. But they did allow, under the Biden administration, certain arrests, for example, for national security threats. The Trump administration, coming into power in January, added to those courthouse arrests, and, for example, people that had been already deported from the country and returned. So that is what they're looking at, this new policy that came into effect, Exhibit number 7. That is what the jury is asked to look at. And interesting enough, it says in that document, ICE officers or agents must coordinate with the relevant local office of principal legal advisor before conducting enforcement actions in or near courthouses. And it goes on to say, immigration enforcement actions in or near courthouses should, to the extent practical, continue to take place in non-public areas of the courthouse. That was what the Biden administration also said. They said that those arrests for immigration issues should be in non-public areas of the courthouse, be conducted in collaboration with court security, and utilize the court building's non-public entrances and exits. That's what the policy says. That is the document that right now, or a few minutes ago, the jurors asked to see.
What was your take on that, guys? Was ICE following the rules?
I think it turns the case upside down, because based on what Jason just reported, this was done in a public place in the courthouse as opposed to a non-public place. However, it's sort of hard to quite understand what is a non-public place in the courthouse, because a judge's courtroom is a public place.
I would say a hallway that you're not allowed to go in would be but that's not what the arrest happened.
Locked. Does that make a difference?
I'm not sure that it does. If the jury is now leaning to believing that ICE violated its own internal policy.
Guys, we got a knock. Bill Miston says there's been a knock at the door from the jury.
Which just could mean a question.
It could mean we want to go home for the night. It could mean we've come to a decision. So, guys, there's been a knock at the door. Jason, you've covered a lot of trials, Jason. I mean, we don't know what's happening with the jury, but any time the knock means they want to talk to the outside world. That's significant.
Yeah. It really is, and there was that last instance where they knocked on that door. They sent a note saying they wanted to read this document I just laid out for you, ICE's policies regarding courthouse arrests. Now, whether or not what that means for defense versus prosecution, this idea of guilty versus not guilty, we'll leave that for the jury. But it does, it does lay out those guidelines for courthouse arrests. So I don't know exactly what this next question is. It'll be interesting to hear from Bill regarding what they actually are asking for this next go around. I know during the closing arguments, one of the things the prosecution said, one of the things the federal government said was, hey, jurors, take your time. The best evidence is that physical evidence. It's the surveillance cameras that are all across this hallway that captured the interactions between Judge Dugan and those federal agents. They said also go back and listen, put your headphones on and listen to what took place in the courtroom where there's that statement down the stairs, which is so crucial to the prosecution's case.
Jason, let me ask you, you've talked with the chief judge, Ashley. about this policy. It's not been released. Do you get the feeling he was waiting until this trial, the conclusion?
Oh, yeah.
To inform what that policy is going to be?
Yeah, it's been in the books. He's been drafting this for more than 8 months. There were courthouse arrests here at the Milwaukee County Courthouse back in March, another one in early April, and that precipitated this major discussion among judges about what should be the policy. That was all taking place in early April, and since that time, he's been drafting this policy. He's been working on it. He's actually shared the draft with ICE to say, hey, do you have any problems? I want to make sure we can resolve all the problems with ICE in this policy, and it's really laying out where ICE can safely make these arrests in the courthouse. And again, when he, according to his testimony, according to the federal agent's testimony, when they talked with the chief judge on that fateful day of April 18th, he said when they talked about where the arrest was going to take place for Eduardo Flores Ruiz, he indicated that the public hallways were fair game for potential arrests. So again, that coupled with what the Trump administration's policy says regarding these should ideally be done in non-public areas. They're not getting access to the non-public areas because of that issue of judicial warrant versus administrative warrant. The judicial warrant would give them access to non-public areas. According to what we heard in the testimony, the administrative warrant, which is signed by an ICE agent to confirm and authorize an arrest of somebody, that does not give them access to the non-public areas of the courthouse, according to what we heard in this trial.
All right, Jason, we're going to let you regroup here. We've got a new update on the knock. The officer has come out with a slip of paper from the chambers. This is how they communicate. The jury's communicating with the court. That would say they may have a question.
I'm watching Bill type live.
Oh, it's literally coming in. So this is the challenge of covering federal cases. And when we're in the Milwaukee County Courthouse, we got audio, we got video. This is a federal case. No audio, no video. We've got a team of reporters inside the courthouse, and we're getting it live. But this is, it seems archaic at this point, doesn't it, guys, that we're not getting some sort of audio? I mean, the Supreme Court now has audio.
Well, you'll bring Ted back in. He'll tell you the whole history of why it all goes back to the Lindbergh baby. Go back and look up the case of the Lindbergh baby.
But it's taking longer than the deliberations, than maybe the defense. The close. Like, how long was the close?
Right, it was very brief.
Deliberation certainly took longer than the defense case did, which was 45 minutes.
Can we go back to what Jason reported? I don't think that the chief judge is on the verge of releasing his policy. Why? Because he admitted that he circulated it to certain bureaucracies for feedback. Oh. He did not circulate it to ICE until the very end, and I believe ICE has not yet given a reaction and given their input to the policy. So for all we know, they're going to just blow it up because they don't think that that's correct.
Yeah. Can we go to Ashley Sears in the courthouse? So we got this knock at the door. We know that the lawyers are back inside the courtroom. Is there a buzz right now? I know you're on a different floor from the courtroom.
Yeah, no, I'm on that first floor where Christina is also. Ted was in here earlier, too. Right now, it's just kind of the same vibe of just everyone kind of like sitting and waiting around. I was hearing from you first that there was that knock, and then I went to the Slack channel. So there isn't that sort of buzz around in this room.
Yeah, the room you're in, and to be clear for those who don't know, because of the rules of no cameras, no audio or video in federal court trials, she's in a room, the one that Ted's been talking to, the one that Christina's in. They can do live reports from there because there's no feed. There's no risk of them turning the camera up and seeing that live feed, which would violate the court order. There's an entirely separate room where media can go and watch that feed, which is completely across the courthouse. Okay.
I'm just getting an update from Bill Missian, who is inside the courtroom. He says the jury has a note for consideration, meaning that's another question they have, which tells me, guys, they are really being thorough in their deliberations. As we've now gone 2 hours, this is not going to be an instant, quick decision from them. They are talking about something, and they're being very specific.
And it's not unusual once you get to the point where it's not, as you said earlier, a lot of times the jury gets in, they pick a foreman, they take that initial vote, and then if it's automatic, if it's unanimous, boom, we come right back out. If it's not immediately unanimous, it is not unusual to have these questions. We want to see the exhibits. We want to know more, because now they are truly deliberating over the evidence.
And there's two charges. One's a misdemeanor, one's a felony. So maybe they've already decided one, and they're just hung up on the other.
So presumably the majority is saying to the minority, what's your problem? Can we work this out? And presumably somebody in the minority is saying, based on the first document they asked for and perhaps the next document they asked for, I'm not convinced because of X. Okay, let's focus on X. And this might be a series of 4, 5, 6 times where it'll take for them to come to the consensus.
Yeah. Ash, what kind of attention nationally are you seeing? Are we seeing a lot of national reporters? There was so much national attention when this case and the charges came and the arrest photo came out. There were live reports being broadcast from Milwaukee around the country. Are we seeing those reporters? Have they come back to see the end of this trial?
In this room right now, I'm only seeing local media here. I didn't see any national. Maybe upstairs there is an overflow room. I know that someone from Fox, one of our MMRs, was up there, but from what I'm seeing here, I'm not seeing that big national attention.
I think the New York Times has a reporter there, and it's pretty common for the New York Times not to do process, but to have the reporter who sat through the whole trial and then writes a summary story.
And I know the New York Times reporter actually is local. He lives in Milwaukee, and he writes for the New York Times, one of the authors, and he broadcasts sometimes things from Milwaukee.
Is that a surprise to you? Because I think we thought going into this that this was going to be a trial with huge
President Trump was
national
going
attention.
to say something.
You know, I think about the old days when there were satellite trucks parked outside, right, lined up down the street. It's nothing like that. It's a room full of local media. And while this is a story with national political implications, we haven't seen that same level of national coverage that maybe I thought we were going to see. Are you surprised by that?
A little bit, but they want hard news.
And there's a lot going on internationally and nationally right now.
And they don't want to tell the audience, we're still waiting for something, or we just got a note from the jury. They want to say, guilty or innocent. That's what they want.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the update. The parties are back in the court, but the judge is not back in the court right now. So they're waiting for Judge Edelman to return to his courtroom.
So it's been now 2.5 hours since the jury first got this. We don't know how long they will go today. They still do have tomorrow before we hit the weekend. And I know that there's been talk. There was talk at the beginning when they were doing jury, voir dire, the jury questionnaires at the beginning, or looking for potential jury. They asked the question, both parties, what would happen if this thing went into next week? Would this be a hardship on you? And a lot of people raised their hands. There's travel, there's Christmas, there's all these things. But we still have tomorrow. I don't think there's the same sense of urgency in that room. I suspect there is not, as there would be if this was Friday afternoon at 4:45.
Right. Ashley, we're going to cut you loose because it's painful to be in a box and we're just like staring at you and you're like,
But before you go, if you have to coordinate any child care issues or anything, you let us know. Otherwise, we'll let you get back to what you got.
I think we're covered tonight. Yeah, we're good.
Thanks, Ash.
You know, I think that around 5 o'clock, Wisconsinites get hungry. And so I think we're coming up on the jury saying, are we going home tonight or are you going to give us dinner? We might be willing to work a couple hours after dinner, but we really don't want to drive home in freezing ice.
The note could have been also an order for what they want for dinner. Is that possible?
It could be a question of what happens if we if we want to eat dinner, how long is that going to take?
What time should we go till, right?
Yeah.
And these, every time this happens, it always fascinates me because it's always a room of rookies. These are not expert. There's no such thing as an expert juror. Right. Everyone who's going through this process, presumably this is the first time they've ever been in the scenario. They don't know the rules or what are we supposed to do. So
but take the responsibility seriously.
Yeah.
You know, they could have easily just been in and out. You know, we saw the video, we heard whatever. No, they are being very thoughtful about every piece of evidence.
It is the foundation of the system of our jurisprudence is that it is these just everyday people.
And the reporting is they were solemn and serious in the room. You guys we've been in trials where you're like, is that juror even awake right now? Like, it happens, right? Yeah. It looks like these jurors were in it. They were focused.
Yes.
I do wonder when you're in a federal courtroom, this 27-foot ceiling, whatever it is, 17, whatever, how big these things are, this mahogany room, if you go, I better take this seriously.
It's a different field in the Milwaukee County Courthouse.
This is the big leagues, if not the minor leagues. So.
I want to go back to Jonathan Lavoie because, again, he is a defense criminal attorney, and he said he's had cases where the jury is coming into the courtroom and a deal is then made, before it's read out loud.
Right.
You have until that last second to make a deal.
I can't imagine the defense wanting to make a deal right now. You know that jury's stuck on some stuff.
Once we find out what the second request is, it's going to tell us a direction. Is it consistent with the first request? And if it's consistent with the first request, then the defense is going to start thinking, we've got a chance here.
Yeah, and I just think it's like playing poker, isn't it? Like at the last second, do you fold or do you keep going? I think we all agreed that the government had a very strong case. I mean, we are seeing the audio, the saying down the stairs, the video that shows Judge Dugan pointing to the ICE agents and telling them to go down here.
The whispering.
But the defense, it does appear they're hung up on something right now, and they're questioning something.
But then we weave back in the politics where, again, I was questioning why Tom Barrett. There's only 4 witnesses for the defense, and that's who you call. But turns out that was probably a smart move.
That was a signal politically as opposed to personally. I mean, theoretically, this was a character witness. I've known her all my life. I like her.
But how many other people have known her you could have called to the stand?
Exactly. And so it became a kind of sleight of hand that it was really about politics because people position him as a moderate liberal, a very responsible mayor, a trustworthy mayor who won all kinds of elections except governor. And therefore, it was a signal to maybe the minority of the jury what direction to go.
How much of politics was it? As soon as he walks in the room, the judge, Edelman, who served with him in the Wisconsin legislature, they're smiling like, hey, wow, good to see you here. We couldn't see it again. We don't have a camera in the courtroom, but that must have been a fascinating moment as Judge Barrett and Edelman are.
Well, and Ted Perry talked about that, and I think in fairness to Ted earlier, that's what he was referring to when I said, well, maybe that was the intention, maybe. And he said, I don't think the jury would pick up on the history that Tom Barrett has with Judge Edelman.
Right.
But they do identify him as a Democrat.
They certainly know that he was a longtime mayor of Milwaukee. They know he's a powerhouse in Democratic circles. They know that he ran for governor. They certainly get that. And if the message was, think about this in terms of politics, not in terms of the facts of what happened in that hallway, then that was really the point.
That might have been the shrewdest decision the defense has made all week.
Could we talk about Judge Edelman? Because I think going in, conservatives were very concerned about who was on the bench. And I don't think there hasn't been any concerns about what he has allowed and not allowed in the court. He's kind of become a sidelines person in this trial when sometimes the judge is a central figure.
Right. He's allowed just about any kind of question, just about any kind of witness. He's overruled very few things that I'm aware of or said that a certain question is out of bounds. And he clearly is holding himself to be right straight down the middle as much as he can, regardless of his personal politics.
I will say that real quick, the latest thing we got from Bill Miston is that the parties are looking at that note, and there's something being discussed related to jury instructions. We don't know specifically what it is, but it appears they have some question about the instructions they were given. We'll get more to you when we know more about that.
The defense's final points, telling the jury that Dugan is presumed innocent and the burden of proof is on the government to show otherwise. He also told jurors that they cannot consider her not testifying when making a decision. So those are things.
And those are pretty standard things you'll hear from the defense, especially when someone doesn't take the stand in their own defense. You can't hold that against them as a jury. You're told you can't. It doesn't mean in that room those 12 people don't take that into consideration.
Also saying that those audio recordings, we talk about whispering, he says that they were melded together from multiple microphones in the courtroom. So, what did you hear? Did you hear what you thought you heard?
We have our Ted Perry standing by at the federal courthouse once again. Ted, you were just back up in the courtroom, right? And now you're back down below. Tell us what's going on.
Oh, Ted, we don't hear you right now with your audio. We'll check that microphone for you. I'm seeing from Bill Miston saying the parties are now looking at the note. Again, this is the kind of updates we're getting. I mean, everything is news here. And Ted, I think we got your microphone now. What do you make of this note, Ted?
Okay. I don't know that anyone knows what to make of the note, to be honest with you. The note could be like Kim mentioned a few minutes ago. She might say, we're hungry again. When can we eat? It might be a question. It might be asking for new evidence. We're not privy to that just yet. So it's a guessing game, just like when are they going to be done and what verdict are they going to come back with is a guessing game. But I can tell you that there are still people waiting up there. That's where Bill Miston is. He's in the front row of the courtroom up there, typing away any little detail that comes our way. I went out and kind of walked the halls around there to see who's still out there. I noticed that one attorney who we don't hear from, but he's on Judge Dugan's team, the one who drops her off and picks her up every night. He's right outside the courtroom, phone in hand, just in case anything happens and he needs to bring the others back. But I was talking to Daryl Marine of Forward Latino, who's been watching all of the proceedings today, and I asked him, he's a close ally of Judge Dugan's, and I asked him, do you wish she had taken the stand? And he said, I don't think she needed to. He felt very confident that the defense had made a very strong case today, and he was here for most of their testimony as well as the closing arguments, and he's very confident that the defense put up a good argument today to persuade jurors to find her not guilty. And he also pointed out something pretty interesting. He said that 3 times a year, Hannah Dugan sends out an email celebrating the day. She sends it to supporters and friends and colleagues. One is Lincoln's birthday, February 12th. One is the day the Constitution was ratified, June 21st, and the other was Bill of Rights Day, which happened to be Monday, December 15th, the same day her trial started.
I want to point out we're getting a little more on this latest question. According to Judge Edelman, the question from the jury now, as per page 19, bullet point number 2, that is of the jury instructions, I presume, we desire clarity as to whether or not Judge Dugan needed to know the identity of the subject of the arrest warrant. For example, his name, signed by the foreperson. So they're asking, according to this specific jury instruction, to meet that point, do we need to see evidence that Judge Dugan knew they had a warrant specifically for
Mr.
Eduardo Flores Ruiz?
They're focusing on the warrant, guys, and they're going through really line by line whether or not could ICE arrest this person, and did they do everything right to the judge, is my takeaway from that.
What it seems like, if I'm reading this right, it seems like what they're asking is to find that Judge Dugan concealed this, someone from this government or obstructed this government action. Did they actually have to know the identity of the person they were trying to conceal?
I'm here to get Joe Smith. I'm here to get this specific person.
The government never clearly said, we're here to get Eduardo Flores. We're here to make an arrest.
I'm
how long can we stay in here?
In some of the closing arguments, just to remind people of thoughts that are going through the jurors' minds, we can presume. And the government said, urge the jurors to use common sense when looking at the evidence, that no one is above the law, not even those who wear judicial robes.
They're bringing things up, though, that were not made major points by the two parties. So this jury is, as Mordecai, you said, I don't know if they're going rogue per se, but they're looking at specific policies here that were not in the closing arguments, were not in from the defense and from the government.
This is a peculiar question. It's very, very specific. It's hyper-specific.
Right.
In other words, she was in her courtroom. Somebody comes rushing in and says, ICE is in the hallway. She comes out.
Or even, I'm ICE, I have a warrant. Okay, what did they show her?
Right. Who are you here for?
Who are you here for? That is the
As far as
question.
we know, she didn't ask that, at least based on the testimony. She was just against ICE arresting anybody who might be an illegal person. And that's why she engaged in that behavior. But I'm not sure if this is a critical question. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Judge Edmund says, I cannot elaborate on that. My instructions to you were cleared with the prosecution, with the defense, and with the traditions of what judges say. And it's not up to me to go beyond that on my own authority. You have to make that decision.
Guys, we have a couple of minutes left here on this particular live stream, and then Fox 6 News at 5 will be coming up. Obviously, we don't have a verdict right now. It's been a little more than 2.5 hours. The jury's asking questions. It sounds like we're not very close to a decision. How late will the jury go tonight? I think that's really the question. At what point will they break and come back tomorrow? And then what if this is still going on tomorrow night? Do they break for the weekend and come back Christmas week? There's a lot of questions sitting out there right now.
Yeah.
And
I think they're dying to finish. And they're dealing with somebody who keeps raising concerns. So now we've got 2 in a row that are not diversionary, but are pro-defense. In other words, looking for reasons to acquit her. And so I clearly this is coming down to that.
But is that one holdout and the rest of the jurors are saying, let's get the exhibits to prove to you that it's not what you think?
Right.
Or is there really some 6 versus 6 confusion going on here?
Or is there this 1 or 2 people raising serial concerns? In other words, I have a concern about X. Okay, we dealt with that. We got the exhibit. Well, now I have a concern about did she know who they were going after? Let's say they deal with it. This person could be raising half a dozen serial concerns.
And though this politics have kind of creeped into this case. The government stressed this is not about ICE and the nation's policy. This is this one particular case. Was this judge was she a rogue in what she did?
Well, guys, this has been quite a day, quite an afternoon, but we're still waiting to hear. We're going to take a break from here and bring you back with Fox 6 News at 5 as we wait for a verdict in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan.
With stories that matter to you, Fox 6 News at 5 starts right now with breaking news.
And now at 5, this breaking news. A jury is now deciding the federal case against Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan. We have team coverage.
Drop with a flash freeze on the way tonight. Madison already below freezing. I'll tell you what this means coming up.
We got to start with our big story, though, at 5. Breaking news, all eyes downtown. The jury's deliberating the federal case against Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan.
We are going to dig into closing arguments in just a moment. But first, let's get you caught up on the events of today, April 18th, the day this entire case centers around. So let's set the scene. It was exactly 8 months ago. Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney were at the Milwaukee County Courthouse in Judge Dugan's courtroom for a hearing. He was charged with domestic abuse for punching his roommates. Meanwhile, agents from ICE, the FBI, and other agencies were in the hallway outside with the plan to arrest him after his hearing. Federal prosecutors say Dugan ordered the agents to speak with Chief Judge Carl Ashley in his nearby office. Then she went into her courtroom and led Flores Ruiz to a non-public jury hallway, as you see there in this video. Take a look at this. A door in the hallway led to a stairwell, which he did not take. Instead, video shows he went back into the public hallway where agents followed him to an elevator. Outside the courthouse, Flores Ruiz tried to run, and agents caught him and arrested him. Christina Van Zelst beginning our live team coverage tonight.
Hey, Mary, the jury got the case just before 2:30 today. So as we wait for a verdict, want to take you back to what we heard in closing arguments where this day started before the jury got the case. First, we heard from the prosecution, and they started with the argument Dugan used her judicial authority on April 18th to replace the law with her own, quote, personal policy preferences. The government argued Dugan acted corruptly and wasn't a confused or paranoid judge, but a a frustrated and angry judge who was fed up and decided to take matters into her own hands while wearing her judicial robe at a public area, which was unusual. Prosecutors say what went down in Dugan's courtroom was a, quote, rush job in which Dugan intended to sneak Flores Ruiz out a restricted hallway down a set of stairs, and that there's, quote, no logical explanation for Dugan referencing the stairs in the audio recording from that day. The defense started by telling jurors they are, quote, the ultimate check on government overreach and power. The defense argued the case is riddled with doubt and said Dugan never acted corruptly, but was doing her job as a judge, complying with a draft policy, and sent a man and his lawyer out of her courtroom. Both sides pointed to immigration policies, the government asking jurors not to bring personal opinions into their decision, and the defense pointing to uncertainty when it comes to ICE arrests in the courthouse. And guys, right now we are standing in the media broadcast room. All the cameras are set up here. This is the podium that we are set up for in case somebody does decide to come down and do an interview if we get a verdict tonight. And of course, we are here listening to it all, and we'll bring you the latest if we do get a verdict in the next couple of hours. Back to you.
Christina, thanks. All right, let's go to our Ted Perry. Also at the federal courthouse, there's been movement with the jury. There's been knocks at the door.
Yeah, Ted, talk to us about the feel at the courthouse today. We're getting it a lot here from the TV. There is an angst, there is a bit of anxiety, but also a sense of curiosity.
Yes, and yes to all those things, Mary. The angst, I would imagine, more so on the side of both legal teams as to which way this is going to come out. A lot of anxiety about how long is this going to take, how long into the night is Judge Edelman going to let these jurors deliberate. And now it's just this waiting game that many of us who have covered trials for a long time know there's no guessing. There's no rhyme or reason to understand what a jury does, and anyone who pretends to know is just full of bluster because we don't know what's going on in there. We know they have come out, asked a couple questions, and in fact, just a short time ago, they asked if Dugan had to know the identity of the person listed on that administrative warrant, Eduardo Flores Ruiz. Both legal teams came, they debated it. The judge, Edelman, says he's going to mull this over for a second. He's going into his chambers to think about it. So the jurors have asked a couple interesting questions already. So they're clearly in the heart of the debate. How long this goes on, nobody knows, but it comes after a day that saw 4 defense witnesses, only 4, that took 45 minutes. That's about the length of the closing arguments for the defense, about an hour and 15 minutes total for the prosecution. So we're here, we're waiting. We just had a court security officer say, you can't go out the front. We're shutting down the front. When you leave, you got to go out the side door. So they're ready to shut down the federal courthouse, but they're going to leave us in this room until A, we get a verdict, or we know there's not going to be a verdict tonight. So we're in here for the long haul, and we're all getting to know each other pretty well.
Exactly. You know, to your point, this was not a slam dunk, presumably now for the prosecution and defense, the fact that this is taking a little bit longer than most anticipated. There's a sense of urgency, as you said, to wrap this thing up, but clearly they're going over something very methodically. It seems to be there could be at least one sticking point, but would you agree with that, Ted?
One, if not many more. Again, they've already knocked on the door twice with questions, and they may do it again. If anything, it shows that these jurors are taking this charge very seriously, and what they are charged with doing a lot on the line here. Both the prosecution and the defense said, this is now in your hands. This is a great responsibility that you have, and we're now down to 12 jurors. There were 13. Well, it started with 14, right? And Monday, one called in sick, so they were going to go with 13, and today they released one man, male, mid-40s. So now we have 7 men, 5 women in that jury room deciding the fate of Judge Hannah Dugan.
All right. We will check back later, Ted. Thank you for the update. Let's go to Jason Kelby now from outside the federal courthouse where this played out exactly 8 months ago today.
So, Jason, Ted just talked about they're focusing on the jury instructions. They also wanted to see a flash drive. They were given a flash drive of an exhibit. What was that?
They wanted to see Exhibit 7, which is ICE policies under the Trump administration, and it lays out exactly when courthouse arrests can take place under the Trump administration. Now, the Biden administration had a very similar document. It said that arrests in courthouses could chill access to the judicial system, so they should be very rare. They had things that the Biden administration would allow these arrests for things like national security threats. The Trump administration allowed it for many more cases, including those national security threats, as well as for people that had already been kicked out and deported from the country who returned. That would allow those courthouse arrests under the Trump administration. Now, it is interesting, some of the language in the Trump administration's policy about courthouse arrests, immigration arrests, it adds that when practicable, it should be in collaboration with courthouse security in non-public areas. We know ICE in this situation was planning to make the arrests in the public hallways. That's what we've heard again and again from the testimony here at the trial in the federal court, as well as from the chief judge as well, who said that the arrests should be taking place in public areas. So there's a lot of questions about why they wanted to see this particular document. It said things like laying out that policy regarding immigration. Now, this has been a hot button issue, this issue of immigration arrests in courthouses and across the country as well. And we heard that in the closing arguments from both sides. The prosecution laid out, they said, no matter what you've heard about this issue of ICE, you can't factor in any of that in when you're making the deliberations. You only need to focus on the events and the facts presented in this trial. So they brought that up in the prosecution. The defense said they're trying, the federal government's trying to make an example of Judge Dugan. They said to the jurors, the defense said to the jurors in the closing arguments, you are the ultimate check on government overreach. The prosecution counters and says, this case is not a referendum on ICE.
What is the jury thinking? Only the jury knows that right now as they're coming up, getting close to the hour number 3 here. Jason Calvi outside the courthouse. Appreciate it.
If you have questions about the case, we're here to help. Email us at fox6now.com or go ahead and scan that QR code you see right there on your screen. We're going to do our best to get the answers during our digital coverage and our newscasts.
Well, we're also focused on our weather tonight. Live look over Milwaukee. Hard to believe with the way the temperatures were today that now our concern is ice out there.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. And Tom, people do need to be careful on the road. Here's the thing. You can't really see it. You can't really sense it. As I was coming into work today, I thought, are there slick spots? They're out there.
Yeah, they're going to be out there within the next 2 or 3 hours, guys. In fact, temperatures dropping below freezing in Madison right now. Good news is, though, the snow squall threat, we talked about that last night, that has really come down a little bit. Still could see some snow showers, but let's take a look. Beautiful view here over the city. We've cleared out a little bit in spots, but now we're going to cloud up again. We're down to 39 at Mitchell with a feels-like temperature of 31. Air pressure very low today. So take a look here. 39 Milwaukee, 29 in Madison. Why the concern? Well, we call this a flash freeze, meaning that the temperature quickly drops below freezing, which it will do from west to east over the next 2 to 3 hours. And any water from the rain we had and snow melt will obviously turn to ice. Crews are out salting, but again, you really need to be careful here tonight, especially sidewalks, driveways, parking lots, and roadways. Right now, no major issues, kind of a classic evening commute pattern here in the Milwaukee metro, but as temperatures continue to drop below freezing, we are going to ice up tonight. Now, the snow squall threat has diminished a bit, but get this. Look at the snow south of Minneapolis. Blizzard warnings out there. Winter weather advisories up to the north, primarily for this flash freeze that we are all going to be seeing here tonight. So we will get some light snow showers, but not expecting the squall type weather we were concerned about last night. So here you can see temperatures in Milwaukee dropping below freezing between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight. It will stay windy, but again, icy, and we're getting cold tomorrow. More on that and a Christmas update in a few minutes. Back over to you.
Look forward to that, Tom. Thanks. The Wisconsin Department of Health says 2 children have died from respiratory illness. One death was the result of COVID-19, the other from the flu. The DHS says the best thing to do is get vaccinated, something many people have not done yet.
I can say that so far in Wisconsin, overall, for all ages, 28% of Wisconsinites have been vaccinated for flu, and only 10.6 people, residents from Wisconsin, have been vaccinated against COVID-19.
Other things to help in protecting against respiratory viruses include washing your hands with soap and water. Make sure you're not touching your nose, eyes, and mouth. And here's a big one. If you're sick, stay home. Cover your nose and mouth when coughing or sneezing. and wear a high-quality mask around others to prevent the spread of respiratory illness.
Morgan Geyser is now expected to be back in a Waukesha County courtroom next week. Court documents show she has a hearing on the 23rd. Yesterday, it was revealed that Geyser would not contest the state's effort to revoke her release privileges. Now, that means she will likely be returned to the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. A judge sentenced Geyser to 40 years at the institute for stabbing a classmate multiple times. She received conditional release earlier this year, and then last month, Geyser cut off her GPS bracelet and left her Madison group home. Police found her in Illinois the next day.
We got new updates on the investigation into a 37-year-old woman shot and killed this summer in Racine.
Our Andrew Amuzu shares just how justice for the woman's family is stretching hundreds of miles away.
Back in July, Racine police say that a shooting between two people here near the corner of 11th and Washington left a woman dead. They said that she was caught in the crossfire. Now, one of the alleged suspects, Lance Moore Jr., is in custody after being found hundreds of miles south in Arkansas.
We're going to find you. We're going to prosecute you. And if you're found guilty, you're going to go to jail.
That's Racine Police Chief Alex Ramirez back in July, as police look for suspects connected to the fatal shooting of Shayla Davis Bell. They say she died just after 12:30 in the morning, after two people started shooting at each other. Wednesday morning, Racine police say they found one of those people, 22-year-old Lance Moore Jr. He was taken into custody around 6 Wednesday morning. He was arrested in Arkansas with the help of the U.S. Marshal Service, State Police, and the Wynn Police Department. He's since been charged with reckless homicide, recklessly endangering safety, and the possession of a machine gun. For now, police say Moore Jr. is awaiting extradition to Wisconsin. In Racine, Andrew Amuzu, Fox 6 News.
Andrew, thank you. And Fox 6 did reach out to Racine police to ask if they're still looking for other suspects in the case. We have not heard back. Plans are in place for the Milwaukee County Transit System next year.
MCTS officials say the Milwaukee County Board approved the 2026 service plan. So starting January 1st, base fares, will increase. On January 11th, MCTS will roll out a two-phase service plan, starting with the winter plan. The spring service plan, that starts on March 8th. We're going to have a breakdown on the routes that are affected on your Fox Local mobile app. But we have a big update just up the road from us at the former Northridge Mall site.
Yeah, City of Milwaukee leaders showing off their vision earlier today.
This is a generational opportunity, and we're ready to deliver a bold and intentional strategy.
We're going to show you the recommendations and the next steps. That's new at 5:30.
And the Powerball jackpot we didn't win last night? Oh, that just means we got another chance. It is going up and up and up. The new amount of money on the line for Saturday.
No wonder everybody came to work today. Well, guess what else is going on Saturday? Besides that party, this is the biggest party of all. The Packers and the Bears, right here on Fox 6. Our coverage starts at 6 o'clock with a special edition of Fox 6 News on the Fox Local app. You're going to want to check that out. We got some treats for you. It's going to be followed by kickoff at 7:20 on Fox 6, and then stay with us right here after the game. We want you to be with us. Looking forward to it. We'll be right back.
Create a three-tier.
Well, days after a jury found him guilty of first-degree murder in the death of his wife, a Boston area man is sentenced to life in prison. Fox's Tanya J. Powers shows us what took place in court earlier today.
Your acts in dismembering your wife's body and disposing of her remains in multiple area dumpsters can only be described as barbaric and incomprehensible.
Brian Walsh showing no emotion as a Massachusetts judge sentenced him to life in prison without parole for killing his wife, Anna, the mother of his 3 children. She disappeared nearly 3 years ago, and her body was never found.
That sentence is immensely appropriate and just, given your murderous acts and the life trauma that you inflicted upon your own children.
In November, Walsh pleaded guilty to lesser charges of misleading police and illegally disposing of Anna's body. He claimed he did so only after panicking when he discovered she had died in bed. Before sentencing, Anna's sister told the court how the death has devastated her family.
The most painful part of this loss is knowing her children must now grow up without their mother's hand to hold.
Much of the case centered on Walsh's online searches, as well as surveillance video showing him buying tools and cleaning supplies at a Lowe's hardware store. Prosecutors argued he was motivated by Anna's life insurance policy and because she was having an affair.
There is no grave, there is no memorial. And he did this all in an effort to destroy evidence.
Brian Walsh declined to testify during the trial, and his attorneys did not call any witnesses. In New York, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Well, Tom, we know you were watching that weather very closely today. The temperatures felt pretty mild, which was odd. We all thought, okay, we can celebrate a little bit, but not so fast.
There's always something, isn't there, Mary?
Always something.
48, that was our high earlier this afternoon. So, yeah, it was a warm one, but then the cold front came through. So let's talk about it, show you what's going on tonight as, again, the cold front has crossed. Here's a live look over the city. We're at 39 degrees, winds out of the southwest, but it's shifting around to the west. And that's going to be an indicator here that the cold front has moved through. Dew points are in the 30s. Air pressure very, very low midday today. So you may be feeling that. That's going to start to rise as we go throughout the night. Now, temperatures. This is the critical component to our forecast because we had some rain earlier and the snow melt, so that water is going to turn to ice as temperatures drop below freezing. These are WiscoNet temperatures, publicly available temperatures here. Online, 39 degrees in South Milwaukee, 37 New Berlin. You see Verona at 28. So that's the cold air that's going to come in over the next couple of hours, making its way from the west to the east over the next 2-3 hours. So I would say by 7, 8 o'clock, we're dropping below freezing in Milwaukee. Before that, in our western communities. Not to mention the fact that the wind is going to be picking up again. It's been windy, but it's going to get even windier here as we go throughout the night with wind gusts over 30 miles per hour at times. All right, see what's coming? Look at Madison, 29, La Crosse, 17. No, thank you, Rochester. They're at 10 right now. And we have got road conditions overall not bad. This is kind of a classic slowdown for the evening commute in the Milwaukee Metro, but we're not seeing any real icing concerns yet. But again, we're going to be watching for that here throughout the night. Now, I want to talk about the snow squall potential because we hit that hard last night because the cold front was delayed by about 2 hours. I think that's really helped us here because now we're in what we call this dry slot for the evening commute. So the concern for snow squalls has really gone down. We might see some snow showers later on tonight, but nothing like they're seeing off to the west. So take a look at this area south of Minneapolis. You see this little batch of snow? Well, what happens when you get snow and really strong winds? A blizzard. Right? And that's why there's a blizzard warning out there tonight south of Minneapolis. So, again, we got lucky in that regard that this storm was just a little bit delayed. So that's, I think, going to keep the snow squall potential for us on the lower side. Winter weather advisories up to the north and off to the west. That's for this flash freeze coming through as well. We don't have an advisory, but I still think untreated roads will be slick throughout the night. So let's get into Sky Vision Plus. Let's talk more about what we're expecting here in terms of the temperature. Okay, ready for this? So here we go to 8:30 tonight, and you see how we all drop below freezing. So between now and 8 o'clock from the west to the east is when we're expecting the temperature to drop. Really watch driveways and sidewalks and these types of things as well. Salt crews are out. We heard from Milwaukee DPW, but you just really need to be careful tonight because, look, it gets even colder. 1 o'clock, we're in the teens and 20s, and then by morning, we're all in the teens with wind chills just a bit below zero tomorrow morning. I know it's a far cry from 48 just a few hours ago. Tomorrow's going to be a cold one. Lunchtime, 15 to 20. By the afternoon, low to mid 20s for high. So again, we call this a flash freeze coming in tonight because we freeze up quick and then everything turns to ice. 22 tomorrow, 40 on Saturday, slight chance for snow. Back to 22 on Sunday. Not much snow next week, Mary. 40 Christmas Eve. We could be in the 50s on Christmas Day, so we're warming up as we head towards Christmas. Back over to you.
Isn't that something? Of all the weather we've had, it's like, yeah, okay, it gets balmy on Christmas.
I know. Can't we keep the snow for one more week?
Right.
Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, that's funny. Well, we got other ways to celebrate and get a winter wonderland, including a massive Christmas light display, getting off to an organic start. Yeah, it's now become a tourist destination. We're going to go live from this awesome display on the East Coast and why these lights are becoming a big money industry for some. Well, if you and the family take that annual trip around town to check out holiday decor, you might notice some homes lighting up like never before. In fact, there's one block in particular that reflects what's becoming a booming industry nationwide. Fox's Sarah Allegre is live in Brooklyn, New York. And Sarah, lots of lights there behind you. Wow, what makes this so special besides, of course, that glorious display?
Well, Mary, first and foremost, welcome to Dyker Heights. I mean, this place draws crowds from all over. As you can see, it's a little bit chaotic right now. We got the police lights doing crowd control here, some traffic as people kind of move through to catch a glimpse. But this is just one example of what's become a multi-billion-dollar seasonal industry. Again, so many people here globally to catch a glimpse, and it all started with one woman. Before the lights turn bright, there's work.
And then comes Diker Heights, and it all began with one home.
I do it for my mother's memory, but I lost my husband 6 years ago, and this was his thing.
For Lucy Spada, what started in the 1980s as a tribute honoring a legacy has become a December destination where Christmas starts at sunset.
Look, if you're moving on this block, you gotta know what happens in December.
And while at the time, neighbors rolled their eyes.
You're gonna tell me what to do on my house? Do you pay my mortgage?
Today, the entire block shines, drawing tens of thousands of visitors each year, even the smallest ones for a photo op.
It's now a tradition, and we thought to, introduce him to that.
And behind much of the glow, from 83rd to 86th Streets, is Lucy's nephew.
We have the big two soldiers there.
Larry Arrico, turning a family tribute into a family business.
Just to see the people come and smile and see how beautiful the display is, it makes me happy.
The lights of Diker Heights, a window into how Americans celebrate the season. Right now, holiday decorating is a $2.6 billion industry in the U.S. and only expected to grow.
I started at a minivan doing Christmas lights, and now I'm the #1 decorator in Diker Heights.
But for Larry and Lucy, it's more than the lights, the decor and draw. It's keeping a memory alive.
I cry for the happiness because I feel like my mother and my husband are being reborn.
Sweet.
Such a special place. Zooming in, though, to give you a better look at some of the decor that we've got out here. And as we zoom on down, yeah, there is the crowd. Again, people from all over Germany, Italy, Japan. We've got tour guides, tour buses to walk people through. So they have really made an industry out of this place. Just goes to show 1 week away till Christmas, and we're definitely feeling the spirit here, Mary.
Oh, definitely. Sarah, there's been talk of those big displays. They're hard to get. You can't find them. People go on eBay, so they can't really add to the decorations. Is there any talk of that these are really prized possessions?
They are prized possession, and especially for the woman who lives behind here. I mean, she has stored up these decorations for years to come. Some are from her mother. They're decades old, and she keeps them in a storage unit not too far away. So it's really making sure that they stay okay, that they're not broken, so they can last several seasons. I mean, she's been doing this since 1986, and a lot of the decorations you're seeing here are definitely from the 80s.
Yeah, and probably from Mama, keeping the memory alive. Oh, Sarah, thank you. We needed that. Appreciate it. Happy holidays. Well, a chilling night in an Illinois suburb after a car plunges right into a frozen pond, leaving 3 people stranded underneath water. The new video showing the moments officers went in to rescue them. We're back in less than 2 minutes.
Here's a look at the top stories we are following today. We're following the breaking news of the hour. The jury still deliberating the federal case against Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan.
She's accused of trying to help Eduardo Flores Ruiz evade federal agents trying to arrest him. He was an undocumented immigrant who was in the courthouse for another charge. The jury just got the case before 2:30 today. Now, when the verdict happens, we're going to bring it to you live on air and then the Fox local app.
Lead remediation is being done and is done at all affected Milwaukee public schools. Big news from Superintendent Brenda Caselius saying 99 elementary schools are now in compliance. This means they're meeting or exceeding the city and state's Department of Health Services requirements. Caselius says the process cost more than $43 million. The district says the plan now is to make sure lead doesn't become an issue again.
Well, here we go again because no luck in last night's Powerball drawing, so there's still a chance. The jackpot is now at up to $1.5 billion bucks. The cash value on that, nearly $700 million. The winning numbers drawn were 25, 33, 53, 62, and 66. The big red Powerball there, 17. Now, according to Powerball, the odds of winning the jackpot are now at 1 in 292 million. But the next drawing is Saturday night, so somebody could still have a very, 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 very Merry Christmas.
We had 8 numbers in the FOX6 pool. Tom, guess how many we got? 1.
No.
1. That's it. Of all, and it wasn't the one you needed to get the instant win.
Oh, we got
just
nothing.
It's called like everybody else out there. We're just big losers.
We live to play another day, right?
We do. We hit that office pool, I tell you.
Well, hopefully luck is on our side tonight, right? When it comes to the icing, because that's the big story as we go through the next couple of hours. The snow squall potential has really come down. In fact, there are blizzard conditions out in Minnesota tonight. Let me show you what's going on with a live look over the city. So we hit 48 a few hours ago. We're down to 39 right now with a wind chill of 31. Air pressure remains very low, but that's going to be coming up later on tonight. So take a look at these temperatures because they're critical right now. 39 Milwaukee, 33 Watertown, Juneau 32, Madison 29. And it's that colder air that's going to sweep in as we go throughout the evening. So what is that going to do? Any remaining water from melted snow in the rain earlier will turn to ice. So that's going to be the concern. We call that a flash freeze tonight. So between now and 8 o'clock, we're expecting the freezing temperatures to move in, and that will create slick spots. Now, not seeing anything too crazy on our traffic map right now, and nothing too crazy even where we're seeing temperatures drop below freezing at this point, but that could change later. So we just want to get the message out. Use caution here tonight. Blizzard conditions off to the west. We may see a few snow showers later tonight, but no blizzard warnings, at least, in our future. But yeah, it's a rough one out there in Minnesota tonight as this system is coming through. So again, the big story this evening, the falling temperatures below freezing in Milwaukee between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight. Bitterly cold tomorrow. I'll have an update for you on Christmas as well in a few minutes. Back over to you.
This is a generational opportunity, and we're ready to deliver a bold and intentional strategy.
We are one step closer to knowing the future of the former Northridge Mall site.
Yeah, that's right. City leaders released a vision report sharing key recommendations in the next step. That report explores market options, opinions, economic potential of land use, and design scenarios. Now, some of those scenarios do include a youth sports facility, hospital or clinic, entertainment complex, college or university, and maybe a research center.
We want significant capital investment and growth to the city's tax base. We want new momentum along the Brown Deer Road corridor. We want family-sustaining jobs. This needs to be a true community focal point that redefines the identity of the area.
So even though what the actual site will be still up in the air, we do know it's going to be called Granville Station. There is a public meeting on January 21st at 5 o'clock if you want to weigh in on the project.
Touching in with its old roots there.
Yeah.
Well, soon Wisconsin taxpayers have to pay up, and the bill is a sizable increase from last year. Maybe you've gotten it in the mail. According to a report from the Wisconsin Policy Forum, all Wisconsin school district property taxes are rising 7.8% on December bills. It's nearly $480 million.
That's a very large increase, historically speaking. That's the largest increase, annual increase in more than 3 decades, since 1992.
The Wisconsin Policy Forum says the increase is partially due to the state budget and lawmakers deciding to freeze general school aid. And as a result, districts have had to increase the property tax levy to try and capture additional funding. County property taxes are also seeing an increase of just over 3%, and that number is in line with recent years.
Well, the Milwaukee Bucks are giving away hats as an incentive to get some fans back in the stands.
Yeah, the Bucks and BMO, they're teaming up for the 7th season of the BMO Bucks Custom Cap Series. Players AJ Green, Thanasis Antetokounmpo, and Miles Turner, they created the hats. The custom caps they'll be given away at 3 different home games. Looking good. Ooh, I like those. What are those called? Bucket hats?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 home games. All right, January 25th, February 24th, March 8th.
Love the cream city on there. Oh,
Looks
that's
good.
nice. Yeah, looking real good. Well, it's a return to the black and blue division for the Packers. They're trying to heal. The latest on their health heading into Chicago.
And another player on the mend addresses the rumors about his future in Milwaukee. We're going to hear from Giannis next when Brandon Cruz joins us in Fox 6 Sports.
You're watching Fox 6 Sports with Brandon Cruz.
We have not heard from Giannis Antetokounmpo since he went down with a calf injury on December 3rd. That is until today. He was asked about a report that he and his agent talked to the Bucks about his future with the team before their game against the Pistons on that day.
If my agent is talking to the Bucks about it, he's his own person. He can have any conversation he wants about it. That doesn't. At the end of the day, I don't work for my agent. My agent works for me, and there's going to be conversation that going to be made between him and the Bucks and him and his other players and him and other teams and other GMs, executives around the league. Something that we can't control. But at the end of the day, I personally have not had the conversation with the Bucks.
All right, then. Well, for a while now, the Packers' injury reports have been long, and that continues this week as they get ready for Saturday's showdown with Chicago. 10 players are listed as questionable for the game. That includes Josh Jacobs, who did not practice on Thursday. Also, Zach Tom was unable to practice Thursday, and he, too, is listed as questionable. That could mean Darian Kinnard getting a bigger opportunity as he took over for Tom in Sunday's loss at Denver.
I think, it helps him just having that, playing time under his belt, being out there with us. It'll help him be able to jump in there, tackle, and, I think he did some good things last week coming in. But I think that just helps him out, get that rhythm, get that flow going, and, not kind of be, your first time getting out there in a game.
And the Packers and Bears play exclusively on Fox 6 Saturday night. We'll get you ready for the game with a special edition of Fox 6 News. That is on Fox Local at 6 o'clock. Then go to Fox 6 for the game, which kicks off at 7:20. And stay with Fox 6 following the game for live reaction from Soldier Field on Fox 6 News at 10. I can't believe we're already back at Bears and Packers week.
And it feels like a playoff game this week.
Well,
There's so much on the line.
There's so much on the line. Last time you saw the Packers move up to number 2 in the NFC with their loss, and the Bears win this past weekend. The Packers are back to 7. The Bears are back up to 2.
We'll see what happens. Brendan, thanks. Well, when we come back, a scary moment for parents in Madison after a tree lands on their son's head. The one item they say saved his life. Plus, it's now day 6 of the manhunt for the Brown University shooter. The new evidence found that police say is getting them closer to catching him. Fox 6. We got breaking news from the federal courthouse in the case against Judge Hannah Dugan. The jury has spoken on a food order. According to the judge, they say the jury's agenda is to order pizza. Mary, I would say that indicates they're going to keep working tonight, because one of the questions was, okay, if it gets to 5 o'clock, are they going to go home for the day, come back, do this again tomorrow? That does not appear to be the case tonight.
Yeah, exactly. This could be a long night. We don't know how long this will go on, but the fact that they're not leaving for the night and coming back tomorrow is an indication that they want to wrap this up tonight, presumably. We're going to keep our eye on things, keep ahead of every development, and we'll bring you the latest right here and on Fox Local.
All right, let's get to Rhode Island now, where Providence police, they have identified the suspected Brown University shooter. They have a warrant. This is according to Fox sources.
This all comes 6 days into the manhunt for the gunman who shot and killed 2 students and injured 9. Fox's Kaylee Schuyler joining us live from Providence. And Kaylee, what do we know now?
Hi, Ben and Mary. Well, it's been a few hours since we've learned that police have identified this suspect, but we still don't know anything about this person. Officials were supposed to hold a press conference at 4 p.m. local time, but they said since there had been so many drastic changes, it was postponed indefinitely. Now, the mayor's office did just come out to the podium a few moments ago and thanked everyone for their patience. They said it's just too busy right now, but a news conference is happening tonight no matter what. Now, we're also learning tonight that police are looking into a connection between the shooting here at Brown and a shooting on Monday when a 47-year-old MIT professor was shot in his home just outside of Boston, and he died at the hospital Tuesday morning because of his injuries. Earlier this week, FBI Boston Special Agent in Charge Ted Dox told reporters that investigators were sharing intelligence reports to both cases but had not come up with a clear tie.